I just read something so ridiculous that I've been sitting here for the last like 10 or 15 minutes just stewing in my own filthy anger, almost in like this meditative state, just trying to process the absurdity of it. And this is a situation I'm not even involved in, and yet still it has managed to steam my vegetables just because of how outrageous it is. This whole thing is so crazy, I just couldn't help myself but share it with all of you, so I hope you don't mind if I hit the dance floor real quick and bust it wide open for you here. So 2 months ago, some of you may have seen that Afro Man posted this music video, "Will You Help Me Repair My Door?" This went viral on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube as well, and basically it's Afro Man making a song out of a raid that was conducted on his property based on narcotics and kidnapping claims, and it turns out it was completely bogus. They got nothing out of it, and they kind of ransacked this whole place, and he had cameras set up around his property that recorded all of it, so he made a music video kind of teasing them about it. He made a catchy little jingle about the whole thing, and the title is about, them breaking his door and breaking his gate and just going over the damage that they caused there while looking really silly. And now he is being sued for it. He is being sued because the officers were offended, their feelings got hurt, and they're claiming emotional distress. He clowned on them, and it hurt their goddamn feelings so much that now they're coming after him legally. It wasn't enough to just destroy his property and pillage his home like they were Vikings, and also traumatize his kids apparently, which is something he mentions in his song. Now they want to slap him even more by issuing this lawsuit to him, which I think is just an absolute load of baloney. What a pile of dirty barnacles. 4 deputies, 2 sergeants, and a detective with the Adams County Sheriff's Office brought the suit earlier this month, claiming an invasion of privacy. Let me just stop you right there, Chief. An invasion of privacy, huh? You are on his private property. He has every right to record you. I'm not a lawyer, but would you also make this claim if you made yourself look fucking silly at a Starbucks who has security camera footage of you in their store? Like, let's say you spilt coffee or you were pouring coffee down your lieutenant's butthole, giving him an enema in public, and they're like, oh, this is kind of embarrassing. We're going to sue you for an invasion of privacy because you filmed us. Would the argument work there in that place of business? I imagine private residents also still have the right to record you when you are on their property. They don't need your consent. You entered their domain. You stepped into their neck of the woods. I feel like they have the right to record you. But again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a stupid paint-huffing idiot when it comes to the law, but I still just find the claim comical. An invasion of privacy. I guess them going through all of his shit, throwing his suits all over the place, breaking down his doors and all of that in his own home. I guess that's not an invasion of privacy. That's just a general wrongful invasion, considering this whole thing was completely bogus. It was a completely botched little raid here. They're claiming that Afro Man used their faces from the raid and used it in music videos and social media posts without their consent. Again, I don't think he needed that, considering they're on his private property in the first place, but regardless, they go on saying it's caused them emotional distress, embarrassment, ridicule, loss of reputation, and humiliation. So these officers were born with glass bones and paper skin, huh? They can't take a few jokes on the internet. I imagine they're lying about this. I can't imagine they actually suffered any real emotional distress or anything. I don't think people were on the streets shooting spitballs at them as they walked by, pointing and laughing. Though they should, because they're fucking clowns for what they did here. I can't show the music video, but I highly recommend watching it. They look so fucking stupid in this thing. And it's all dog shit. Like, none of it was real to begin with here. It was just a completely failed raid from top to bottom. And they even had the audacity to disconnect his cameras when they noticed that the security cameras were on. It's just foul. Completely foul. I do hope they feel silly. But apparently, the silliness doesn't stop there. Maybe it's a humiliation fetish, because now they're suing him and making themselves look even stupider, which is crazy. I'll go ahead and boil all this down for you. The plaintiffs are seeking all of Afro Man's profits from the use of their personas. That includes the proceeds from songs, music videos, and live event tickets, as well as any of the money that he made using their likeness and his brand and other merchandise. And they're also looking for an injunction to take down the videos. Afro Man made like an entire album's worth of songs around this raid on his property, and they all fucking bang. It is so amazing. Afro Man absolutely crushed it with this whole thing. Literally turned into like a money-making merchandise music video, like empire, all off of this failed raid from them. And now they're coming to put their hand in his cookie jar and take all of that money away that he made from this whole situation. Afro Man is attempting to countersue them for the undeniable damage this had on my client's family, career, and property. Law enforcement officers were acting on a warrant that stated probable cause existed that drugs and drug paraphernalia would be found on his property and that trafficking and kidnapping had taken place there. But it turns out that boogeyman was completely wrong. All of those suspicions turned out to be unfounded, and the raid failed to turn up any real criminal evidence, so charges were never filed. And in Afroman's music video, through the cameras, he was able to notice that some of the deputies may have seized some of his money. He was talking about some missing money that took place during all of this, and whoa, can you believe it? After a subsequent review by the State Bureau of Criminal Investigations, they determined that the deputies had miscounted the amount seized during the raid itself. What a silly little error that was. What a goofy little freak accident that was, that some of the money was just a little miscounted, and some of it went missing, I guess? Oh, that's odd. So that's really this whole situation. They're suing because they looked fucking stupid here, and a lot of people were making fun of them for this whole situation. Afroman put them on blast and made an entire album's worth of content around it, and now they're out for revenge. So I can't show you the music video, but I highly encourage you watch it. I would like to show you a couple frames from it and just kind of talk about it because it is so fucking wild. I'll go ahead and crop their faces out so they can't feel offended or humiliated here. But, so this is one of the early shots. The officers were going around checking every nook and cranny of his property. I guess for kidnapping victims are like pounds upon pounds of weed. And for some reason, Officer Action over here, fucking Danger Commander, comes over and like looks behind the couch here as if he was gonna find like some kind of like goblin or something back there that he was gonna light up. Like, I understand they thought that there was some kidnapping element to this whole thing. But I mean, even in this situation, if there was a kid back there and you climb over the back of the couch, you're immediately pointing a gun in their face. I can't imagine that's the best way of looking for kidnapping victims. Like, the way they go through his whole property is very cartoonish. Here's a little shot of some of the team out here for the class field trip. One of them is dressed like he's ready for actual combat, as if he was gonna get in here like a G.I. Joe episode and fucking hunt down Cobra Commander in this property. So the first thing they did when they arrived is they busted through this gate here and broke it. So Afroman's already down one gate just from them showing up. And then they go to his door, and this is where you get the title of the song. They blast this shit in. This shit just gets rocketed off the frame here. So, you know, he's asking, can you repair my door and my gate? Like, that's the whole point of the song. Like, can you repair this shit? And then also pointing out all of the other goofy things that happened. And here's where Afroman started to get a little suspicious about them potentially taking money from him, so he starts talking about it in this scene right here. This was already after going through and throwing around half of his belongings and like going through each and every suit pocket they could find. And here's the final shot. This is where the fun comes to an end. They disconnect his cameras, so they open up this panel in the wall and they disconnect all the shit, so he could no longer record the rest of what was going on the property. I just really had to talk about it because it got me fuming. To turn around and sue someone for hurt feelings after you were just in the wrong to begin with is just such a level of delusion that I can't help but be upset about. Afroman did nothing wrong. He recorded you guys and then took a bad situation that you have created. The claims you were there investigating, nothing was ever found, so it all seems like bullshit. And he took that and he made comedy out of it. He made content out of it to try and turn something shitty into something less shitty, and now he's being punished for it, or at least attempting to, from these extremely sensitive, I guess, officers that are super offended that people have been making fun of them for this. Like, it's pretty disgusting. So yeah, I just wanted to at least put this out there because it was something that I felt very strongly about. That's really about it. So yeah. If you've been around the channel for a while, you'll know that I've made a lot of videos on bad Kickstarter projects like the Air Umbrella, which is an absolute timeless classic, and I've also made a lot of content just on bad products in general, and it's just been far too long since I dipped my tootsies back in this pool of bad Kickstarter projects, and boy do I have a doozy for you today. This is a product that aims to solve a problem that modern science has been unable to crack. How to protect our children on Halloween from those villains that are putting razor blades in our chocolate bars. Halloween is one of the deadliest holidays of the year. There's children dropping left and right, littering the streets with their mangled corpses, all because some bad actors are filling the chocolate bars with razors and pins and needles. And we've been defenseless against this menace for too long now. But luckily, this Kickstarter project has the answer with a metal-detecting Halloween candy bucket. Meet Boo the Ghost, the answer to all your prayers. It's a bucket that has a metal detector built in to alert you when a tampered candy bar comes in with a fucking katana blade mounted inside of it. So it was unsuccessful in its funding, which is shocking. It only raised $213 out of its $36K goal, which, just speaks to the state of society. If we're not willing to invest in life-saving products like this, we're too busy throwing dollar bills on OnlyFans. I mean, this is ridiculous. This would save countless lives on Halloween, and yet it was canceled because it didn't reach its goal.
Hi, my name is Sam. We've all heard the horror stories.
Holy shit, that stock royalty-free Facebook background music is about to have me acting up. That shit is fucking hypnotizing. But let's talk about this real quick. So, the product aims to solve a problem that doesn't exist. It's a made-up boogeyman. The myth of, razor blades in chocolate bars and shit. Razor blades in apples, I think, is where it started back when I was in, elementary school with that urban legend of, this kid got an apple on Halloween, which I don't know what psychopath gives out apples on Halloween, and he took a bite and there was a razor blade in it, is the story we used to get told. And this actually dates back all the way to the 1950s, where someone even wrote a book on it and then concludes that they couldn't find a single report of a child killed or seriously injured from a contaminated treat received during trick-or-treating, and it's a contemporary legend, and that's all it is. And if you look at the statistics, from 2008 to 2019, there were 4 cases of tampering, and none of them resulted in an injury. And among those, I'm pretty sure a couple of them had very sketchy details around it that seemed like it was there to drum up fear and hysteria. A couple of the articles he pulled up, one in particular with the Long Island 13-year-old who got a razor blade in the Three Musketeers bar or whatever, that one had quite a lot of media hype and stir around it. No one was injured during it, but I have seen a couple of theories to suggest that this may have been planted there as more just fear-mongering, though of course I can't fully state since I wasn't there and I don't know the whole situation. But once again, there's been no real cases of people tampering with Halloween candy that's led to children getting injured or killed from it. It's just a fucking myth. And also, if we're going to play ball with this whole idea of tampered Halloween candy, Boo the Bucket here is completely defenseless against drugs in the candy. I remember a couple years back there was this big hoopla about, parents, be careful with your kids trick-or-treating on Halloween. There's some scum that's lacing the candy with drugs. And when I read that, I about fell out of my fucking chair. Who's giving away free drugs on Halloween? Are you kidding me? That shit's more expensive than the candy. I highly doubt there was anyone just willy-nilly giving away fucking free drugs in the goddamn trick-or-treat buckets. And if there were, Boo has no protocol to stop that. This fentanyl-laced Hershey's bar is going to fly right under the radar under Boo's nose. That's going to be given the green light. No razor blades, no problem. But then all of a sudden, bang, little Jonathan's got a whole fucking system full of fentanyl, and it could have been prevented if Boo only had drug-sniffing protocol as well built into the metal detector.
Boo the Ghost Inc. will stand by no further. We've developed and patented a proprietary detection system that picks up on these dangerous contaminants and alerts the user before any harm becomes them. His name is Boo the Ghost.
Could you have chosen a more creative name? This is so remarkably lazy. Boo the Ghost? Holy shit. That name has been used billions of times by now. It could have just been anything else. It doesn't even have to be, even ghost adjacent. You could have just called them, Glorbus the Ghost. Anything at all that's not just Boo for the millionth fucking time.
Boo is crafted with a fully integrated, patented detection system. This system consists of a detection coil in the rim that picks up on any metallic objects and uses a vibrating handle with a built-in LED light to alert your child when they are in potential danger.
It's pretty simple. It's a metal detector built into the rim, so when something metal passes through it, it has sirens that blare. Be careful, metal presence, initiating self-destruct protocol to protect the child, that kind of thing. Except instead of sirens, it just plays a really weird honking sound. So that's basically the system in a nutshell. Pass through a metal detector. If there's metal, you get a honk.
So that your child knows when there's a hazardous object present and that a thorough inspection of the candy should be conducted to eliminate the hazardous pin, needle, razor, or metal debris.
So you get the little happy birthday kazoo sound effect there when the metal passes through, and I'd like to digest that for a moment here. Let's assume you have this bucket, you get a handful of candy, you dump it in, you hear a honk. Well, now all of a sudden you have no idea which candy triggered it, so you have to go through each and every piece of individual candy and ruin every single one of them. No one's putting candy in one by one. That's not happening. This isn't the TSA, it's fucking Halloween, and these are kids just reaching in the buckets or parents taking a handful of candy and dumping it into their bucket. Like this would never be practical because if a honk did go off, you would then have to open every single piece of candy, and you'd then probably want to do it in front of the house where this honk happened because maybe they put a razor blade in there and now you're about to get into a confrontation with this family here. So you have to break every single piece of candy apart to see which one triggered it. And that just seems really ineffective. There's no way of knowing which one it was unless you literally do it one by one, which isn't happening.
Right now, it picks up on all metal objects that pass through the rim of the container. As you can see, when a detection is made, the handle vibrates, making your child aware of the danger.
Again, this aims to solve a problem that is completely non-existent and is just made up. But, hats off to him for, trying to tackle it. I always appreciate when someone at least tries to make something that they think will be helpful somewhere, but in this case I think it's remarkably misguided. I think they have been brainwashed by media fear, and even then, this is so rare. Like, it's fine to, caution parents, hey, there are weird people on Halloween, you should probably trick-or-treat with your kids instead of letting them go all, out in their own willy-nilly. I think that's good advice. Hey, just be with your kids, when they're going out to trick-or-treat, you should just be with them. I think that's fine advice. That's not exactly being fearful or anything. It's just, why not? Just take that safety measure. I think that's fine. But to try and put the fear of God in everyone, you need to be with your kids because there's people putting fucking razor blades and drugs in the candy. Then it's a step too far, and then you lead to a situation like this where this guy thinks that, man, I have to protect my kids on Halloween because no one else is. There's razor blades in every piece of fucking candy out there, I guess, and this is an essential tool for it. But anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I found it to be pretty wacky. That's really about it. So yeah. While many of you were out celebrating your Friday evening, carefree, full of joy and laughter, maybe drinking with your friends or playing games, going to bed early for a nice, peaceful slumber, there were some brave warriors that were locked into mortal combat, engaged in one of the largest cyber wars ever fought on American soil. On Friday evening, the unthinkable happened. The impossible became possible. The shit was unshat. Wizard 101 was hacked. One of the largest cyber crimes this world has ever seen. Wizard 101 was subject to naughty messages, potentially from a disgruntled employee. There's theories floating around all over the place. The forensics teams are already on the case, trying hard to crack it and figure out what exactly happened here. Perhaps this was a ghost in the machine situation where Wizard 101 itself became sentient and the AI took over. I couldn't tell you. All I can show you is the aftermath of this bloody battle. What happened is, on Friday, players of Wizard 101, a very popular MMORPG that I'm sure all of you are familiar with, it was extremely huge back in 2008. I'm sure all of us have dabbled, but maybe many of you didn't stick around, but it does still have a dedicated community, and a lot of them had to witness something that no human being ever should. Horrifying server messages such as this. Now, just by looking at the game's trailer, I'm sure you're able to guess that the majority of the community here is on the younger side of things. It was a game that was marketed towards children, but it still, of course, does have adults in the community. And as I understand it, it's a pretty well-maintained game. And on Friday, everyone was surprised to see all kinds of server messages popping up with some wild shit on there. And it seems like an employee went rogue. They may have been fired or let go, and they went out with a bang with one last oorah. Now, shortly after Doomsday here, the Wizard 101 servers shut down for maintenance. I'm imagining to fix this issue that they were experiencing. It was kind of like that scene in Harry Potter when he gets all the acceptance letters from Hogwarts, and the parents are desperately trying to stop the letters from coming in through there. That's what Wizard 101 staff was trying to do against this one rogue hacker or employee. They did manage to stop the bleeding, but it did cause some damage. Like there's scarring here. This wasn't a victimless crime. People had to see some very alarming server messages. Just to further explain what exactly happened, players were getting sent messages from the game itself, so little server notices that pop up on the side of the screen. And usually this is like a message from God in the game. This comes directly from the staff usually, as I understand it, so it'll be things like maintenance or upcoming things, or just basically things directly related from the game in an official capacity. But they use this system to just start pumping wild messages in there, such as this Walter White message, which it's kind of a banger. I think this one goes kind of hard, but I knew they could do better, and they did. So let's go through some of them. Now let's spread these magically delicious cheeks and take a bite. This was one of the first messages players received, I believe, so an immediate red flag that started tipping people off that, maybe something's awry at the Wizard 101 headquarters. The office is maybe, in peril. So they got this message saying, email support at wizard101.com so I can get a raise. That's not something that Gandalf would say, right? Like, that's not very in line with the theme of Wizard 101. But it's not that bad either. You could write this off as, a happy little accident, like a little goof, a little Easter egg. But then from here, it gets a bit chaotic. So I'd like to show you an article that talked about this, and they hypothesized that this all could be a marketing stunt. And I don't want to take that completely off the table, but I think that would be one of the boldest strategies I've ever seen, to use dick and balls, fuck, and this game is shit as a marketing strategy in a game that's mainly aimed at like 10-year-olds. I don't know how well that would go over if it turns out this was a plan. I just struggle to envision a world where parents give a round of applause to the marketing manager at Wizard 101 who comes forward and says shit like, "Yep, hey, I was the man behind the curtain the whole time, hey, this was my idea. So you remember when all your kids were getting messages in their inbox that just said dick and balls? That was me, that was my idea, I know. I fucking know, I graduated top of class. Anyway, Wizard 101, free to play, let's go, let's go. Tell your friends." It seems really unlikely to me. But anyway, let's get back into some of the other messages. This one's my personal favorite. This one just says, "The next world is my boss's asshole." And I'm honestly considering downloading the game. So if it is a marketing ploy, it worked on me, because now I'm on the edge of my seat. Are they actually going to put the dude's colon in the game? Because that would be an incredible landscape to explore. So this is getting me hyped. I think this is a great idea. Imagine the next DLC content drop for Wizard 101 is just some grown man's butthole that you cast spells on like hemorrhoids in. It's such an amazing concept. In another message, they said, "King's Isle is the worst company I've ever worked for." King's Isle is the developer behind Wizard 101. So this one's kind of like the immediate gotcha moment, like, so it is a disgruntled employee. But it's still important to note that it could just be someone that was able to hack in and they're just framing it like this for the sake of an interesting narrative. Or it could be someone completely unaffiliated with the company that's just doing this to stir up shit and just do it for, a bit of a gag, troll a little bit. And it might not be an employee, though I do think it most likely is. I also quite like this one, "The wizard police are after me." I like to envision a world where he is on the run, but he's taken his laptop with him, but he's still constantly sending messages while he's being hunted by Wizard 101 security. It's a beautiful disaster. And it's really not that big of a deal. I don't think too many people in the community were upset, but it does seem like Wizard 101 took it very seriously. Even taking the servers offline to address the problems. I don't think they've made like a formal statement or anything on it yet. Not that I've seen, at least not as of right now, making the video. But I imagine in the coming days they will talk about it. Like, they kind of need to, like, explain. Was it an employee? Or were you compromised? Like, what happened here, huh? I just want to know. I need the closure. Who's done this? Who would defile such sacred land as Wizard 101? But anyway, I think this was a net positive for the game, because it put the game on a lot of people's radar again. Like I said, most people knew it from back when they were kids, not realizing it was still around. And I saw a few people say, "I'm going to try the game out now." So it could have been a Galaxy Brain marketing plan. I just still really doubt it. If it was a little less intense on dick and balls and fuck and this game is shit, I'd be more inclined to believe that it was all marketing. Just saying things like "wizard police are after me" or "email support" or, "the company's bad and I'm on the run." Then I'd be like, okay, that's more likely. But in its current state, I still think this was either someone hacking in the troll or an employee that got upset. Either way, though, a pretty fun situation. That's about it. See ya. My voice is still messed up, so it's going to sound like I'm going through puberty a few times throughout this video, and that's just the way it's gonna be. I'm gonna state something obvious now. Everyone finds different things fun. That's a core component to remember about life. I feel like in the age of Twitter, that's just been lost, where if someone finds something shitty that you enjoy, they take it as like a personal attack on their honor, and they'll fight tooth and nail to prove that they're wrong for not liking what they like. But the reason I mention that is even though everyone finds different things fun or different things enjoyable, there is one unifying pleasure that everyone can agree on, and that's watching Billy Mitchell catch L's. Now, I know this isn't the most flattering image, but it's so fitting for today's story. Someone said it best: Billy Mitchell looks cel-shaded and his hair looks like he's perpetually wearing a hoodie. Now, you know him potentially as the King of Kong or the self-proclaimed video game player of the century, but what he actually is the biggest fucking clown of this century. He is Bozo incarnate. He used to be known for video game high scores, but upon further inspection, it's been confirmed pretty much without a shadow of a doubt that he is just a cheater. They're not legitimate achievements that he's obtained. It's all fraudulent. So Billy Mitchell was outed as a cheater, and instead of just fading away into the shadow realm gracefully, he instead started lashing out, and now he's become known for frivolous bullshit lawsuits against anyone who makes fun of him or even really talks somewhat negatively about him. That is his claim to fame now. Just nonsense lawsuits and making a fool of himself publicly. He can't help himself. He's addicted to humiliation. It's pathetic. And I have covered every single one of his losses pretty much because a friend of mine who's an incredible YouTuber named Carl Jobst has been not only involved in lawsuits with Billy Mitchell, but covering every fucking blunder he's ever made and how he continues to beclown himself in front of everybody. I love Carl's content, and I especially love his Billy Mitchell content. Can't recommend it enough. And today, I want to talk about his most recent one. Like I said, everyone has different tastes, but I'm going to tell you, everyone can agree that the ultimate pleasure doesn't come from the first time you try ice cream or when you lose your virginity. The ultimate pleasure is laughing at Billy Mitchell losing. And he just lost again. In fact, I don't think he's ever won a single legal case or anything like that. He tries to bully people with it and it always blows up in his face. He always ends up with more shit on his face than 2 girls, 1 cup. So I'm just going to break down the situation. I'll link Carl's video if you want the in-depth review of it, but I just want to give you the cliff notes here so we can just start pointing and laughing at this guy. He, of course, has like a million active lawsuits, but the one we're focusing on today was one that he had levied against a man named David Race. David Race used to actually be part of Billy Mitchell's team. He was very staunchly supporting Billy Mitchell when all of the cheating allegations came to light. He actually worked very hard to prove that Billy Mitchell was legitimate. He wasn't a cheater, and everyone accusing him of cheating was wrong. However, once he really... That was tragic, listening to that series of voice cracks there, but not much I can do about it right now. But once David really dug into the meat of it, like got into the weeds and investigated Billy Mitchell and all of the allegations, he came to the conclusion that everyone else had, that he was a cheater. So, David Race no longer supports Billy Mitchell or defends him from these allegations. In fact, he openly mocks Billy Mitchell and calls him a cheater now. Now, the lawsuit kind of boiled down to Billy Mitchell was trying to silence David Race because David had an Excalibur tier weapon to use against Billy and his credibility in the legal sense. What happened is, since David and Billy used to be so close, Billy had actually confided a nefarious, evil anime character supervillain plot where he was going to fake a bunch of shit in order to make people look stupid. I can't even begin to explain how stupid his logic was with this whole plan, but Billy Mitchell had called David in order to declassify his top secret scheme here, which basically boiled down to just being extremely fucking petty and doing some shady shit in order to make people feel silly, make them look silly and goofy. It's a horrible, horrible plan, but why it's important is because it showed that Billy was more than willing to lie, which is very bad for his credibility, obviously. So this being used as evidence would be pretty damning. The transcript is here. The audio is in Carl's video if you want to hear it in its entirety. I'm just going to show you the transcript. You can see that David's literally just one-wording him. He's just saying, yeah. He's just like actually holding spacebar through this conversation to skip through the dialogue with Billy as he's divulging this galaxy brain plan. It's so fucking embarrassing from Billy. Now, after this conversation was recorded and Billy became aware of it, he issued a lawsuit against David because it's pretty bad for Billy here. And he was suing him because he had been recorded without his consent. And Billy is in Florida, where it's a two-party consent state, so you would have to have Billy's permission to record this phone call. However, David lives in Ohio, which is a one-party consent state. So David did not need permission to record that phone call. So Billy Mitchell's lawsuit had no legs at all. But it did take 2 years before it got thrown out. But it did get thrown out because Billy Mitchell, he knows nothing except how to lose. So this did get thrown out. It took 2 years, and there was a lot of, like, less than stellar legal work done for David here because this should have been thrown out very quickly. Since David was the one that recorded it in a one-party consent state, he wasn't obligated to play by Florida's rules. That doesn't even make sense. It's not logical whatsoever, which Carl points out as well. So David slam dunked this case. He did win, but it cost him a lot of money. And unfortunately, Billy Mitchell's not done. He is now escalating this case to the fucking Supreme Court of Florida, where I am confident he will lose once again, as he always has. He has actually been born in this world to be a loser, to be laughed at. That is Billy Mitchell's legacy, but I wanted to cover this most recent lawsuit because it's just another fat fucking L for Billy Mitchell in such a silly way. So yeah, that's really about it. I look forward to seeing Billy Mitchell lose more lawsuits that he himself keeps filing. Yeah, that's about it. See ya. By golly, I tell ya, these YouTuber super roast battles from Def Noodles are the gift that just keep on giving. But unfortunately, I've been caught in the crossfire and now it's my cheeks on the grill getting cooked. They got me strung up like a pig being rotated around an open flame because of my video from yesterday, where I talked about how at the most recent super roast battle, Def Noodles assaulted a man. The whole video is just spent me making fun of Def Noodles, but I've been called out for getting something wrong in regards to the person who got pushed. Now, I will fully admit I didn't know the whole context of the person who got pushed. I assumed it was just another audience member going up there to deliver a roast, as we saw in the last one. But apparently there's a very deep lore between him and Def Noodles, and it's so deep that it makes Tolkien's work look like creative writing done by a child. There's so many twists and turns with so many layers to this onion, it's remarkable. And I was called out by a couple YouTubers as well as Salvo, the person in the video himself, for not knowing this connection. And I take full responsibility for not researching this far enough. I just made the assumption that it was like the first super roast battle where it was just random people that Def Noodles lured in here, probably with the false pretense that I was going to be a popular stream or something. I didn't know that there was anything deeper to it, and I'm sorry for that. I wish I did know that though, because if I did, I would have made a lot more jokes about it. Because apparently Def Noodles invited Salvo was the guy on the stage, invited him there to perform roasts. His whole thing was pull up or shut up. So Salvo said bet and pulled up. And in response to that, Def Noodles got so upset his blood was boiling, eyes rolled into the back of the skull, and he was overcome with the devil. So he lashed out and gave him like a hockey body check from behind, sending him off stage.
Red Mark, Red Mark, Red Mark, Red Mark.
Now, after posting the video talking about it and giving my perspective, like I said, a couple YouTubers as well as Salvo himself didn't appreciate it, which confused me because the whole video is just making fun of Def Noodles and the event again, because it was yet another biblical catastrophe. Like, when the Lord flooded the world with 40 days and 40 nights of rain, that wasn't as apocalyptic as these awful super roast battles Def Noodles keeps hosting. So I was just making jokes about it again. So I didn't understand what people were so upset about. I even talked to Salvo Pancakes about it, and he explained that He believed that I was saying that his intention was to go there and cause a commotion. He thought that I portrayed him in the wrong way. And after he explained it, I totally understood where he was coming from, but that was never my intention, and I thought I made it really clear in the video, though maybe I missed the mark and did a poor job. I said multiple times there's no excuse for what Def Noodles did, but the part where I made my oops-a-daisy is when I was briefly talking about what Salvo's intentions possibly were with being there, and I was basing this off a series of tweets from audience members that were talking about what he was saying, as well as what his intentions were, giving their perspective on it, and I assumed since they were actually there in person, God rest their soul, I assumed that these were like an accurate description of the event, but I still always take these things with a grain of salt, so I didn't immediately accept that as like the full truth. I was just giving my take on, if these tweets are accurate, then here's my opinion on it, here's how I feel. I never meant to say, like, this is 100% accurate and Salvo did these things and is 100% this person. I was just talking, like, if these are accurate, this is how I feel. And I thought I, made that clear, but clearly I didn't, and that's my fault entirely to see and hear. So if this is an accurate description, then his goal was to just be a big asshole and ruin the event. You see, when I hear things like that, if this is a true description of the event, then the intention was to be an asshole. I hear it as, okay, so if these people are telling the truth, then the goal was to be an asshole. But it's based on entirely if this is accurate, which I never was saying it was. Like, I was never trying to speak in absolutes like this guy is a douchebag and did this to do this. I was basing it off those tweets and saying if these are all accurate. Now, maybe it's because I made the video, so I know what my intentions were and the goal and what I was trying to convey here, but as a viewer, maybe it just didn't translate as well, and I'm sorry for that. I should have made it more clear, because I was never trying to say anything about this guy's actual goals or intentions. It was just making fun of Def Noodles and then giving my take on people that go places just to, like, cause a disruption or, like, harass people. And I never said that's what this guy's goal was 100%. I was saying if that was his goal, based on those tweets, then here's my take on that. And I think things just got lost along the way, and I do apologize for that. And I wish I knew the deeper context, because there's a whole lot more I could talk about there. How can you fucking tell people to pull up or shut up and then get offended when they actually take you up on the offer? That is so embarrassing. So yeah, what actually happened here is Salvo got an invitation to Def Noodle's birthday party and then got his head slammed in the cake for no fucking reason. All he did was take him up on the offer, and Def Noodles blocked him from speaking multiple times and then ended up assaulting him. So, huge fucking L for Def Noodles, as well as an L for myself, because I should have looked at that and known more about it. There's a lot to talk about with that, but I do feel really bad that it came across in a way I didn't intend for it to, especially considering that Salvo is completely just a victim here. He got invited to this roast battle and was like, okay, I'll go roast him. I don't like this guy. He doesn't like me. We'll hash it out like men, like scholars on the big stage, roast each other, and that'll settle it. But that's not what happened. Def Noodles then came out of nowhere and got real fucking pugilistic, just tossed him off stage for no reason. So yeah, I fucked up by not knowing that component, which unfortunately led to a bad portrayal of Salvo by me, which wasn't my goal. So yeah, an L from Charles, but a bigger L from Def Noodles for this entire event. I'll spread the stinky cheeks a little bit and dive in briefly. It doesn't just stop at inviting him out and then pushing him. This whole thing was such a colossal fuck up. Just this whole thing top to bottom is a mess. It really feels like Def Noodles planned for a fight here. The second he knew Salvo was coming, he like battened down the hatches and sounded the air raid siren and was ready to scrap, just turn it into like a smackdown, So he tells him pull up or shut up, and Salvo actually does pull up. And Def Noodles clinched his fist like Arthur right before slugging DW and threw him off the stage because he was upset that he actually went. And not only that, he also got a drink thrown on him earlier in the night. I went deep on here. I wanted to make sure I understood everything now to be like the fucking all-omniscient authority on what happened at this Super Roast Battle. So yeah, Salvo also got a drink thrown on him earlier in the night. Also, Salvo's the one who brought the majority of the audience to this event. It seems like the reason people even showed up to begin with was for Salvo. So that probably also played a role in Def Noodles having such a giant blow-up for it, which is just a massive blunder from Def Noodles, because if he had actually just gone through with the roast battle, like actually roasted with one of his biggest critics here, that would have went over much better for him. He would have come out with like a much better reputation, like, okay, this is a guy who squashes the beef in the exact way he advertised. Pull up or shut up, we're gonna square off on stage with roasts. But he couldn't do it. He shied away. He fucking pussied out and instead shoved him. A guy who you invited there under the notion that it would just be like actual roasts back and forth. But instead it became like fucking trial by fire combat, which no one was expecting to happen. So I can't believe this shit keeps happening at these roast battles. I don't even know where the next one's going to be held. The next one might legitimately be held in some kind of underground octagon fight arena. You know, like you'll go from Def Noodle Super Roast battles to watching cockfights next door. Like it just feels like it's just now become like a fighting circuit. It's crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. But again, overall, I just want to apologize to Salvo as well as anyone else that got the idea that I was trying to say something about him that I wasn't. I never meant to portray him in any negative way or try and explain what his intentions were. That wasn't the goal with the video. I was just joking about the event, and I made a mistake along the way. So hopefully that clears everything up, and how joyful it was to learn that this event went even worse than I thought it did. That's really about it. So yeah. Not too long ago, Winnie the Pooh entered the public domain, meaning anyone's welcome to use him and the characters for their own work as long as it's somewhat original. The only character that still remains forbidden is Tigger. They're keeping that copyright under lock and key, but every other beloved character in the 100-acre wood you're welcome to go hog wild with. You can make your own Winnie the Pooh cinematic universe if you'd so choose. I absolutely love the public domain. Sometimes you get decent stuff out of it, but 9 times out of 10, something going to the public domain leads to the absolute most abominable, revolting creations humanity is capable of producing. And I think it's just delightful. And we're already seeing this effect in full force because there's a new Winnie the Pooh horror movie on the horizon called Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Let's go ahead and check out the trailer here. The plot, I think, is outstanding. Seems like something that'd be written by Stephen King himself. Christopher Robin has abandoned Pooh and the gang, and they're upset. So now they're coming for skulls. They've gone rabid. So one thing you'll probably immediately pick up on is the budget looks like it was $40. That's kind of standard for works that use public domain for some reason. You never really see huge budget works that borrow from the public domain, at least not as like the core focus. But that doesn't matter. You see, there's always a certain charm to these things.
We need to go. There's the flowers there. There's someone else outside.
Now, there's no CGI here. This is all practical effects, if you can believe it. This is a real costume and someone underneath it, but it looks so good you probably thought it really was the actual Winnie the Pooh come to life. I love the costume design here. This seems like something they found in a Party City dumpster that vaguely resembled Winnie the Pooh and then hatched the idea for a horror movie centered around it.
What was that?
Winnie the Pooh out here looking like the original Sonic the Hedgehog design from the movie. It actually kind of reminds me of the SpongeBob porn parody, SpongeNob Square Nuts. Now, you know me, I'm a real positive Patty, so I don't like to be the one to nitpick things, but if I was to critique this masterpiece here, I would say that my biggest problem with it is that it doesn't really look like Winnie the Pooh and the crew hunting down and murdering people. It just seems like people found things that vaguely resembled Winnie the Pooh's team, and they're dressing up in costume and killing people at the house. So it loses the effect of Winnie the Pooh, like the actual Pooh Bear, killing people, and just becomes like, oh, it's someone dressing up like him. So it's not as cool, I don't think. It probably would have been better if they just did shitty CGI or even like hand puppets. You know, that could be kind of wild. Claymation, even. But just having like regular looking like human bodies with a Winnie the Pooh mask, it's not really the same thing as like Winnie the Pooh's no longer addicted to honey. Now he's addicted to blood and cum, you know? It loses all of that mystique. I realize I'm not doing a great job of explaining what I mean. I just sound like someone that believes Winnie the Pooh is real. What I'm trying to say is all they're using is a mask, right? Like, the body is still very human-like. Like, they just have normal clothes on. Like, Piglet's wearing a fucking trench coat, you know? He just looks like some edgelord from a video game, but he has a pig mask on. You know, nothing tells me that that's Piglet. I wouldn't see this trailer and immediately think it's Winnie the Pooh and Piglet. I'd think, oh, it's just a normal slasher movie and they're using a pig in bear mask. They should have done at least the bare minimum of giving Piglet, like, little hooves, you know, instead of just like normal hands. Because like when they have the sledgehammer or the axe, whatever it is, like it's just normal hands. He's got gloves on. He's got fucking 5 fingers and gloves on. You know, instead of like little piggy stuff. You know, little piggy appendages. So again, it just feels like it's normal people and wearing masks. It doesn't feel like it's fucking Winnie the Pooh's team. You know, that's come together to purge. And I feel like that's what they should have gone for.
Be friends, why are you doing this, please? I would have never left, I swear, I swear.
Yeah, overall, I know this movie's gonna be a big stinker, but I can't wait for it, because I'm thinking it's going to be, like, enjoyably bad. It looks like it's made with a high level of self-awareness that they know that it's fucking stupid, but they're fully embracing it, so I can respect that. I, again, just wish they had sold the idea that it's Winnie the Pooh and his friends a bit more, instead of just having it be people with Winnie the Pooh cheap costumes from Walmart. You know, there's definitely a better way of doing it, I think. But I'll try and remain somewhat optimistic here. Winnie the Pooh is a property that's awfully close to home for me. I, of course, used to watch the cartoon. I even had a couple of the games. I had a lot of Winnie the Pooh merch, so I was a big Pooh Bear fan. And I'd love to see him really make the leap into the big screen in a big way. A way that I haven't seen him before, you know? It's time Winnie the Pooh adapt. Maybe they make this a really deep plot, like something really interesting, a compelling narrative where they ran out of honey in the 100-Acre Wood, and honey was the only thing that, like, calmed the mind of Pooh. Like, Pooh entered the 100-Acre Wood as a serial killer, piling up mangled corpses for years, like one of the biggest war criminals this planet's ever seen. But once he found that special honey in the 100-Acre Wood, it calmed him down, you know, simmered him down, and, you know, he became a really nice guy. But now that they're out of honey, he's gone back to those primal instincts, and he's back killing again. There's really just a lot they could do here. Maybe Christopher Robin revisit the 100-Acre Woods after Winnie the Pooh's killed his wife and his friends at the house, and he's trying to figure out, how do I beat this manic, fucking bloodthirsty demon? And that's when Eeyore falls out of a tree. He's missing all of his limbs, eyes popped out of the socket. There's blood, viscera everywhere. He's got tears in his eyes, and he says, as he's crawling his way there with his one limb, using it like a peg leg, he says, "Christopher, the only thing to stop Pooh is Pooh himself." And that's when it connects in Christopher's mind. The neurons start firing. He's like, the honey. That's what Pooh loved the most. So then Christopher Robin has to biologically engineer new honey and then beat Pooh with it. I don't know. There's just plenty they could do besides just use cheap fucking costumes and sledgehammers in a house, right? Like, they could get a lot more creative with it, and I hope they somehow do, but this trailer just seems like the most generic, low-budget slasher ever invented, but with Winnie the Pooh's mask. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what we're going to get, something that just capitalizes off the shock of Winnie the Pooh being a killer, so just trying to use it as like a little marketing thing, like, here's a pretty standard horror movie gore fest, but look, it's Winnie the Pooh. Give us some money. And I'm sure they will be profitable, because if they sell more than 10 tickets, I'm sure they made back their budget. And I'm going to be one of the people watching this movie. So, you know, I'm going to give it a try. I love to see shit enter the public domain, especially something as influential as Winnie the Pooh. This is a huge one, so I'm excited to see the first use of it here, and hopefully it's a fun, bad movie instead of just like a boring one. Or maybe I'll be completely surprised and it's an amazing movie. We'll have to wait and see, but anyway, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because it's pretty silly. That's about it. So yeah. If I asked you to think of something beautiful, where's the first place your mind goes? Your significant other? Your favorite song? A piece of pizza? Big ol' anime titties? It's gonna be different for everyone. But for me, when I think of beauty, the first thing that pops into my little reptile brain is people coming together to call YouTube out on some dumb shit they've done. And good golly, I'll tell ya, it's been a beautiful 24 hours. I bet YouTube didn't see this coming. The meteorologist in the weather report said nothing about a 100% chance of diarrhea showers falling upon them, over the last 24 hours, there's been a lot of YouTubers coming together to talk about a problem that was brought to light this week by Corey Kinchin. And just over the last 24 hours, it's been great to see people, calling YouTube out on some of their shit. Even Io's really excited about it. She's all about, YouTube being held accountable. As you can see, she was so fired up. She's coming over here to slap the shit out of the headphone cord. So, it's just been a big day, honestly. A big week, really, overall. Corey posted this video highlighting a major issue with YouTube at the moment and something that he'd been facing. And in response, a lot of YouTubers started making videos showing support and as well as doing things to try and, get some kind of response from YouTube, get some kind of answer. So far, still radio silence, but I just still think it's nice to see so much support for another creator on the platform. Now, Markiplier did something pretty unique and is starting somewhat of a trend with something called the Try Not to Get Age Restricted Challenge. Isn't that right, Io? So Markiplier posted this video where it's lightly poking fun at the policy that was being called out, where Markiplier is giving completely nude massages to women, and it's a game. It's a game called Orc Massage. Mark himself wasn't giving the massages and happy endings or anything. At least I don't think so. I don't know if he does that in his off time or whatever. But the video is of a game where it is fully nude anime girls, and you play as an orc. And you start fucking playing their asses like bongos, and there's nudity and shit. So Markiplier posted a video of that game, called it the Try Not to Get Age Restricted Challenge, obviously calling out this whole thing. And wow, unlucky, my power just went out. I guess those orc massages are so powerful they created the next biblical monsoon over my house here. But anyway, in response to Markiplier posting this video, YouTube got very petty. And that was remove him from their Game On segment, which Markiplier and his team had prepared a special thing for. And without warning, they just removed his whole section. And Markiplier went on Twitter talking about how upset he was. Io was distraught. You think she was mad slapping my cable? You should have seen her when Markiplier's section got cut. All hell was breaking loose. It was like a plague had just been unleashed. I didn't know much about cats until we got Io. I didn't realize they responded so heavily to injustice. They can smell it from miles away. I'll just quickly give a lore breakdown behind Game On. Game On was a big YouTube production. It was supposed to be a fun little event, a couple hours, a pretty big event in collaboration with a ton of other YouTube creators, and obviously Markiplier contributed to it. And YouTube allegedly didn't like Markiplier's most recent upload. So they took him over their knee and spanked his bottom. Gave him a firm pat on the keister to discipline him for misbehaving and removed all of the hard work he and his team put into it. It was a pretty embarrassing look from YouTube to just inexplicably remove Markiplier from this segment because he didn't even know it was coming. Right when the Game On section aired on YouTube, Markiplier made a tweet saying, "You're not ready for this." And fuck, was he right. No one was ready for that. They completely censored him. In fact, they still had him in the description with a timestamp of where his section was supposed to be, but when you went to it, it was something completely different. They just removed him. Markiplier posted a video today with the cut content, but obviously since it wasn't part of the entire performance, you don't actually get the full effect because he came up with an interactive game with his team that can't really be played the same way since it's now not part of the event. Overall, just a really douchey thing for YouTube to do here. I mean, this does prove to a lot of people there are human beings there because no robot could be this petty. That's a response I'd expect to see from a power-tripping Reddit mod who got their feelings hurt that someone called them out in something on the comments and then they send a passive-aggressive DM to them. Not behavior I would expect from a multi-billion-dollar company that has a stranglehold on video sharing. This is just not professional. They didn't give an explanation to Mark. They didn't give an explanation to anyone. They didn't say anything about it. They just removed it. And they probably never will explain it. And that's something I want to briefly touch on. All of this effort to try and get more transparency or answers from YouTube always seems to be in vain. They just don't seem to have that capability. They just refuse to be transparent and explain things. Trying to get answers out of YouTube is like trying to milk a brown cow for chocolate milk. It just doesn't work. They just absolutely outright despise communication, it feels like. And that sucks because, you know, that's the Chemical X to the Powerpuff Girls formula here. If they could just explain things, their reputation would be doing a 180. People would feel like more comfortable and less fearful. There'd be less things up for speculation if they could just explain why they do some of the shit they do. You know, it just doesn't make sense why they're so against it. Because if someone like Markiplier, one of the biggest creators on the platform, and an amazing person who has always been deeply ingrained in the YouTube atmosphere, as well as working hand in hand with YouTube for so long, if he can be abused by the platform, what hope does everyone else have? You know? Like, he, of all people, is getting slapped by them. You know, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And after the Try Not to Get Age Restricted challenge Mark posted, Jacksepticeye made one of his own. And Jacksepticeye also made another video talking about the situation more in detail, but he followed Markiplier's trend of this age restriction thing. Once again, just shining light on this whole issue. Now, again, I don't know if this is ever going to lead to anything positive on YouTube's end. I'd like to think so, but I've completely lost faith that they'll actually ever be able to be transparent and explain shit. So, for now, I can just appreciate people coming together to support someone so deserving like Corey Kenshin. I just wanted to talk about this briefly because I think it's a great thing overall. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Being a fast food worker has to be one of the most dangerous jobs in America, second only to a firefighter maybe. Over the last 3 or 4 months, I'd say, things have been reaching this crescendo of madness in the fast food industry. Pretty much every day I'll hop on Twitter and see 5 new viral clips of public meltdowns or freakouts or fights at fast food restaurants like McDonald's, Dairy Queen, Burger King. God bless any soul that eats at Burger King. May the Lord have mercy on you. You know, just every restaurant having all of these wild over-the-top freakouts, and sometimes it just leads to death. You can Google any fast food restaurant right now and probably find 6 or 7 fatalities that occurred there just this week. It's been getting scary. 2 months ago, there was that shooting at Subway where a guy just shot one of the workers, killed them because he had too much mayo on his sandwich. That's fucking horrifying, getting blasted because you went a little heavy on the mayo. What is this, Mad Max in the Thunderdome? It's scary. You never know what you're going to encounter at a fast food restaurant, whether you're going to see wiener or see a giant fight. Anything's on the table. Sometimes people aren't coming in there for food, they're coming in there to just fuck shit up. So I genuinely do think there's a lot of danger associated with working in the fast food industry right now. I don't know if it's always been this way, or if it's just getting worse for some reason. I couldn't tell you, but since since smartphones are so common right now, you can see all of this happening every single day across the country. And a lot of it's really entertaining freakouts, like the one I'll show you right now. But then there's just a lot of really fucking scary ones too. My heart genuinely does break for anyone in the service industry, and I wish you nothing but the best. I, again, don't get why it's always fast food restaurants. It's the second people walk through the doors, they just get hit by some kind of frequency that turns their brain into an aggressive fucking primal caveman brain. Like in Kingsman, where Valentine had that chip in the phone that made everyone fight each other in a church. I feel like that's what's happening at fast food restaurants right now.
Give me my tail, my fucking store!
Fuck you! Give me my fucking meal!
You?
Where's my... You fucking goof! Where's my fucking... Give me my fucking meal!
Unfortunately, we missed the introduction here and what led up to the confrontation. I guess the cameraman was too busy getting the popcorn together instead of filming, but I'll fill you in on the details. So this happened at a Dairy Queen, and the lady in this video here, this angel, she was spending about 20 minutes in the bathroom smoking meth. You know, meth and Dairy Queen go together like peanut butter and jelly. So she took a long time smoking her meth, and in that time, her meal got cold. So she asked for a replacement, demanding she get another meal because hers was cold. They declined because, obviously, it was her fault. She smoked meth for 20 minutes in their shitter. So why is she entitled to a brand new free meal? And in the beginning of this video, you can hear the manager shouting, and he's getting real guttural with it. I got really concerned that he was going to start serving some knuckle sandwiches on the secret food menu here. I thought we were going to see a fight, but he showed tremendous restraint even though the lady did swing on him and started making a real ruckus. But you know what is worth making a ruckus over? G Fuel's buy one get one deal going on right now, where you buy one energy tub and get one free. So why not hop over to G Fuel right now and get some Divine Peach in this special offer? You can click the link in the description below.
Oh yeah, we have it as
I am not leaving until I get my fucking meal!
You can throw whatever you want.
Give me my fucking meal!
Getting shit. They said they're coming.
You fucking goof.
They said they're coming.
What, you're gonna just fuck me for my fucking meal?
I'm sorry you let it sit there for 20 minutes while you're in the
My
bathroom.
fucking burger goof!
Ma'am.
Now she's using a pretty high-level strategy for inciting violence. She's using fighting words, calling him a goof. She says multiple times, "You goof." And when she notices that the manager's unaffected by these words, she got a little more violent by like throwing milkshakes and just spilling shit all over the place. Just disrupting it, you know, ruining perfectly good milkshakes in the process.
Give me my fucking meal!
No.
What do you mean no?
Because you let it sit there for 20 minutes. That's not our fault. That's not our fault you let it sit.
You are a fucking goof. I can fucking...
I hope you know that the police, yeah, the police are on their way.
I don't really give a fuck.
They
You
will.
are a fucking... You're a...
Leave.
You're a... You wanna be a tough guy? You're a stud cunt.
Now I'll be the first to admit I didn't know Dairy Queen served full cakes, but there is a really pretty cake sitting on the counter right there that became the victim of this lady's wrath. She banished it to the shadow realm. It was such an outstanding looking dessert, you know, a beautiful cake, probably for some child's birthday party or maybe to celebrate them getting a new badge in the Boy Scouts, and this lady just fucking ruins it. Now the manager informs her that the police are on the way, which I personally think was a strategic blunder. You know, that's like the ace in the hole. That's something you should keep to yourself, like keep that up your sleeve. You know, keep her there, because now that he's informed her of it, now she makes, quick work of getting out of there. From what I understand, though, when the police do get called by a restaurant, they usually show up like an hour later. They don't take it super seriously. At least in most of the reports I was reading about these kind of situations. They're not super prompt in showing up, and when they do get there, it's already resolved itself and they don't do much for it. So it's usually just something like, if you're gonna call them, maybe let it be a surprise for the person you're calling him on, so that way they might still stick around for an hour. Like, I bet if he didn't tell her, she would have stuck around for another hour smoking meth, maybe like throwing napkins next once she ran out of milkshakes to destroy. He could have kept stalling her, at the very least, and then she'd face some kind of repercussions for this, but the video ends with her just leaving.
I did. They heard you yelling.
Such a fucking loser.
They heard you
You're a
yelling. They
liar.
said they're selling somebody
You already heard that
immediately.
one too, you fucking repeato.
I'm sorry that you went and smoked meth in the bathroom for 20 minutes. Leave our store and never come back.
A lot of things can be said about this woman, not all of them positive, but I will give her one compliment. She is the queen of uncommon insults. Like, this is shit I would have never expected to hear during a heated argument. She calls him a goof, a loon, which as I understand it is like calling him crazy, which is a weird thing to be saying. Like, he's just kind of standing there doing his job. I don't know what he's done that's like crazy. And then she also calls him repeato, because he said the same thing twice. So I mean, she's got some zingers that she's tossing out here, so, some real humdingers. So yeah, that one was making the rounds on Twitter today, but I figured I'd give you a little bonus freak out, a little dessert. This one's from 2019, but is going viral again. I think I saw it yesterday or the day before. It's a woman who got extremely upset that the restaurant was out of beef patties, so she went and got a baseball bat and beat the fuck out of their windows.
She was just like, you're lying. The beef patties are ready, and why they're not ready? You're lying.
Says then she left and came back 5 minutes later, and that's when she went absolutely berserk. Cops say it happened January 15th at the East 169th Street restaurant. The suspect, with a baseball bat, smashed the store glass.
This really made me want to try those beef patties if they're worth this much effort. She stayed mad for like a whole 5 or 10 minutes because the beef patties weren't instantly ready. Like, it's not even like they were out of beef patties, they just weren't immediately ready to serve. So they must be so delectable, so exquisite, that if they're not immediately in your mouth when you're thinking about them, it'll make you this upset. This almost worked like an ad campaign. Our patties slap so fucking hard, they're worth going to jail over. They said it cost like $2,000 to repair the glass, and it was a big hassle, obviously. But yeah, I just wanted to share a couple of fast food freakouts again, because it's all over the place. It's happening all the time now. Granted, this second instance here was from a couple years back, but for some reason, all of these freakouts are being shared now like they're happening in real time, so I'm constantly exposed to it, and regardless, I still think it's a pretty dangerous job. You never know exactly what's going to be happening at a fast food spot, I suppose, but Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Yesterday, we were blessed with an action-packed evening of internet drama that had me on the edge of my seat for the better part of 2 hours. And I actually think there's something very important to discuss here. Not so much with the soap opera itself between the two parties, but there was a little something that slipped during all of this that I think is a really big deal that I want to talk about. Now, I'll go ahead and break down the situation for you in case you weren't on Twitter, and if you weren't, God bless you, keep up the great work, you're doing amazing, champ. Now, it all started on Twitter, but it did spread to Twitch with competing live streams where one side was giving their take on the situation and the other side trying to debunk it. So, it spread like a virus, and it all started with a series of tweets from a content creator named Frosty. He came out with a series of tweets making big accusations against his former employer, 100 Thieves, basically just putting his ass in their face, making all kinds of big claims like them taking 95% of sponsorship deals, as well as a myriad of other problems that he had with the organization. I'm sure I don't need to explain who 100 Thieves is to you, they're one of the biggest names in gaming, but I'll go ahead and give you a brief lore recap just in case my grandma's watching and doesn't know who 100 Thieves is. 100 Thieves is a pro gaming organization started by a massive content creator named Nadeshot. They've been around for about 4.5 years now, and they have really taken the scene by storm. They have pro gaming teams as well as big content creators, and Frosty was part of one of their content creator teams called The Mob. The Mob sailed away from 100 Thieves some time ago, but Frosty has now come out with big claims against the org, talking about how shady and shitty they were. And in response to these tweets, Nadeshot, the founder of 100 Thieves, went live on Twitch to address the controversy directly. And I know Nadeshot doesn't own Arby's, but he brought the meat regardless. He spent about an hour and a half finally pan-searing Frosty's cheeks in front of 45,000 people. It was a pretty well done response to everything, and I do like Nadeshot. However, he said something and revealed something that a lot of people are writing off as okay when I don't think it should be. And that's the percentage that 100 Thieves takes of the sponsorship deals they bring to the creators. This is him debunking the 95% claim from Frosty.
That we took 95% of their sponsorship deals that we brought to the mob. That is unequivocally, undeniably, without a shadow of a doubt, untrue. It is absolutely untrue. There is no basis for Frosty to say this. At one point, I have an email that the key terms of these deals that we bring to the mob, we would retain 85% of revenue. We did 3 deals for them, and two out of the 3 deals, they took home 65% of the revenue from that deal. Okay, 65% of the revenue from that deal.
To me, that's not an amazing look. This is entirely wrong. This is the biggest load of fucking horseradish I've ever seen in my life. I don't know where this 95% number's coming from. It's actually 85. You know, like, that's not much better. Wiggling your finger, well, actually, it's 85% that we'll take up to. Now, Nadeshot, of course, does go a bit deeper into the weeds of it, saying that they did end up giving 65% to the mob for, like, one of their deals in particular, which was a $200,000 deal. They walked away with 120 grand, which means 100 Thieves took 80 grand. They got 35%. And that's still an outrageous amount. I have seen so many people defending this number, saying shit like, well, they wouldn't have had the sponsorships without 100 Thieves, so they're entitled to 85%. And they were generous enough to only take 35. That is a fat, stinky L of a take right there. That kind of naive mentality is exactly why so many creators have been getting fucked in the face for the last 10 years online. Most creators, professional gamers, streamers, whatever, are pretty young, and they don't realize that they shouldn't be signing contracts that have something that extreme in them, like up to 85% we can retain from sponsorships. Even if it said like 35%, that's still a glaring red flag. They don't realize they're being exploited like that. Now, I don't think Nadeshot is doing this maliciously. This is just how the industry has been for about a decade, where the big businesses know that these people are young enough to not make a big hoopla about the sponsorship cut that they take, because to them, they're just making content, doing what they love, and getting some free money on the side because a company's finding ads for them. And then they'll take the lion's share of the ads when really they shouldn't. I think that's an absolute load of fucking dirty barnacles. You know, that's absolute fish paste. So I don't think Nadeshot's doing this from a place of like evil or greed. I'm pretty certain this is what he's always seen in the industry since he's been in it so long. But that's not the way it should be. I've talked about this a lot. I started a company back in 2018 with Matt. I even made a whole video talking about it publicly. It's called Human Media Group. It's a management company where we manage hundreds of creators, some of the biggest names on the platform. We bring them brands, ad deals, campaigns, all that stuff in order to help them stay monetized and make a living out of the content they love to produce. We started it because of this being the industry norm. I made a lot of deals on like the podcast as well as personally that were really predatory, and I didn't know any better. So over time, I learned with Matt, and we started this company to try and help my friends, and then it grew into just helping any and all creators. And with Human Media Group, we take on average 15% of sponsorship deals we bring the creators, but sometimes we even go as low as 10%. So between 10 and 15% is the cut we take from the sponsorship deals we bring to them. And that should be the norm. You should never sign something or agree to do business with someone that's going to be taking 35 or 85%, allowed 85% in the contract. That's disgusting. That's fucking disgusting. The absolute maximum you should be okay with is like 20%. That is the most any agent or company should ever possibly even toy with taking from the sponsorship deals. And I do understand the take people keep tossing around and regurgitating like a fucking mama bird feeding the baby bird, just vomiting it into each other's mouths. The take of, you know, they wouldn't have the sponsorship deals without 100 Thieves. You're right, but that doesn't mean they're entitled to 85% or even 35%. They're not doing the bulk of the labor. The onus is on the creators. They're doing the heavy lifting. The reason the sponsorship deal's there at all is because the creator is there and they're buying the slot from them. What 100 Thieves is doing, or what any management company does, is they facilitate that deal. They negotiate, they get the terms, and they bridge that. They bridge the deal. You can find deals on your own as a creator. You know, you can reach out to companies yourself. Sometimes companies even reach out to you. The reason why 100 Thieves or any management company at all exists and is effective is because most big brands don't reach out to individuals and don't accept people individually. They will take their ad campaign and their marketing spend to agencies or companies that have a big roster, and they'll buy bulk. They'll say, we have this campaign for this demographic and we want this many viewers. Who do you have for us? And that's when the company will provide you, if you're part of their roster, like 100 Thieves, they'll throw your name in there, and if they say yes, then you've got the deal. It's not like they're doing anything that entitles them to such a crazy cut of the sponsorship deal. It's just a pretty ludicrous notion. Yes, the companies like 100 Thieves or any management company does have access to brands that individuals won't, but still, it doesn't mean that they should be taking such a crazy amount from you either.
One of those deals, they made $30,000 each. It was a $200,000 deal. They walked away with $120,000, I believe it was. Okay? And what you don't understand is that we have to employ a partnerships team that needs to go out and source these deals. Then you have account management that handles, once that deal is sold, account management coordinates with everybody else within the company, whether it's marketing, whether it's content, whether it's a deal that is done with talent. And we have to incur labor expenses to make these things a reality.
All of those things he mentions there, Human Media Group also has, and I assure you 15% is still profitable. It's plenty. It's not as profitable as 35 or 85%, but it is plenty. It's not necessary to be taking such a high cut of those sponsorship deals. Now, I do understand that 100 Thieves is not a management company first and foremost. They are a professional gaming organization. They have content creators, they have pro gamers. I understand that, but they do have that management arm clearly, since he's mentioning this team. So I know that 35% is still outrageous. And I do get the argument that will inevitably be made that they only have like 20 creators they're getting sponsorship deals for, whereas Human Media Group has hundreds. So, you know, just going by scale, taking 15% of hundreds of deals is more profitable than taking 15% of 20. And that's a fine argument to make, like, I get it. However, those 20 creators that 100 Thieves has are massive. He mentions a $200,000 deal. That's one campaign. If you took just 15% of that, that's 30 grand from a single marketing campaign with a single member of the 100 Thieves community there. One single group. That's a great take home. It's not as much as the 80 they did take home, but 30 is plenty. So I just completely disagree with all the people defending this 85%, which I think is indefensible. But even the people defending the 35%, I just think that is still excessive, and we need to get past this idea that the companies that are getting the sponsorship deals are the ones that deserve the biggest cut of it or a massive cut of it. because that's just not how it should be. It should be the creators getting the bulk of that deal, because the deal is there because the creator's there in the first place, right? Like it's just we're getting it backwards now. We're starting to go in reverse here. So I just wanted to get that point across, that I think 100 Thieves, if it's 85% for all their creators, is outrageous, or even 35%, it's way too high. Now, I do want to go into a bit more just to conclude the entire situation here with the drama. I think overall, Nadeshot came out of this looking significantly better than Frosty. One of the big claims Frosty made is that they were completely broke when they were signed with 100 Thieves. They were forced to move to West LA, and their salary didn't enable them to like have any quality of life, talking about like having to skip meals sometimes to pay rent, and that they were living in a $10,000 a month house. And that is true. According to Nadeshot, they did get encouraged to go out to West LA. However, they chose the $10,000 house. And even on Frosty's own stream, he tried to make a point saying West LA is so expensive that, you know, all we could do was take a $10,000 house. But then he goes on Zillow and immediately proves himself wrong, just spits in his own face. He brings up other cheaper alternatives. There were some for like $5 or $6 grand a month as opposed to $10K a month. So they were cheaper alternatives where they didn't have to dump their entire salary into rent. But overall, I don't think they should have been forced to go to LA in general. No one should be. LA sucks. I fucking hate LA. I'm just not a fan. I think it's way too expensive. Their salaries were $2,500 each, and that doesn't go a long way in LA, so I don't think they should have been forced to go there anyway, but they did make a mistake choosing such an expensive place to live. Nadeshot said it was their choice to live there, and it was. He confirmed that there were cheaper alternatives that they didn't even consider, I guess. So overall, a lot of the responsibility fell on Frosty, and a lot of these claims seem to be baseless. But it's a lot of just he said, she said. But again, I think Nadeshot came out of this looking much better. I think he did a great job of defending himself, and Frosty kind of made a fool of himself, especially towards the end where he said this.
You literally provided no proof? Bro, because for me to provide proof, like what is there to provide proof of? Like why would I be lying? Like I would have to show text messages. Like this is what I mean, bro. This is why I wanted to wait.
You were the one that made the claims. You should have like something, I would expect. And what do you mean there's no reason for you to lie? You have plenty to gain out of lying. Well, you know, clout. You got what, 30,000 concurrent viewers during your stream debunking it, and you hadn't streamed in 3 months, and before that we're averaging a couple hundred. Like there was so much to gain out of a controversy like this. There's plenty of incentive to lie. At the very least, Nadeshot was open and honest about things, even something as bad as the 85% of the sponsorship deal thing. Nadeshot also pulled up metrics to talk about like how they weren't doing content and certain things. Nadeshot did come with receipts as well as like actual evidence to back up what he was saying to defend the company. Frosty spent the whole stream just saying stories and like talking about things in a roundabout way. A lot of times it just seemed like straight up entitlement, like he was expecting them to bend over backwards to do everything to make them happy at all hours of the day. And so the stream didn't go super well for Frosty. I don't think he did a great job of like proving his claims. Maybe he'll come forward with like actual evidence to support these things in the future, but for now, it does look like Nadeshot like did the best here in this situation. I just wanted to talk about mainly the sponsorship thing, since that's what I took a big issue with, not so much the drama between the two of them. So that's really about it. So yeah, a class action lawsuit has been filed against PlayStation for nearly $6 billion by a consumer champion named Alex Neal. Now, I'm not Saul Goodman, but if I was, I'd start planting cocaine right now, because this is a huge lawsuit that's going to need a miracle to win, I think. I'm not an expert here, but it does seem like this lawsuit's got teeth, and they're coming at Sony's throat. 6 billion clams. 6 billion barnacles. You know how much I love wackiness. I love wackiness more than Bubble Bass loves Krabby Patties, and this lawsuit's got me hyped. Now, this lawsuit is proudly brought to you by PlayStationYouOweUs.co.uk, which is a beautiful website name. Like, that's pretty aggressive. It reminds me of like a Roblox petition to get their V-Bucks back or something. But this was a site where people would sign up who felt wronged by Sony, and Alex Neal is the class representative. And on the site, there's a 5-point breakdown that talks about why they're trying to steam PlayStation's ham. So the first point being that Sony has a near monopoly on the sale of digital games and add-on content through its control of the PlayStation Store. Sony uses this dominance to enforce strict terms and conditions on game developers and publishers. These terms allow Sony to set the price of digital games and in-game content and charge a 30% commission on every purchase of digital games and in-game content from the PlayStation Store. This results in excessive and unfair prices to consumers for their digital games and in-game content. And these prices are all out of proportion to the costs of Sony providing these services to its consumers. So basically, they're saying that Sony has used its dominant position in the market to unfairly overcharge consumers. Now, for reference, this was filed in the UK, and a brand new PS5 game in the UK will cost you about £70, which is the equivalent to 82 US dollars. So I do think they're getting fucked in the ass a bit here. It's quite an overcharge, if you ask me. And I'd love to see them win this lawsuit, you know? Power to the players, as PlayStation says. But the more I read into it, the less confident I feel that they'll be able to Fortnite dance on the grave of Sony with this lawsuit. I don't really think they're going to get a big W from it. And let me just explain why I think that. I'd love to be proven wrong. Like I said, I think it would be great if they actually did win this lawsuit because I do believe they're being overcharged, but I don't think they have the strongest case here. Just looking at these first 5 points, the first one just stands out as factually incorrect. They're claiming that Sony has a near monopoly on the sale of digital games and add-on content, which is just blatantly wrong. I would slap you with a fat F on your report card if you submitted this to me. Like, that is just not true. There's Xbox, Nintendo, Steam, there's so many other digital games vendors out there, it's not just Sony. Now, if you're talking about PlayStation exclusives, then yes, Sony has a monopoly on the digital sale of the PlayStation exclusives. But if that is the claim, it needs to be a lot more clear because with the wording here, it just makes it sound like you think Sony is the only console to exist and the only platform for digital games, which it isn't. The other thing that was confusing my little reptile brain was that 30% commission they mentioned, talking about how the Sony demands 30% cut of digital game and in-game purchase sales from the developers. That's not exclusive to just Sony. Xbox, Nintendo eShop, pretty much every digital game vendor has some kind of commission that they force. It's not just Sony, so I don't understand why they would target them specifically, since it's the industry norm. But I decided to spread the cheeks a little further, dig a bit deeper, and listen to what the UK consumers were saying. And it seems to be that in the competitors' shops, like the Nintendo eShop, for example, they adjust their prices so that way the conversion makes sense and they're not being overcharged. Like a new Nintendo Switch game is £50, which when converted to like US dollars is about what we're paying in the States. However, when it comes to the PlayStation Store, that's not the case. So a new PlayStation 5 game in the States is $70, and in the UK, it's £70. However, that converts to a lot more. That's 82 US dollars. They are just blatantly paying more. Instead of adjusting that price down to like £60 or whatever, they just keep it at that 70 and thus they're being overcharged. At least that's what I was reading from the UK consumers, which again, at the end of the day, it's blatantly obvious that they are paying a lot more for games than we are in the States. And I totally do agree that it is a ripoff. And Alex Neil, the class representative, has 14 years of experience as a consumer rights advocate. So it's not some joke of a lawsuit that was haphazardly thrown together by a faceless nobody. This isn't like that situation on Twitch where that guy tried to sue Twitch for like $100 million because he couldn't stop watching female streamers and ejaculating and he tried to blame Twitch for a porn addiction. This isn't that case. This is a real legitimate case that Alex Neil has put together. But I just don't know if it's focused enough to actually win. It seems way too generalized and broad, and you can look no further than their own website, where at the very end of these 5 points, they made this statement that just seems a bit misguided to me. This just seems like another desperate effort to throw something at the wall and see what sticks. The business model of gaming has changed dramatically over recent years. The move from games sold as physical discs to games sold digitally has seen the introduction of in-game content, where players must now also pay to progress, unlock more features, or customize their experience with new characters or weapons. Games are now designed to incentivize players to spend as much money as possible, including children. We believe that customers are paying too much for these digital products and that they deserve to be treated better by Sony and compensated. Our legal action is the first of its kind against Sony in the UK. Now, I am never a fan of the think of the children argument. I don't see why they put this here at all, because this doesn't even really run in line with what the lawsuit's aiming for. This is talking about how predatory microtransactions have become the norm, which they have, and it's a huge issue. But that's not what this lawsuit's really about. It's about being overcharged by the PlayStation Store. Talking about predatory and greedy marketing practices from these games that are preying on children or like fucking massive dopamine hits, dopamine fiends to spend more money. is an issue, yes, but it's not the issue that you're really aiming at here. You're not putting that in the crosshairs. And it's also not like Sony is the puppet master forcing all these developers to be greedy and put these microtransactions in the game. Like, let's say Diablo Immortal's on PS5. Sony has no say-so in what way they monetize that game. It's on their platform, sure, but it was Blizzard that decided to put all of those terrible, terrible microtransactions in there that are preying on, you know, people with a spending problem or children or whatever, not Sony. Now, if the argument Sony keeps those prices too high, then yes, I suppose there's a real argument to be made there that the price is still too high. But the way this is framed makes it sound like it was Sony that decided to put all of those there when it wasn't. It wasn't their decision to have all of those predatory business practices baked into those games. That was the developers. I just don't really get why it's mentioned here. Because let's say Sony brings the price down so that way it's more fair across the board where, you know, if you're buying a microtransaction in a game in the UK, it costs exactly the same as what it costs me to buy it in the States. It still doesn't solve the core issue that you're bringing up here with the games being predatory, right? Like, this whole paragraph here is like almost like fear-mongering. Like, games have become really greedy, and it's partly Sony's fault to some degree, which is why we believe you need to be compensated fairly, and we believe you need to be treated better. Like, what exactly do you mean? Again, getting the price down on microtransactions doesn't solve the problem you just highlighted of them being greedy and intrusive. That's still going to exist, even if you win every single bit of this case. Those microtransactions are still going to be there from the developers because it wasn't Sony that put them there. And just one last thing, in the press release, Neil wrote, "The game is up for Sony PlayStation. With this legal action, I am standing up for the millions of UK people who have been unwittingly overcharged. We believe Sony has abused its position and ripped off its customers." Alex Neil hits us with an anime protagonist line saying, "The game's up, Sony. I caught you with your pants down red-handed. It's time to face the music." And then in the press release, they also kind of frame it like the consumers didn't know they were being overcharged. But I just don't know how true that is. They kind of hint that it's Sony's fault that the consumers didn't know they were being overcharged. Like Sony was doing underhanded business tactics, when I just don't know if I believe that, because Sony doesn't really do anything besides just have a platform with a game and the price next to it. And you choose whether or not to buy it. Now, if you're not comparing that to the rest of the world's prices, then yeah, you would have no idea you're paying more than I am, for example. But it's not like it was Sony that was doing anything to mislead them, at least not that I've ever seen. They just put the games on their service with how much they cost, and it's up to the consumer if they find it to be a reasonable price or not. Now, if they do any research, they'll realize that they're paying more, and Australia especially is paying more than I am. Which is fucked up because there's no reason for it, but I don't think Sony has done anything to try and lead them down some false belief or anything. I think it's just a matter of they've been charging more and no one's really been questioning it, so they haven't changed it. And that's it. They haven't really been doing any kind of like propaganda to try and fool people into thinking that, you know, everyone's paying the same thing. And now that people are waking up to them being exploited, I think it's great that they're, you know, upset about it, because I don't think it's right. I don't think they should be paying more for no reason for the same game. It doesn't make any sense. But I just don't really like the way they talk about it in the press release, because they're putting that onus on Sony. That it was, you know, them keeping people in the dark, when it wasn't. They just put the games up and that was it. But anyway, overall, I really do hope they win this class action lawsuit, and hopefully the prices do change, because, like I said, it's a whole bunch of baloney that you're paying significantly more money for the same game in the UK, Australia, wherever else. It doesn't make any sense. There's no reason for that. So hopefully this does bring about positive change, and wishing them the best of luck. I just wanted to bring this up because this is a big lawsuit. That's about it. So yeah. Over the years, I've made a lot of content insulting YouTube videos aimed at kids. Things like Finger Family, Don't Call Slenderman at 3 a.m. challenge, I ordered a 5 Nights at Freddy's potion off of the dark web and got arrested, Poppy's playtime haunts me and now I'm institutionalized, things like that. And I know it's low-hanging fruit, but it doesn't matter, because it makes me feel like a big strong man, shitting on things that are aimed at 4-year-olds. They have horrible taste and I need to remind them of how stupid they are for liking this dog shit. But today, I actually found something very special that I'd like to share with all of you.
Literally gonna be stabbing him any second right now. 3, 2, 1. Ah! Yo, I'm literally gonna drop him. Ah!
If that intro didn't put you on the edge of your seat with foam in your mouth just salivating for more, then I don't know what's wrong with you. This editing is so fast-paced it'll feel like a seizure, but it's actually just your body's natural reaction to such a fucking banger video. This is Jay Hills, baby. He's the goddamn Christopher Nolan of 3 a.m. videos on YouTube. He's the new sheriff on this block ever since Jay Station was banished to the Shadow Realm. But I wouldn't say that Jay Hills content just targets children. I'd say it's appropriate for all ages. Anyone of any age can appreciate this kind of fire.
What's up, guys? Your boy Jay Hills back on the screen for another banger video. And in today's video, we're gonna be making a baby Longlegs voodoo doll at 3 a.m. and actually using the real baby Longlegs DNA to put it inside of this voodoo doll right over here.
That's called science. This man is a modern sorcerer bringing back the ancient ways here. So he's creating a baby Longlegs voodoo doll using a Caillou plushie. That's fucking genius. I'm sure all of you are familiar with baby Longlegs. I mean, superstar of the Poppy Playtime franchise. This is very dangerous, alright? Jay Hills is putting his life on the line for the sake of our entertainment.
Which is the DNA right over here, guys. This is actually the baby Longlegs potion right over here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just give it a little bit of a hole, and I'm gonna dump a little bit of the potion inside of the voodoo doll, and then I'm gonna give baby Longlegs a little bit of a call, and I want to see if he'll actually come to my house to see if we can actually start playing with the baby Longlegs. Maybe we can make him do some flips, maybe he can like start crying. And
a pretty expertly crafted plan. So he's going to be using some binding spells here of using the baby Longlegs potion, cutting a hole into Caillou, pouring it in, and then inviting baby Longlegs over with a phone call to try and possess him. So really, baby Longlegs is completely innocent here. Jay Hills is the villain. He's the mad scientist, the Frankenstein creating the monster. Baby Longlegs is just hanging out right now, about to get a phone call for a play date, all excited, only to get fucking ambushed by a goddamn YouTube wizard who just starts making him do flips. Like, I feel bad for baby Longlegs right now. It's hard to root for Jay in this one. He's not the hero. Now, I want to say, Jay Hills is an innovator. Most people stopped making 3 a.m. videos because that genre is completely dead, but Jay Hills has got it on life support right now. And while most people who made 3 a.m. videos targeted 4-year-olds, Jay Hills is targeting 4-day-olds. Like, this shit is for fresh babies that still can't even open their eyes. His videos are just a series of high-pitched noises and sound effects. It's mind-blowing. So you can tell he's putting on a fake voice here. This isn't how he actually sounds. I'm pretty sure he just like huffs helium in between each jump cut, and there's like a million jump cuts here, so
at the end of it, we're literally gonna be killing baby Longlegs, guys. So if you guys are excited for this video, make sure to go down there, smash that like button.
Yeah, make sure to smash that like button for premeditated murder. Fucking epic. Baby Longlegs won't see it coming.
And just like that, we have a little baby Longlegs toy right over here. Oh my god, guys, it's me, baby Longlegs. But yo, let me know in the comments, does this look exactly like baby Longlegs? I can't believe I actually did it.
Oh my god, be careful, Jay. Baby Longlegs is already infiltrated. He's already broken into the house. He's already been burglarized. Baby Longlegs is already in the room with him. He's in the headquarters. Wow, that is scarily accurate. He had me fooled. I don't know why he calls it a baby Longlegs toy. All he did was use a couple of crayons and draw baby Longlegs poorly and then cut it out. That's not really a toy, it's just a drawing. I don't know why he's saying toy.
Side of it, and the most important part is the DNA. So if you got the DNA, you're actually perfectly good. But first thing I gotta do is I gotta remove the clothing on this doll.
Whoa, hey now, that's going a little too far. Good lord, that's illegal.
Like his contact name and his picture is actually right over there. So if I actually call him, I don't know who's gonna be answering, guys. I feel like it's actually gonna be baby Longlegs. Guys, it's still ringing. Is he gonna answer? Is baby Longlegs gonna answer? Hello?
Hello, Jay Hills. What do you want from me?
Baby Longlegs!
Yes, Jay Hills.
Jeepers creepers, it sounds like that edible's hitting real hard. Baby Longlegs is struggling on this phone call here. It sounds like he's out of it, pretty close to an overdose even, perhaps. But Jay's talking to him, they engage in a conversation, and it sounds like Elmo having an argument with himself, because it's obviously, I'll go ahead and break the illusion here. Jay was the one doing the Baby Longlegs voice. It's pre-recorded, so it's Jay talking to himself, and it's a fucking work of art, honestly. So Jay sets the trap. He says, "Do you like toys?" Baby Longlegs says, "I love every toy in the world." So it looks like he's coming over.
Do you like toys? I know you love toys. You know what I want? Nothing. Maybe I gotta shake him one more time for him to actually come. I'm literally shaking him. Oh, he's right there. Look how small he is, guys. He literally looks so small. Yo.
That little son of a bitch actually decided to show his face in Jay's house, and it's the last mistake he'll ever make. He came here looking for toys, but all he's gonna find is death. So Jay's got him right where he wants him. He took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. You saw Baby Longlegs kind of trotting along across the upstairs area, none the wiser to the danger that he was in. I've also got to say, Baby Longlegs doesn't look anything like he does in the actual games. In the real world here, he's much smaller. He's also got like a full beard, I think. So he's not even a baby, unless of course it's Benjamin Button. You know, so it's very misleading in the games, because in real life, as you can see here, Baby Longlegs is very, very different.
Literally catch him on camera. Yo, he's right there. Okay, stop. Okay, fold your hands. He's literally folding his hands, guys. Yo, he's literally folding his hands right now. Yo, oh my god. Okay, let go. Yo, he just let go of his hands. Oh my god, guys, he literally just let go. Okay, guys, I'm literally gonna be stabbing him any second right now. 3, 2, 1.
Ah! He did it! He stabbed Baby Longlegs. Oh my god. Woo! The evil is defeated. Wow.
Yo, he fell. It worked. He got back up. Yo, I'm shaking him. Yo, he's coming right to the camera. Yo, it literally worked. I stabbed him in the head, and it literally worked.
Dear God, he's stronger than we could have ever imagined. He got stabbed in the head, but Baby Longlegs continues to just zoom around here.
Yo, he's literally climbing. Yo, he's literally climbing, guys. I'm literally gonna drop him too. Yo, I'm literally gonna drop him any second right now, guys. Yo, any second I'm literally gonna drop him. Yo, guys, he's literally so high. He's probably so high. I'm literally gonna drop him.
Yo, that was literally the fucking most extreme thing I've ever seen in my whole fucking life. Baby Longlegs was scaling the wall, thanks to the voodoo magic from Jay. And then he literally dropped him from the wall, sending him plummeting straight to hell. Yo, that was fucking nuts. Honestly, this was a pretty impressive video from start to finish. What Jay was able to do here is nothing shy of heroic. I think this was extremely brave to take on an entity as powerful as Baby Longlegs in his own house, too. He brought Baby Longlegs in and took care of business. So, hats off to him for this one, and luckily, the world is safer for Jay's efforts here. And I just wanted to share this with all of you because I think it's important we realize that not all 3 a.m. videos are bad. That's about it. See ya. For a long time, I've mentioned that parents of famous children, whether it be child actors or TikTok stars, YouTubers, whatever, are usually just some of the worst parents on the planet. Just straight up awful. You just hear time and time again about how these parents lead their kids down destructive paths in order to capitalize on their fame. A great example of this is recently from Jeanette McCurdy, who played Sam in iCarly. She released a memoir called I'm Glad My Mom Died, and in it she documents a history of abuse from her mother. As well as Nickelodeon, she talks about some awful shit Nickelodeon did to her, and her mom's response to it was things like, "That's just the price of showbiz. You know, you gotta shake it off. This is what it means to be famous. All the girls would love to be in the position you're in. Don't be so ungrateful." Just horrible things. The mom was well aware of everything that Nickelodeon was doing to her daughter and didn't care. In fact, even piled it on by calling her names and doing other horrible shit. So she just sounds like Shao Kahn. And I know a lot of people were upset with the title of the book. It's kind of aggressive. I'm Glad My Mom Died. Not exactly a Dr. Seuss book title. But I think most people would be somewhat relieved when the boogeyman in their life passes. so I understand where the name is coming from after reading some of it. I haven't finished it, but it's really interesting and very fucking sad. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because it ties into a topic that I want to talk about today that I just learned about. I'm sure all of you have heard of the name Addison Rae by now. She's one of the biggest stars on TikTok, and she's gotten so famous that it extends well beyond TikTok. So even if you're not big on the platform like me, you still at least know her name. Well, her dad is a fucking weirdo, and he has torn apart their family for the sake of his own clout chasing.
Can I get
That's someone's father. That's a 46-year-old man posting some fine, distilled, twice folded over, double caked up cringe on Maine. This is Addison Rae's dad. And he, of course, did what every other TikTok parent does. He made his own account. He has like 5.4 million followers. And he threw away his entire family in order to try and make money off of his daughter's name and become famous himself. But not only that, he used his pseudo-celebrity status of being the parent of a famous person to allegedly flirt with 19 and 20-year-olds. He even was having a 5-month affair here with a girl that's less than half his age. He allegedly cheated on his wife multiple times, and they eventually got a divorce. He also has 2 other sons, which I can't imagine how awful this situation must be for the whole family, but them in particular, since they're still super young and obviously in tune with social media, they're seeing all of the unhinged, wild shit their father's doing, and it has to be soul-crushing. I feel so terrible for the entire family, and it's gotten so bad they've sounded the DEFCON alert system. Almost every TikTok influencer in the space has told at least one story about Monty Lopez being creepy to them. They need like a restraining order or something where Monty Lopez can't be within 5 miles of a TikTok influencer, because he sniffs this shit out like a goddamn animal. He's got like a spidey sense for it. He just gets this tingle and shows up to every TikTok party imaginable by himself. He doesn't go with Addison Rae or anything. He goes solo, which already is a giant red flag. There's nothing wrong with TikTok stars' parents being involved in their life or even in their videos. Like, Addison Rae made a ton of videos with her mom and dad and brothers, and that's totally fine, wholesome, whatever. But it gets to a point where it's uncomfortable when the dad is just going to all these parties by himself without the actual star of the family there, because now he's got it in his disillusioned, brainwashed mind that he's the star. So he goes there and allegedly hits on the 19 and 20-year-old influencers there, and everyone's uncomfortable. There's a ton of videos of him at these parties, like one where he's handing out roses to some of the girls there. There's a lot of footage that makes it just seem like Bigfoot sightings. They'll like circle in a red circle, like Monty Lopez in the background, like being weird with a TikToker. It's so weird. It's like found footage, you know, but it's not blurry. It's fucking caught in 4K being creepy. He also starts beef with these young women. Like, he started shitting on Tana Mojo. I'm not going to bring up any of these clips because the clips themselves aren't very entertaining or interesting. It's the story itself that's interesting and sad. So he posted a TikTok saying, "Do you think Tana Mojo's fucked more than 300 dudes or less than 300 dudes?" To which Tana responds by showing a ton of receipts about him trying to, like, hook up with her or, like, trying to connect with her, as well as telling stories about how unbelievably weird he is to all the other TikTok stars. There's also a video of him FaceTiming a 19-year-old, like, really late at night in the car. It's just very yucky stuff. And this is just another perfect example of how awful a lot of parents are for child stars. Because I think a lot of them, like Monty Lopez, treat their children as props for their own success. So Addison Rae gets super famous. Monty Lopez weasels his way into some of the videos, makes his own social media accounts, which get popular because he's the dad of one of the biggest stars on the platform. And now it's gone to his head. He wiped his ass with his whole family, divorced his wife, and now just tries to fuck young women and try and become a wealthy TikTok star himself. Just another tragic story of a child star whose dad is absolute vile filth. There's nothing that Addison Rae's mother's done that I found that's distasteful or bad or anything like that. I want to make it clear. It's not her whole family. It's just her dad. But the topic itself that I'm focusing on is just how awful a lot of these parents can be. In this case, the parent is Monty. From everything I've seen, Addison Rae's mom hasn't done anything wrong or anything. She seems very wholesome. And in fact, the reason why Monty Lopez wants to fight Young Gravy is because Young Gravy has been very public about wanting to be with Addison Rae's mom, Sherry. And Sherry's even teased back about them going on like dates and shit. So Young Gravy might fuck Addison Rae's mom, and it makes Monty Lopez uncomfortable. I don't know the whole lore behind all that, but Monty Lopez sucks. Just another sad case of a shitty parent using their kids to further their own agenda no matter what the cost. Also, big shout out to Monty. I'd like to add one more thing to this. This fucking parasite claims videos that show clips of him embarrassing himself. His whole TikTok page is just his worst moments as a human being displayed. This guy has no self-awareness. Every single video he posts on there is a video that any sane person would want deleted and scrubbed from the internet forever. Yet he proudly posts. And I can't show any of them because he claims the videos where people are insulting him for it. So this absolute insufferable douchebag anus still has the audacity to try and somehow fight for his public reputation despite doing everything possible to sink to the lowest depths of hell to be the giant scumbag. He blows my mind. He's all about like the grind and money, so he takes the absolute most revolting approaches to it by copyright claiming videos that use some of his clips to try and take the ad revenue from it or whatever. It's so wild to me. I was reading a bit about it, and just when I thought he couldn't get any worse, I learned that he was copyright claiming shit. A YouTuber named Dumpy even mentioned that he had to pitch up some of the videos because Monty kept claiming it. It's fucking silly. This guy is just an absolute massive clown, and I feel so sorry for his entire family. I can't imagine he was a great father growing up, and he's only getting worse. Of course, I'm making a giant assumption. Maybe he was a fine father figure who got corrupted once his family or once his daughter got famous. I couldn't tell you, but this guy sucks. He's weird, creepy, and what he's done to his family is unforgivable. That's really about it. So yeah. It's not often that I'll follow a news story for more than a month, but there's one story that I've been following for 5 years now, and it's finally concluded. It's been like my own little personal soap opera to enjoy, and for some reason one that not a ton of people have talked about, despite it being one of the biggest scams in GoFundMe history. Now please, hop into my magic school bus and allow me to take you on a journey through time. It is 2017 years after the death of Christ, and a woman named Caitlin McClure starts a GoFundMe titled Paying It Forward with a picture of her standing next to a homeless veteran named Johnny Bobbitt. She then tells the story about how her car broke down and she was out of gas, but Johnny Bobbitt came to the rescue like a saint, giving her his last $20 despite being homeless in order for her to pay for gas and get home. This heartwarming story tickled the soul of over 14,000 people who donated to this cause to try and help get Johnny Bobbitt a better life. The GoFundMe was started with a $10,000 goal, which was obviously fucking annihilated, raising over $400,000 for Johnny Bobbitt, and it was just a real feel-good story that I'm sure a lot of you have heard of. This was 2017, and GoFundMe was very popular at the time. It still is, but this is when GoFundMe was really popping off. Some of you watching may have even donated to this cause, and I'm sorry to be the one to slap you with the unpleasant palm of the truth, but you were scammed. The 5-year investigation here has finally concluded. It was 100% a scam, and the verdicts have been passed. I'm going to get into the verdicts and everything towards the end, but I want to give you this entire timeline here because this is more wild than you'll probably expect. Now, I've been pretty outspoken about the dangers of GoFundMes. I think it's a great tool that gets abused by a lot of pieces of shit just trying to take advantage of good-intentioned people, just trying to squeeze money out of them. So you just gotta be careful. You can't just blindly donate to something on GoFundMe without doing your due diligence first to make sure it's legitimate. I can't even count the number of times there's been like a tragedy or something noteworthy in the news and a fraudulent GoFundMe campaign gets started. A lot of people donate to it and it turns out it was run by someone unrelated to the events and they just pocket the money and run. It happens so often. There's just so many scams there, you have to be careful. And you'll see a ton of these like feel-good GoFundMes or like really needing help things that have these like really sad stories. My son slipped on a banana peel at the park. He broke both of his legs, both of his arms, and his skull was cracked in half like a fucking walnut. I'm looking for $3,000 for emergency surgery ASAP to fix my son. You like scratch your head like, $3,000? That doesn't sound enough to cover the cost of all this. It sounds like you're gonna need a brand new Android son. Like fucking cybernetic enhancements here. $3,000 isn't gonna work. That's something fishy is afoot here. Then the next thing you know, you just bought that scammer a brand new Lexus. The point is, you just gotta be careful. That's what I'm trying to say. I'll stop ranting about GoFundMe now and get back to the story. So in 2017, Caitlin McClure was dating a man named Mark D'Amico. And then one fateful night, they were texting each other, and they started talking about a homeless man they both knew. That homeless man was Johnny Bobbitt. And we're talking about him, talking about like maybe wanting to help him, and they'd given him $10 in the past. And then an hour after this conversation between the two of them, they launched the Pay It Forward campaign after taking a picture with Johnny Bobbitt. And then they fabricated the whole gas story about how he gave Catherine his last $20 so she could get fuel and get home. Which was a complete lie, confirmed in text messages, by the way, where McClure was bragging about it and talking to a friend about how she made up that part because she needed to make it sad. It's actually like a scam Ed and Eddie would have run for jawbreakers here, except these are 400,000 jawbreakers. They raked in a fat stack of cash, and then they started spending that money. They bought a BMW, a New Year's Eve trip to Las Vegas, helicopter ride over the Grand Canyon, Louis Vuitton handbags, a whole bunch of shit from these GoFundMe donations. They were just spending the fuck out of the money on all kinds of luxury items. And from reading some of the text messages, I do think this started with them just having a normal conversation about like maybe wanting to help that homeless guy. But when they saw how much money was coming in, they eventually just got completely corrupted by it and just decided to turn this into a cash cow for all three of them to milk together. But I could be wrong. Maybe I'm putting too much faith into assholes here, and this never had good intentions even from the get-go. But anyway, in 2018, Johnny Bobbitt shocked the world when he sued Kate McClure and Mark D'Amico, claiming that they were withholding most of the GoFundMe funds. According to him, he only received like about $75,000 worth of it, and he called it like his share of the funds. And from this lawsuit, it got investigators really interested in exactly what the fuck was going on here. So after doing a little poking and prodding and combing through 60,000 text messages, they concluded that this whole thing was made up and all three of them were in on it together with the goal of money. Big time cash. Fat, filthy clams. They all came together and agreed to keep up this story. So Bobbitt was in on it as well. This wasn't them just taking advantage of a homeless veteran. This was them cutting him into their scheme here. And it's been 5 years, and they've been going through the trial and all of that. Kate McClure was sentenced to a year in prison for her role in all of this, maintaining that Mark was the real mastermind here, the puppet master pulling the strings of this giant scam. Now, I'm no super sleuth, nor was I a detective on this case, but if you ask me, that's a load of baloney. I don't think Mark was forcing you to buy Louis Vuitton bags or flex your BMW or anything like this. I think you were very, very enthusiastic about this whole thing, especially when reading the text messages. I think getting a year for your role in this is really light sentencing. Johnny Bobbitt received ordered a recovery program, and if he fails to stay clean, he could face up to 5 years in jail. And today, the big guy Mark D'Amico himself received a 5-year prison sentence for his role in this giant scam. Unfortunately, Mark didn't have a smile on his face today. He just didn't look very happy. But you know who was happy? Me. I was so pleased to see this. I absolutely love when a shit stain gets actual punishment for what they've done. Scamming people who are trying to help other people is one of the lowest things you can do. So I'm actually, I'm of the belief that he got off really easily here. All three of them did, if you ask me. I think this is deplorable, and I think there's absolutely no fucking excuse for it. So I think 5 years, 1 year, and a potential 5 years is really lenient, all things considered. But that's just me. I'm sure a lot of you are also curious as to whether or not the donors got their money back, and the answer is yes. In 2018, GoFundMe stepped up and refunded all 14,000 donors, gave back all 400 grand from this campaign. So good on them for making that right. Overall, I am happy with the series finale here. I followed this show for 5 years, and I now feel the way I did when Breaking Bad concluded. A great ending overall, but you know, it's going to be a little sad not to be able to follow this anymore, but I'm happy with the way it all wrapped up. So, yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a bit because it's not a story I see talked about that often, surprisingly. Even though it's a pretty big deal, a $400,000 scam, that's not like pennies. You know, that's a lot. So I just thought it was worth at least mentioning since it finished today. That's about it. So, yeah. I often exaggerate the scale of things that I talk about just because I find it to be more entertaining that way. So I'll make a video like, this is the biggest controversy of 2022. And what I'm talking about is how a Twitch streamer just got busted for selling photoshopped feet pics or something. But in this case, I actually can't overstate how big of a scandal this is that I'm about to talk about. This week, an absolutely massive scandal was brought to light. One that may have cost billions in wasted spending and potentially 16 years worth of misguided research. This is the story of how for the last 16 years, Alzheimer's research may have been based on a deliberate lie. Even just saying that out loud makes me sound like some kind of fucking tinfoil hat wearing Alex Jones caricature. But this has been confirmed by multiple reputable sources, actual scientists. So, let's get into it. I don't want to get too deep into the science of it because I feel like a lot of people will just immediately tune that out and just not give a fuck. So I want to make this as digestible as possible. It's also a very nuanced problem, and I want to do my best to give you the most clear and understandable truth to it, because there's a lot of misleading headlines and a lot of not entirely accurate information, so I'm just going to do my best here. I'm no scientist. I graduated with a human science degree, but it's been 8 years now, and I've done nothing but wipe my own ass with that degree, so I'm a little out of practice. This story is genuinely pure evil, so get ready for a wild ride. It starts in 2006 with the most influential paper published on Alzheimer's. It was published by Sylvain Lesny, and it linked a protein in the brain to impaired memory. This became one of the most cited pieces of Alzheimer's research ever. It's been cited roughly 2,300 times in further Alzheimer's research projects, as well as potentially being used as a basis for some drugs aimed at treating Alzheimer's. And without getting too deep into the weeds of it, ultimately what this paper did is it put one specific protein in the crosshairs here, and it gave scientists a target, which was the protein listed in the paper, and what scientists believed is if they could research, analyze, and potentially fix that protein, they may have an efficient way of treating Alzheimer's. So it steered them down a specific path of researching, and fast forward to 2021, a neuroscientist named Matthew Schrag cannonballed down the rabbit hole and revealed that this influential paper may have just been a deliberate fraud. The evidence is extremely compelling. Matthew Schrag himself isn't saying anything like specific, like this is maliciously done to, fuck up research or anything. He's pointing out all the red flags, and it does seem like the data was falsified. And if that's all true, then there is the potential that for the last 16 years, all of the research and money that has been spent on researching and curing Alzheimer's has been completely wasted because this is deliberately wrong with falsified data. Now, there has been a bit of debate as to the severity of the issue. While most agree that this is very fishy, like the paper itself is most likely falsified information, the severity of it is highly scrutinized. I read something from an expert named Rudy Tanzi, who's an Alzheimer's expert, and he said that no one in the field had paid attention to the study after about 2008 because no one had been able to replicate its findings, and that the science story, Science being the publication that broke the news that this 2006 study was most likely false, he said the science story went too far in suggesting that years of research may have been wasted, and called it hyperbole to say that the paper had any impact on the amyloid hypothesis or the larger field. And he's not alone. A lot of other experts feel that this was pretty inconsequential and it didn't have a wide effect on Alzheimer's research. And while I think that that's a good case to make, that they weren't able to replicate the results themselves, so they kind of threw it out and haven't used it since. I don't really think that means it's not a big deal. The fact that the most cited Alzheimer's research paper is potentially manipulated and fabricated data is extremely alarming. It throws into question the actual peer review process here. Why was it up to an independent neuroscientist, a neuroscience super sleuth here, the fucking Sherlock Holmes of neuroscience, to debunk this? If you knew that these weren't replicatable results and that they were probably fishy, why not publish that to discredit it and stop that from being used? Because I don't think they know every single Alzheimer's expert out there. There's probably plenty of other places that have developed drugs that may actually be based on the 2006 study that is potentially wrong. It's just hard to say that it has no effect because you have no way of knowing that. You don't know what was being used by other labs out there. And I do think there is a big case to be made that this paper, being as influential as it was, did steer research in a certain direction where maybe without it, it would have been better off to explore other avenues. There's just no way of actually measuring the effect that this paper has had, but one thing is for sure, it is the biggest one. This was the landmark Alzheimer's research paper, and now it has come out that it is very likely false, and deliberately false. I'd also like to at least mention that a lot of other scientists believe that with or without this paper, Alzheimer's research would pretty much be in the exact same spot. Right now, a lot of Alzheimer's research is following what's called the amyloid hypothesis, which this paper didn't exactly, make. This isn't the actual genesis for the amyloid hypothesis, but it is the biggest one in that field. So a lot of researchers have said, no matter what happened with this paper, we'd still be in the amyloid hypothesis exploring options for Alzheimer's treatment regardless. So like I said, there just is a lot of debate on exactly how influential this paper was in Alzheimer's research. I've also seen a lot of people upset at Science, the publication that broke this story, for the handling of the reporting, saying that it's misleading and hyperbole and it's just causing more distress to people that have been affected by Alzheimer's or relatives that have been affected by Alzheimer's. And I think that's extremely misguided anger. Again, it's up to debate as to the actual effect of this paper, but I think the thing that should make people most angry is that a very, very popular piece of evidence, of research here, this 2006 study, was deliberately falsified. There should be no room for falsified data in published papers like this. Of course, science is always evolving and changing, so sometimes certain things are going to be disproven down the line, but what should always be true is that the data they submitted was submitted in good faith and accurate data, not fraudulent, manipulated, photoshopped, fake. That never has a place. That needs to have serious repercussions. That's where most of the anger should be directed. Of course, like I said, it's up for debate exactly the effect this has had on Alzheimer's research, but the problem is a scientist deliberately submitted wrong information knowingly. That's the biggest problem. So the question becomes, why? Why would somebody fake the paper? And this is something I've said before and I'll say it again. Science doesn't lie, but people do. And Sylvain Lesny may have had a financial incentive to skew the results to fit his hypothesis. This wouldn't be the first time. For example, Andrew Wakefield, perhaps the biggest case of deliberate fraudulent science. Andrew Wakefield is actually the one who basically started the anti-vaccination movement. He published a paper that linked the MMR vaccine to autism, which was completely made up, completely false. But by the time he was stripped of his medical license, it didn't matter because he had already shown his full, greasy, dirty asshole to the world and got a lot of people to believe in false data. And to this day, there's still a large number of people that believe that vaccines cause autism, and it's entirely because of one man's falsified paper on it. So these have huge consequences. And there's one more example I'd like to highlight real quick. This is something I learned about in college. In the 60s, Big Sugar wanted to silence critics as to how unhealthy sugar was. So they paid scientists to write papers talking about how bad fat is and blaming fat for weight gain and all of that to try and placate sugar's responsibility, or sugar's role in like heart issues, weight gain, stuff like that. So papers can be bought. Everyone's got a price, I suppose. So scientists can sometimes be influenced by money from corporations. It's been proven in the past to happen. So that's a potential explanation for why these would be deliberately fabricated, but I don't know. No one knows for sure yet. This is still developing, but one thing is for sure, that there is something very wrong with that 2006 study, and there is the potential that billions of dollars and 16 years worth of research may have been steered in the wrong direction. And I think it's worth noting that Alzheimer's treatment can be extremely expensive. One of the newest treatments is called Aduhelm, and it's $56,000 per year. It's a lot of money. And who's to say now if that's based on like the correct science as opposed to fraudulent from 2006? You just never really know for sure now. There's just always going to be an air of doubt around it. I don't exactly know how you fix the problem either, besides just get extremely strict on reviewing the papers. I don't really know. I don't have a solution, but it's a very scary problem. And I just wanted to highlight it here because I found this to be like a very big deal that I haven't seen many people mention outside of like the actual scientists who are talking about it. So yeah, anyway, that's about it. So yeah. Today I got recommended a YouTube dating show, and I thought to myself, well, doesn't that just sound jolly? I used to love watching goofy dating shows back in the day, and it's been a while since I've indulged, so why not give it a whirl? How bad could it be? Why not watch two people fall in love and have a happily ever after? How naive I was. Turns out I'm just a big stupid fool, because this isn't really a dating show, it's more like a combat sport, but with words instead of fists. It feels like I'm watching a bunch of people get into a Twitter argument, or like a bunch of Redditors fighting over karma passive-aggressively. It is so hard to watch. I think this is probably the worst dating show I've seen.
Welcome to The Button, a speed dating show. When the button lights up red, either player may press it and swap out their date for a new person.
Get out of here.
If two people can last on a date for 10 minutes, they win an all-expenses-paid second date.
This comes from Cut, who puts out a lot of wacky content. And the concept of the game I don't even think's bad. It lends itself to be really silly right away because you're just right to their face saying, I don't like you, get out of my face, I want someone else here ASAP. Just like a fucking ejector seat out of Johnny English, just kicks them right out. Like that's very silly, but it's also really uncomfortable in practice. And it also sucks that the button talks because the button is probably the most annoying character in the whole show.
You two have similar vibes.
Do we? What's this vibe that?
Yeah, what's the similar vibe?
Like aesthetic.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you find each other attractive?
Oh, you're waiting for me to go first?
Damn it.
Off to a fantastic start here. A date out of your worst nightmare. This is like the #1 fear for people that have never been on a date. This is how they think it's gonna go. And then it actually happened on camera here. Fucking terrifying. My heart broke for this guy immediately.
Yeah, I don't really like guys with long hair.
How dare you?
Nicole, nice to meet you.
Hi.
Ryan was in the army.
You're in the army?
I was in the army, yeah, from 2012 to 2016. Oh, don't worry.
She's going for the any percent speedrun world record here. Don't exactly know what went wrong here. She just said she doesn't really like people from the army, saying that they're too masculine.
Hi, I'm Nicole.
Nicole, Omari.
Cool. So, what do you do for fun?
What do I do for fun? Video games, mostly.
Video games? Okay. What kind of video games?
The big. So the last one I played. Got me. All right.
Why did you reject him?
Because there's more to life than video games.
We're dealing with the final boss of standards here. What the fuck do you mean there's more to life than video games? This guy didn't come in here wearing like a Super Mario hat and also like assless chaps designed straight out of Xenoblade or anything. The guy just came in here, you asked what his hobbies were, and he said video games mostly. And then you asked him what game he plays, and right before he could even answer, you buzz him out. He didn't even get to finish his fucking sentence. Then you have the audacity to say there's more to life than video games? What the fuck do you mean? He's not saying that video games are the only thing in the world that matter. It's not like he's brought in his waifu body pillow or anything. You asked his hobby, and he told you his hobby, and then you buzzed him for it. It would have been fine if you just said, like, you don't like gamers. Just be like, I buzzed him because gamers are yucky, cringe, and then spit on the floor. I'd have more respect for that than saying that there's more to life than video games. Would you have said that for every hobby? If he answered by saying, I like to skateboard while smoking cigarettes and eating pussy, would you have then buzzed him and said there's more to life than being extremely fucking cool? Or was this just a trick question from the start where he's not supposed to have any hobbies at all?
Is it your mission to get me out? Is everyone like angry?
I don't know about that. I've heard about you though.
What if they said? Oh!
Yeah, like I said, this isn't even really dating. It's just straight up war. Though I do think by instantly buzzing her, he saved himself about 15 seconds before she could ask him a question and immediately buzz him while answering it.
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm not really a morning person. By this time, I usually have had like 2 Red Bulls or something like that.
Oh, okay. What do you do?
I tried to get a. Okay.
Sorry.
Why did you press me?
Because he's not my type.
Next date, please.
I mean, fair enough, I suppose. She came in here, locked and loaded, just get him the fuck out of here instantly. Just slamming that red button down like she was about to launch a nuclear missile with it. I mean, I don't really get the point of this show at all because we haven't even come close to a single actual interaction between 2 people. It's just absolute pandemonium here. You'd get better results if you just threw soccer boppers on their hands and just let them duke it out. Just like actually throw some haymakers at each other in an interview. Like this is coming out here so raw and aggressively. Just sits down and instantly says he's not my type. Like what, alive? Like what do you mean? You didn't even get to know him. You could say you don't find him attractive, and that's fine, I suppose. But at least ask a question. I don't even think she got his name or anything. Why even sign up to a dating show at that point?
My name's Taylor.
Nice to meet you. I didn't get the memo about are we dressing up or
Yeah.
what's going on?
Yeah, so I am what do you call a furry, and I just dress up and I put smiles on people's faces. So
Do you have like multiple or is it?
I only have one.
I did it first.
Careful, careful.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, you know, she wasn't feeling that. She slammed that button like she was trying to answer in a question on Jeopardy. It's just one of those things, you know?
Yeah.
Patty, are you a virgin?
A virgin? No, I'm not. Are you a virgin?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. Do you usually have to tell people that first off the bat on a date? Or do you usually just casually ease into it?
I just keep it at the end.
Okay,
I have a conversation.
This button is the worst wingman of all time. If this was a friend of mine, I would have beaten their ass. Oh, hey, I see you're talking to Charles. Are you a virgin? No? Oh, I mean, he is. Did you know that? Like, what the fuck? Luckily, the guy was able to press the button first because I think he knew instantly the second that question came up, it was going to be a deal breaker. So he tried to get out ahead of it and hit the button and beat her to the finish there. So very smart play right there. The tactics out of this world. Excellent execution. So he lives to see another day and charges triumphantly into the next round. Hopefully the next athlete wasn't paying attention and didn't hear the last question. And hopefully the button doesn't fuck him in the face again. You know, bring up something even more not appropriate. Hey, did you know that this dude's dad is a cuck? Which led to a really weird family dynamic. I mean, ask him about his dad's cuckoldry. You know, just something off the wall.
My day is kind. I'm scared, but I'm excited.
Why are you scared?
First time doing this.
Can you tell me more about yourself?
I'm a student.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Oh, okay.
What's your dating age range?
Above 25 and then stopping at like 36.
It was a good run from our boy here, but unfortunately, he just wasn't tall enough to ride this ride here, I guess. He was just a little too young, I suppose.
Do you like to dance?
I like to dance. What about you?
No, I just was having fun. I cannot dance at all.
Bro, everybody can dance.
No?
Everybody.
Prove it, Jordan.
You gotta come. Oh, this is fun. I appreciate you. You were fun though. We could be friends.
Where did it all go wrong? Why has the Lord forsaken us? I thought for sure this one had a chance of lasting longer than 30 seconds. They even stood up and danced together. Fucking throwing their ass in a circle, going crazy, you know, getting wild on the dance floor. And then the second they sit down, she buzzes him. Doesn't even say why, and then just friend zones him. In front of the whole fucking world here. Like, how did this happen?
Nice to meet you.
You too.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it didn't turn red yet.
No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, this is just fucking cruel at this point. This is just mean. This isn't dating. This is just how to make someone feel like shit as quickly as possible on video.
Yeah, me
Are you
too.
nervous? Yeah, like my hands were like freezing earlier, just like so like ice cold because I was just nervous. But
Sorry.
I won't make you suffer through any more of this. It is so awful. At the very end, two people do have like a normal conversation that lasts for longer than like 5 sentences, and they deem them the winners. They might or might not go on another date. Probably not. It's like they just gathered like the most awful AI together and then had them fight each other. Like, you know how when you need to confirm you're not a robot on those websites and you have to verify, like, click all the pictures of a boat? This is that, but in human form. Click all the pictures of an insult and then do it right to their face on video for us. It's so wild to me. Like, none of these conversations even remotely seemed like either party wanted to even try. They just wanted to, like, shit on each other. But yeah, anyway, I had to watch this, so figured, why not you too? And that's about it. See ya. I am so tired of being told that I'm wrong about something that I know I'm right about. The existence of pay pigs. This isn't some Santa Claus situation. This isn't some made-up fairy tale. It's a very real phenomenon that for some people, they can't accept as the truth. So they try and attack me and tell me that I'm incorrect, and I've bought into propaganda and there's no such thing as a pay pig. It's like a unicorn. It doesn't exist. You're wrong. It's real, and I've studied them. While you were still begging your mom for SpaghettiOs for dinner, I was in the battleground researching pay pigs. For those that aren't aware, and I'm sure a lot of you were scratching your head wondering what the fuck I'm talking about, sounding like a raving lunatic, pay pigs, or findom as it's often called, is this kink where random dudes will send a DM to a lady on Twitter, or anyone with a female's profile pic on Twitter, and ask to just send them money. That's it. No strings attached. They will just randomly contact women on Twitter to just ask to send them money. They'll send $100, $200. I've even seen it go all the way up to like $1,000 or $2,000 just because they like to send money to a pretty girl. That's their kink. They don't expect a conversation. They don't expect anything in return. Sometimes they also have a humiliation fetish, so they ask to be insulted by them or publicly shamed. So for a lot of findom on Twitter, you'll see them post receipts from their pay piggies, insulting them and asking their followers to shame them as well because it's what the pay pig wants. It's a fucking fascinating rabbit hole that people don't believe exists. And it does extend past just Twitter, but this is where it's most popular. There are examples of pay pigs in the real world where they like to be financially dominated by a woman, so they'll ask a woman if they can give her money. If they say yes, then they'll make like a monthly schedule on how much money to give them, and then they ask in return to be like stepped on or insulted for it. So it's big on Twitter, but it does happen in the real world too. And last night I was mentioning this on stream because someone in chat had brought it up. And people, again, hit me with like a flood of question marks like, Charlie, this is bullshit, it's not real. So then I had to show them the proof. I had to show them some evidence and make believers out of all of them. And I figured, you know what? Let's just do it for all of you. Because I know there's a large number of people in this world that like to turn a blind eye to pay pigs. And you know what? It's time I drag you kicking and screaming into the light. So let's just do a whole little video showing pay pigs and confirming that, yes, this is a real thing. I don't really care. It doesn't hurt me. I think it's a little sad to just be giving half of your paycheck every month to someone that insults you for it. But again, it's their kink. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't bother me. I just find it interesting. What's the difference between a beta male and a pay pig? That's not as philosophical as you think it is. There's a very obvious difference. If you're just some like sad, lonely guy, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have this compulsive desire to spend all of your money on strangers who don't like you. The whole point of a pay pig is they are paying money to get insulted or ignored. Very different. Those are so different. So different. Do you guys not know pay pigs? Like this classic definition of a pay pig? A pay pig is that guy, that group of guys. They go on Twitter, and if they see a girl, or at least a profile picture of a girl, they send a DM and just ask if they can send her money. No strings attached. Nothing. They just send her money for the sake of her existing as a girl. Sometimes they'll ask to be insulted. Other times they just do it because they want to give a girl money. So white knights but useful. All of these words are being bastardized and it hurts my feelings. They're not white knights. They're not defending the ladies. They're actually just sending money to complete strangers unprovoked, expecting nothing in return. They just want to give hundreds of dollars to girls they think are pretty on Twitter. Those are pay pigs. They don't do anything beyond that, besides ask to be insulted sometimes. Some of them have a humiliation kink, so they ask to be insulted. Dude, no way, that's bull. I'm so tired of this. I am a fucking epidemiologist of this kind of degenerate behavior. It is not. It's called pay pigs. Oh, actually, it's dangerous to search. Hold on. Oh, actually, look at this. When you just type in pay pig, I am the first goddamn result. I am on the forefront of pay pigs. I find it to be beyond fascinating. I will openly say there are some pay piggy relationships that go beyond just anonymously giving money to a girl on Twitter. Sometimes they actually meet up and exchange money at the ATM, for example. Let's see. Pay pig ATM exchange. This is also very dangerous, so hold on. In fact, I think we've even seen this video.
Guys with me, and please ignore my nails.
Oh, that's another term for it. Findom.
Got money for.
Financial
Yeah,
domination.
right there.
Is what it stands for.
And you're gonna get on your knees and you're gonna hand me the money, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
It's like the executioner, but for his own ATM. Or for his own bank account.
160.
Should have asked for more. You could absolutely haggle for more.
Next Friday?
Is that payday?
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
Nice. We all get excited for next Friday's payday. That's a fucking Best Buy shirt. You bet your sweet ass it is. And you know what? He's making a good purchase here. Not really a purchase. I guess he's purchasing her time.
A little bit.
Because she's standing near him.
You should be. No, you did. On your knees.
Mm-hmm.
Kiss my feet.
Yes?
Say Goddess Via owns me.
Goddess Via owns me.
Okay, that's enough. Hand it to me.
Can I get dessert now?
Fine.
Can I suck
Take
your toe?
card.
Lick the bottom of your
No,
foot?
Have more for me Friday, okay?
Yes, Goddess.
I will see you then. One more.
Nice and clean.
Fine. No, not my sock. Okay, that's enough. Put it back on. Fix it.
He absolutely ejaculated there when he got the shoe off.
Okay, good.
You want to step on?
Get down.
Ah, good. Into some used fucking cigarettes and spoons.
Okay, goodbye.
See? Pay pigs. It's a real thing. I don't know why people always say that I'm wrong or that it's not real or I'm making it up. It's a very real thing. Again, a word you might be more familiar with if you prefer the more modern classical take instead of like the postmodern gothic terminology. It's referred to as findom. It has many names. This beast goes by, you know, it has many faces. I don't think I've seen this one. What do we have here? Pay pig simp mistress findom.
What do we have here? What do we have here?
Reverse trick-or-treating. Thank you for stopping by. No more of this? No. I'm giving you your medicine right now. You said that it's not real and it doesn't exist, and now I'm giving you the truth. If you can't handle it, well, that's on you for being weak. You will look this monster in the eye, and you'll accept it. It'll make you stronger. It's not that bad. I mean, it's not hurting me. It's just sad. I don't know. To be fair, probably most of them are fake. I knew that was coming. I knew that cope was coming out. I knew it. So one big thing for Femdom, I thought it was Findom, financial domination. I don't think it's Femdom. I think she used the wrong terminology here. Another big thing is they post the receipts on Twitter because they like to financially humiliate the men. So one of the big trends with pay pigs is they like the receipts being posted and made fun of like online, whether it's a video, whether it's a Twitter, whatever. That's a big trend with it. It's not fake, as much as you want it to be. I mean, Godspeed if they like it. Hey, again, it's not hurting me. This shit doesn't make any problems for me. I just find it to be beyond fascinating and sad. Like, I don't know why you'd just be giving money to be insulted like that and stepped on. It's just, I don't know why you're paying to be bullied. A humiliation fetish I can almost wrap my head around, but this goes beyond it. It's just you're getting bullied and you're paying for it. Like, if you like getting bullied, why not just get bullied for free? Just go on Twitter and give a shit take. Or just post a picture of yourself. Someone's always gonna bully you.
Come on.
Wait, did you just keep some of the money for yourself?
Count it out.
I saw you sneak that in your pocket.
What do you
Holy
say?
Shit.
Thank you, mistress.
Good boy.
Yes, thank you so much. That felt good. I've come. Yum, yum, yum. I was trying to have a conversation with my girlfriend earlier today about some of the wacky stuff going on. Like, I was trying to talk to her about Howie Mandel posting a prolapsed anus on TikTok, but she just didn't have much interest in the topic. She just can't appreciate a good prolapse like we can. So I figured, you know what, if she's not interested, I'll talk to you all about it. But it's not just the blown out asshole that I want to talk about. There's a couple things that went on this week that I just want to at least discuss a little bit. But let's go ahead and start with the most interesting. On Howie Mandel's official TikTok account, he posted a peculiar piece of film where he showed a picture of a man whose entire butthole fell out and asked if it was related to COVID. I obviously can't show the full anus here, but I can at least show Howie Mandel's portion of it.
When my friend Neil bent over, this happened. Does somebody know, is this COVID related? And if it is, what do we do about it? Ow.
Right next to Howie is a giant prolapsed ass. It's not like goatsy or anything. It's a picture of a man who's squatted over, and it actually just looks like he dropped sausage casing out of his pockets. I'm sure all of us are familiar with prolapses, but just in case, an anal prolapse is when the rectum falls out of the hole a bit. It tries to make a prison escape, and it pokes its playful little head out of the anus like a curious gopher. And in the picture Howie Mandel shows, it looks kind of alien. It looks like a zit that's being popped. It also looks kind of sharp, like it has a pointed edge on the prolapse. Like, that shit looks like it could cut bread. It almost looks like a challenge flag is being thrown out of this dude's ass. It's not all super red, like some of it around it looks like even a little infected. So it is a pretty unnerving picture that definitely would catch people off guard, especially on TikTok where the average age is like 9 years old. They would think this is the scariest thing in the world. Howie basically just posted the new blue waffle for Zoomers, and I actually thought this was a great piece of content from him. I only really know Howie Mandel from Deal or No Deal and America's Got Talent, so I had no idea Howie went this hard. Dude straight up went Insano style. But maybe this has like a direct tie-in to his other properties. Like the actual prolapse anus victim here is the banker from Deal or No Deal. But Howie really did just hit us all with that golden buzzer. I didn't expect it, most people didn't expect it, but I actually thought it was pretty entertaining. He's clearly doing it as a joke. My friend Neil bent over and this happened. Is it COVID related? You know, like, it's clearly just meant to be a quick 15-second little joke. Bang, here's a shocking picture, and here's Howie right next to it. It's just a good piece of fun. People really blew it out of proportion. A couple news outlets picked it up saying that it was traumatizing to his audience and this and that, just a bunch of bullshit. But I want to commend Howie for being this brave. No one goes on TikTok expecting to see what Howie posted. So he really bamboozled us there. But apparently it's not the first time he went a little unhinged. There was actually a circulated rumor on TikTok that Howie Mandel was kidnapped and being forced to make TikToks. A wild story. I didn't really look much into it because the very first piece of evidence I saw is Howie Mandel holding up a bag that had shoe supplies on it or something, and when he was pointing to shoe supplies on the bag, he made a triangle with his finger on the S, O, and S. So people were saying that it was a cry for help or something. It was outrageous, but it was a moderately popular theory that Howie Mandel was kidnapped. I don't necessarily believe it. Maybe he was. I mean, who am I to say? I'm not Howie's PR guy. I don't know all of his lore. But the evidence wasn't super compelling, and from the brief 45 seconds I spent looking at it. But again, this isn't the first time Howie Mandel's been in the spotlight for some weird shit. Now, another thing I wanted to briefly touch on, since I get asked about it a lot, is my opinion on Elon Musk backing out of the Twitter deal. For those that don't know, Elon Musk is trying to weasel his way out of buying Twitter now, saying that he's, no longer interested in Twitter, was in breach of the provisions, this and that, and now Twitter's trying to sue Elon to force him to close the deal and buy him out. It's a big mess. It's super muddy and stinky, and I don't get all the specifics. But I will say, Elon Musk is just like a human shitpost. There is never any telling when he's genuinely going to follow through on something. Dude's been promising self-driving cars every year for like the last 8 years, and his entire Twitter feed is nothing but memes. But I still believed he was actually following through on this purchase since he went through all of the effort, all of the legality and litigation or whatever to get it to this point. I didn't think you could go that far and then just conclude with it's just a prank. But the madman did just that, citing that Twitter was actually the one in breach of their agreed upon rules because they didn't accurately disclose how many bots there were on the platform, which does sound like a legitimate concern if Twitter isn't providing like actual information on how many of its users are bots. But to me, this just seems like Elon finally sobered up from his 2-month-long bender, realized he made a stupid decision that no sane, rational person would do with trying to purchase this dog shit cesspool of a website, and then looked for any way out of it. And this seemed like one that was a good target. I don't know if it'll work. Probably will, but I guess we'll see. I just wanted to at least mention that, yes, I know Elon is no longer buying Twitter, but I am curious to see how this concludes. Twitter lawyers are probably also coming in there with, like, big muscles because Twitter, they're not going to just take that shit lying down. Their stock is already dropping from this. So I'm curious to see that clash of the titans and how that unfolds, but yeah, I at least wanted to bring it up since I get asked about it a lot. My opinion's always been if Elon buys Twitter, great. I don't think anything changes. If Elon doesn't buy Twitter, great. Obviously nothing changes. It's still shitty both ways. You can't really fix it. The problem with Twitter isn't like a problem specific to the platform. It's a people problem. The people on Twitter are fucking stupid. Like, it's just, it is infiltrated and infested with the actual dumbest human beings this godforsaken space rock has to offer, giving the worst takes on every situation ever. And you can't really fix that. And then the last thing that happened this week that I just want to at least mention is that whole Doja Cat drama with Noah from Stranger Things. I don't know why anyone thought that would be interesting to me, but I got that question a lot during Twitch streams because it was huge on Twitter. Basically, Doja Cat sent a message to Noah asking if the guy who plays Eddie in Stranger Things was single. And that was like a whole big fucking hoopla on Twitter for like 3 days. It was the most uninteresting, stale, ranky dank nonsense. Like, I don't give a fuck about that. I love petty internet drama a lot. All of you know that. That's not a secret. That wasn't anything. It was the biggest nothing burger I've ever seen. But it had like 300,000 something tweets about it. And every time I was looking for some spicy garbage on Twitter, it was just Doja Cat and Noah stuff. I don't care. I don't want to get asked about it anymore. I just want to make it clear. I don't care. That is the most meaningless shit ever to me. A celebrity asked another celebrity about another celebrity's status on whether they're single or not. Woo! I mean, that's just so fucking boring. So yeah, I just wanted to clear that up. That's not my kind of internet beef that I care about. That's just not super interesting to me. I like the more wacky and wild stuff. So anyway, just wanted to mainly talk about the Howie Mandel shit, but also at least briefly mention these other two things since I got asked about them so much. That's really about it. So yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. What you're about to see is going to make you upset. But I'm showing you this for your own good. For too long, you've lived in ignorance, burying your head in the sand, hiding in shadows, trying to avert your eyes from the truth. And now it's my job to drag you kicking and screaming into the light. OnlyFans. All of us have heard of it. This platform has blown up significantly over the last 2 years. It's become like the peanut butter and jelly of porn. Every single person has tried to make an OnlyFans at this point. But I don't think many people, myself included, realized how much money the top creators on OnlyFans are pulling in. Recently, Amaranth and Belle Delphine posted their OnlyFans earnings, and they are fucking shocking. Just look at this. Amaranth has pulled in 33.7 mil in total. Amaranth made more than the newest Matt Damon movie. And this was released worldwide. She's making on average $1.5 million a month. That's more than most professional athletes. People are spending money on Amaranth's OnlyFans like it's microtransactions in Diablo Immortal. This is like the Pokemon Go of porn. She's making so much money, and she doesn't do like fully nude photos or anything either. She basically posts shit that you see people post freely on Instagram, but she puts it behind a paywall. It's genius. I've said this for like 2 years now since OnlyFans blew up. It is the smartest hustle anyone can do because most of the top percent on OnlyFans don't even do like actual porn or nudity. It's fucking nuts. I think Amaranth only ever posted one fully topless picture and made $500,000 off that single picture. Just one photo of her titties made more money than the majority of people will ever see in their entire lives. Imagine if she did that once a week. Like one picture every week of her bare honkers, she'd probably outsell lottery tickets. And Belle Delphine's not far behind her. Her melons are also working overtime here, bringing in fat stacks of cash. She made right around $30 million here. This was a screenshot she posted in her most recent music video. And this one's actually a more thorough breakdown of where it comes from. So we can really analyze this. Clearly the bulk of it comes from subscriptions, 22.8 million just from subs. But then in second place at almost 7 million is messages. And then deeply in last place is tips at 240k. That was actually shocking to me. I assumed tips would be like the least lucrative, just because, you know, not many people are going to come around and just toss money into the piggy bank here for free and get nothing in return. But I still thought there'd be a lot more kind, gentle sirs that would just be donating to Milady for the sake of it. So that was actually really surprising to me that it's that far behind the rest. Now I want to briefly talk about messages there. So on OnlyFans, you can set it up so that way if people want to message you, they have to pay for it. Obviously a great way of farming a parasocial relationship and getting as much juice for the squeeze as you can from it. So with Belle Delphine here, we can see she's made like $6.9 million off of that, which is really fucking smart. So every message that someone is sending to her, they are putting money behind it. It's just like leaving behind a note, do you like me, circle yes or no, with a $200 attached to it. And I imagine like 98% of these messages go unanswered, so you just toss money at the void here, hoping to hear back. And then I imagine there's people that'll double, triple, even quadruple message, and all the while paying for each one. Like going to a payphone, but only ever getting the ringtone, if that payphone costs a lot more money. It's super smart, and I'm pretty sure that's how it works with messages that you can pay for. I think you can set it up so every single message is like paid, not just the first one, though I'm not 100% sure. Either way, it's a massive moneymaker, clearly, and I really was blown away by these numbers. I knew OnlyFans creators at the top level were making a lot, but I didn't know it was 8 figures. I thought we were talking like mid 7 figures or something like that, but no, this is huge. And OnlyFans has only really blown up over the last 2 years. So this is like 15 mil a year between the two of them here. Hats off to them. And also I want to say, I never understand why people get mad at like Amaranth or Belle Delphine for doing OnlyFans, or really any woman for that matter. It's extremely smart. And like I said, the majority of them don't even do like nudity. They're basically just posting Instagram pictures, but people pay for them. It's like free money. It's an actual infinite money cheat code. I don't understand why people shame them for it. This is just a classic example of don't hate the player, hate the game. There's clearly tons of dudes out there willing to pay top dollar for shit most people get for free. And there's no reason not to hose them down for those doubloons. Like, again, they're not even really doing nudity or anything. They're just posting, like, shit you see all over Twitter for free, but behind a paywall and getting rewarded for it. I don't know what there is to get upset at them for. You can be mad at the dudes paying for it, I guess, if you want to, but I don't think it's healthy to be mad at them either. Like, why not just make your own OnlyFans? That's the perspective I had when I made my secret feet OnlyFans. I talked about this last year. I went incognito mode. I went undercover on OnlyFans and made a completely isolated OnlyFans, not associated with me at all, and it focused on my feet. So I posted pictures of my feet as well as a couple videos and hope to get a following and see how like difficult it is to actually go from 0 to top 1% of OnlyFans. So I'd promote it on like Twitter occasionally, and after about 8 or 9 months, I had 0 followers, 0 subscribers, whatever, nothing. Literally nothing. Radio silence, crickets. My feet OnlyFans was a colossal disaster, so much so that I'm never going to say the name of it because I'm so ashamed. I'm so embarrassed. If it got really popular, I wouldn't have shut the fuck up about it. I would have been rubbing it in people's faces like, I told you my feet were cool, I knew I could do it, and then also make a point like, yeah, you can actually grow an OnlyFans pretty easily. But that wasn't the lesson I learned. I learned that my feet are probably ugly, and it's not easy to grow an OnlyFans without already being established online somewhere. So, I got a little lost in the sauce there. The point is, I have nothing but respect for the grind. Clearly it's paying off. Also, one OnlyFans creator dwarfs their earnings by a lot. Danielle Bergoli, Bad Baby. She has made $50 million on OnlyFans. The day she turned 18, she started an OnlyFans and made $50 fucking million. That is so, well, A, creepy for the people that were like literally counting down the minutes till midnight for her to turn 18 and subscribe to her OnlyFans. And B, fucking wild how much money there is on the OnlyFans platform for people. That's so nuts. That is actual insanity. I really do wonder how much the #1 male earning OnlyFans creator is pulling in, because I have to imagine it's nowhere near these numbers. It's probably not even in the same ballpark. Dude's probably made like $80 on it. Like, I have no idea, because I feel like 99% of every user on OnlyFans are guys who went there specifically to sign up to one person's OnlyFans that they found on Twitter. Like, if you go to pretty much any comment thread on Twitter, it could be about anything, like, hey, good news, just published my newest book, and then the comments will be like, yeah, but I just published this new shit on OnlyFans. Like, any profile you click on Twitter is going to have a link to their OnlyFans, and I feel like the majority of users on OnlyFans are these people, these desperate people that found them through Twitter or whatever, and just followed them to OnlyFans and signed up, and then are like desperately paying to toss messages at them or get their attention somehow. Like, I don't think there's a massive organic audience that goes like through a bunch of different OnlyFans. I feel like they go there specifically for individuals that they've found online or have already followed in the past. I don't think there's a massive market on OnlyFans for male creators. At least I don't think so. I'm just talking out of my ass here because I have no data to back it up. I haven't seen any male OnlyFans creators post these kinds of screenshots to talk about their earnings. I obviously know some of them do well for themselves. Like, I know Tyga has his own OnlyFans that actually does decently for itself. But even there, I don't know how much that's making compared to these. It's definitely significantly less, if I had to guess. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because I found the topic super interesting, because this is just pulling back the curtain on something I think a lot of us wanted to know, which is how much the OnlyFans top level are pulling in. And it's way, way more than I thought, and probably most of you watching expected as well. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. When you think of a hero, the first thing that pops in your head is probably like Spider-Man or Iron Man or something. But for me, when I think of a hero, I think of anyone who has to work in retail, food service, reservations, any job where you have to interact with a customer. Those are the real heroes. I have always said and always will say that any job that requires you to interact with customers is an absolute nightmare. Hell on earth. You're constantly experiencing the worst humanity has to offer every single day. Swallowing rusty nails would be less painful. And I think that's something that everyone on this planet can agree on, that rude customers are the lowest of the low. I have more respect for cockroaches than I do some douchebag that's melting down in public, yelling at an employee over something they had no control over in the first place. It is one of my biggest pet peeve. In fact, I'd say it's probably my biggest pet peeve. I hate that shit. And today there was a video that was going pretty viral on TikTok about a guy who posted his own meltdown at GameStop, and it is so embarrassing I couldn't help but just talk about it a little bit today. Let me show you it.
Hey, what's going on, man?
How you doing?
Listen, I'm recording you just because I've had the hardest time returning this. So if you tell me no, I'm gonna go ahead and sue GameStop.
I see this shit all the time. If you don't help me fix this problem that is my fault, I'm going to sue the entire company. Well, like, what do you expect them to do? Start groveling like, oh no, please, don't sue the company. Oh no, oh goodness gracious, oh please, anything but that, shaking their fist. I'll do anything to fix it. Oh god, just let me rectify this situation. Like, why do you expect the employee to give a fuck if you sue the company? Why is this GameStop employee all of a sudden gonna try and defend the company, the corporation, like, oh no, you will not. I will not allow you to besmirch the good name of GameStop like this. I will fix your problem immediately, now that you've threatened legal action. Like, they have no say-so in the corporation. You know, this guy isn't John GameStop here. Like, he doesn't care. Who the fuck cares? I just can't wrap my head around this, like, 4-year-old thought process here. If I go after the company, surely the employee is now going to be able to magically fix my issue. It's not their company. They don't care. They're just an employee of it. It's not like they're married to it. It's not, you know, they don't care. They shouldn't care. It just makes no sense to me. But all power to this guy. If you want to sue GameStop and lose all your money in legal fees, please, go right ahead. It'll be a really fun, goofy headline to read. I implore you to sue GameStop. And it's really silly in this case because it's GameStop. It's not exactly a booming corporation. Like, what are you going to sue GameStop for? Their NFTs? Like you really stand to gain nothing out of it anyway? The whole thing is just a fucking disaster, and this guy's an absolute clown.
You know, you have nothing to do with this. I just need somebody to tell me no on video so I can go ahead and sue GameStop.
A brief moment of self-awareness where he acknowledges that the employee had nothing to do with this situation, but then still continues to make a big scene out of it. Jesus Christ, it's so painful. I'd rather teabag a barrel of plutonium.
I'm just trying to get my money back here. I bought the PS5 bundle, and then they made me buy a whole bundle, which isn't even on my receipt. I didn't sign no contract under you guys' policy. It's just unopened things are returnable.
They didn't pass you the receipt?
Yeah, go ahead. I think you were in here even when I bought it. So yeah, I got pressured into buying a bundle. I didn't even want it. So I got 3 games and the charging case. I kept the controller there.
You got pressured into buying a bundle, and now you regret it. What do you mean you got pressured into buying a bundle? What, did the employees throw you against the lockers like it was football hazing? And take the goddamn credit card out of your wallet to make this purchase? What the fuck do you mean you got pressured into buying a PS5? Were you just sitting there trembling like, oh my god, they're talking about a bundle. Fuck, I'm gonna have to do it. Sweat pouring down your face. You like 8 years old? You come in here acting like a big man, but your issue makes it seem like you're just a big baby. Like, what the fuck, man? Jesus. And the whole issue is super stupid anyway, because when you buy a PS5, you get games with it. It's bundled up. And I think the reason, and I could be wrong, this one I'm not 100% sure on, the reason they bundle PS5s with games is to prevent scalping or reselling. So that way you're not just getting like the raw console to like resell for profit. You get games with it as well that drive the value up, so you spent more on like the entire package than you did just the actual hardware. I'm pretty sure it's like anti-scalping measures, though I'm not 100% sure. But when you're buying a PS5, you're never just buying like a raw PS5 anymore. It's always bundled.
I get where you're coming from, where you didn't want to buy the bundle, but that's the only way you can get the system.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
So through GameStop, right now we're only doing bundles for PS5.
Is that in writing? I know. So you're gonna just say no, huh?
Yeah, I can't take it.
So you can't give me the refund for this shit right here?
No.
Absolutely massive props to the employee here, keeping a level head and just delivering a firm no. I love that. Lays out the facts. The only way you get the system is with a bundle. Not much I can do for you there, champ. You made a decision that you regret, and I can't help you. But stop blaming us. It's your fault. You're dumb, not us.
Like,
okay. When's your manager working so I can come and fuck with him? Because I'm gonna definitely come fuck with him.
It should be tomorrow.
Tomorrow? What's his shift?
He should be in the morning.
All right. And what's his name? I just come and I'm just gonna come fuck shit up. Like I'm telling you, I'm not fucking around.
The guy who got pressured into buying a PS5 apparently is gonna come make another big scene to the manager of the GameStop. How embarrassing. And this happens every single time. The customer is the one recording this. It blows my mind how every single time there's an event like this, it's always the biggest asshole that's recording it thinking they're right. He posted this in full confidence thinking that TikTok would be on his side, but instead all they did was steam his ham. They fucking slam dunked this guy across all of TikTok and on YouTube. I saw Jamari made a video about this as well. This guy's just become an absolute laughingstock, and it was entirely avoidable multiple ways. A, not making a big hoopla about you making a bad decision financially that you regret. Your fault. Take responsibility. Nothing GameStop can do for you here. And 2, not filming it yourself. You could have just not filmed it. And then 3, if you had the compulsive desire to film it, you couldn't fight the urge just scratching at your neck like, oh, I'm being an asshole and I gotta film it. Yes. Okay. Even after filming it, you could have just not posted it. Like, there were 3 ways of avoiding yourself being an absolute joke on the internet, and somehow all 3 of those filters you went right through. Impressive.
This is, yeah, you guys are trying to upsell motherfuckers. I could have paid 800 on StockX if that was the motherfucking case.
But you're just getting the system off.
I don't want no fucking Ratchet and Clank. Are you kidding me? You know what this is, bro.
No, like,
I pay $800 for some bullshit.
Like, say if like you wanted different games, like you legit like.
Can you give me in-store credit for all this?
Let me stop you right there, big guy. You do not want in-store credit at GameStop. They will give you like $15 for this entire PS5. It'll be $15 and like 5 toothpicks. In-store credit is the last thing you should be haggling for here. It is not worth it at all.
No, y'all trying to play me. It's a brand new game, and I'm here to return them.
Saying y'all.
Y'all GameStop, and you represent GameStop. You ain't got no name tag or shirt, but you GameStop. So that's why I'm saying y'all. Yeah, if you don't want to represent it, then quit.
I work.
Ah, yes, the classic. You work at GameStop, which means you are GameStop. So all of my problems are your problems. It's I don't even know where to start with what just happened there. Telling him to quit if he doesn't rep GameStop. What does that mean? What are you talking about? This guy's giving you all the answers to your questions and you're still mad at him. It's your fault. You signed the receipt. You didn't have to pay $800 for the bundle if you didn't want to. You not only signed the receipt, you walked out of there and you went home, you marinated on it, and then you came back and made a big scene about it. Like, it's your fault. It's not this guy's fault. Telling him to quit his job if he's not there to, like, fight for GameStop tooth and nail is so silly. Oh, I can't stand, like, customers like this. These videos just always boil my blood. And I've never even worked in like the customer service industries or anything like that, but my heart absolutely breaks for the people that have. It seems so miserable. And seeing customers in real life, like you see the worst fucking people. It's so aggravating. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a bit since the video was floating around, and that's really about it. See ya. It's been exactly 1 month since I issued an unholy challenge to the world, and I pray the Lord can forgive us for this sin. I did something pretty sinister. I set in motion a series of events that would lead to hundreds, if not thousands, of people suffering, and this action will probably cement me in the history books right next to Vlad the Impaler when it comes to humanity's most prolific torturers. I opened Pandora's box and released all the evil inside directly into the bloodstream of gamers everywhere. I put a $5,000 bounty on completing the hardest challenge in gaming, a challenge that no one has completed in 18 years, and then a week ago I actually upped that bounty from $5,000 to $20,000 since no one had claimed it over the last 3 weeks, and it's now been a month and still no one has claimed it. So in case you haven't been keeping up, I'll break it down as quickly as possible, give you a nice concise plot summary here to catch you up on the lore. I issued a challenge to anyone in the world to complete Halo 2 on Legendary difficulty solo with every single original skull turned on except for Envy. The skulls in Halo 2 modify the game to make it harder. The only skull that doesn't do that is Envy. It gives you camo when you turn on a flashlight, so it's actually helpful. Turn that skull off, keep every other skull on, so 13 skulls on Legendary difficulty, solo, completing the entire game without dying. No deaths. Not a single death. If you die, you restart the whole thing. And it all has to be streamed, so that way we can verify that it was all done in a single run without any external cheats or splicing or editing tricks. It has been an absolute joy to watch people run this. Since upping the bounty to $20,000, we've gotten a couple hundred, if not a couple thousand new runners all trying it, and pretty much all of them have given up by now over the last, 48 hours, I'd say. They've just begun to fizzle out, probably for their own mental health, because if they kept going, they'd end up locked in a mental institution, because it is absolutely diabolical. It is fucking brutal. And since upping it to 20,000, it actually got picked up by a ton of news outlets. It went viral on Twitter with the entire Halo community talking about it. Even 343 Studios even mentioned it, wondering if it's possible, which it is. It is legitimately possible, just extremely hard. A ton of other outlets picked up on it, but not just in the US. It became international news for gamers. I know Famitsu, if that's how you say it, was talking about it. I also heard it was pretty big in Germany for a little while. So the news of the bounty has spread far and wide since upping it, and it has been incredible seeing so many people try it. I have watched probably close to 100 hours worth of people doing this bounty run, these bounty runs. It's been amazing. Now, I'd like to further illustrate just how difficult this challenge is, because I know a lot of people who might not be familiar with Halo 2 hear this and it's like, it's a first-person shooter, how can it be that difficult? I just want to start laying out the brass tacks here, because what I've done here is basically what Pain did in Naruto. I taught the world what true pain and agony feels like when I brought this bounty into existence here. I opened a portal directly to hell. So, like I mentioned, over the last month, we've had, if I had to guess, probably 1,000 to 1,500 runners actively trying it. That doesn't count people who tried it for a single stream for 2 hours and gave up. I'm talking about people that have tried it a few times over the course of a few days. Probably around 1,000 to 1,500. Do you know how many people made it past level 1? 7. 7 goddamn chiseled warriors made it past level 1 and have had actual deep runs. Just 7. That's right out of The Boys. 7 superheroes here. And the crazy thing is, statistically, you have better odds of making it to the NBA than you do making it past level 1 here in this challenge. It's fucking absurd. I want to quickly shout out these 7 brave gladiators for going into the Thunderdome and popping off. We have Jervalen, Pedro Goss, Cordiaxis, Eric, Frazier, Mr. Monopoly, and Halo Completionist. There's also one runner on YouTube named Carrier who has also had a run to, I believe, Arbiter. So it's actually 8, but 7 on Twitch. And it's been so fun to watch. So I want to go a little deeper in there. Halo 2 has 13 levels. It's an extremely long campaign. From start to finish, this run, when completed, will probably take roughly 7 hours, maybe 7.5 hours of a single run. So 7 to 7.5 hours to complete the game with this bounty like this. And right now, the furthest anyone's made it is to level 10 out of 13. It's the hardest level in the entire run. It's called Gravemind. And you get to Gravemind at around 4 hours and 30 minutes. So you're 4 hours, 30 minutes into a run. You're already getting a little fatigued, maybe a little bit sweaty. Maybe your vision's blurred because you're starting to get malnourished because you haven't had vitamins in a while because you forgot to eat. So you get to Gravemind, you're excited, and then, you know what? You gotta buckle down because it's the hardest goddamn mission in the run. It's actually the hardest level in all of Halo. So if you fuck up there, you start the whole thing over. 4 hours and 30 minutes right into the shitter. It is brutal. And of the 8 people who have made it past level 1 multiple times, there's only one person who's made it to Gravemind, and that's Jervalen. Jervalen has made it to Gravemind 6 times, and one of his runs, he actually almost completed it. It has been outstanding to watch. Jervalen is an absolute fucking surgeon at Halo 2. He's definitely the front runner and the favorite to actually claim the bounty here, and I do think he has the best shot at completing this, but that's not to say that none of the other runners have a chance. All of the other runners are just now learning this. They're figuring it out and starting to get their footing. Jervalen's had years of experience running this. So the other runners are finally making deep runs consistently. So we've had 5 of those runners make it all the way to level 7, which is Regret. Some of them have done it a couple times. So there's definitely heated competition now as people are really starting to get their footing and get a handle on it. So I'm really excited to see it continue to develop. And I just want to say, Jervalen's clips are some of the most entertaining I've seen. They're so fucking fun. I just want to show you like a montage of his most iconic deaths so far over just the last week. Since raising the bounty to 20k, the goofiness has been dialed up to 11. It's been so wild and wacky. Let me show you some of this.
It's more of a, what do you want to call it? More of a personal thing, dude. I like my VODs to be flawless. Holy mother shit! Well, that's what I get. Just come here. You're in melee mode. Oh my god! Oh my! Wow. That one I think I need to be more to the right. I think I know what to do. I'm here, like this. Yeah, he's stuck. Oh my! I just got baited, chat. I got baited. Bye! You fucking idiot. Get out! You and your dumb shit. Come! Come! Get out! Holy shit. Getting off. Oh my god. No way. Fuck you. Oh my god. The fucking thing closed! You suck! Oh! Holy What? The fuck just happened?
Every death in this run is heartbreaking because it takes so long to get back to it. But Jervalen does a great job even as a streamer because he's constantly talking to chat. In fact, one thing I've noticed about this bounty is all of the best runners are also really good streamers. Throughout the run, and since it's such a long run, they're always joking with chat, talking to chat, telling stories, keeping it lighthearted. So it's not only just like good content from like a gameplay perspective, but it's just like entertaining stream content in general. Like all 8 of these runners are like actually good streamers too, which is fantastic, a nice cherry on top of the cake. Now all of these goofy deaths I've shown you are not Gravemind. I want to show you 3 Gravemind deaths that he got this week, all of which would make even the strongest man weep. It's so sad. To get to Gravemind and die is just a rough feeling because it takes so long. So all of these are like 5 hours-ish, and my god, do they hurt.
Well then. I have to get health off this guy or I'm gonna die in the next section anyway. I do have shield though, or I do have some health left on my character, so it'd be fine. Okay. Bait the overheat.
That last death is especially painful because he had gotten so far. That right now is the furthest any mortal has made it in this bounty. So what he did is he got through like the hardest part of Gravemind, which is a component called Prison. He was pretty much through Prison for the most part and was almost in that home stretch, but was unfortunately cut short by some drones. Drones are like the little flying insect guys that fucked him in the ass here, unfortunately. This was 5 days ago, and I still think Trevelyan's just one good run away from clutching this all out, but it's tough. It's just a really hard bounty, but I've got to tell you, the fucking stream content is amazing. I have watched so many streams. When I'm not doing anything or when I'm just like hanging out, even when I'm lifting, I always have someone stream up that's doing this bounty because it's so fucking entertaining. It's not the same thing every time. Like, for example, I like speedrunning. I love watching speedrunning, but once it's figured out, like once the route's established, most speedruns play out the same and it's just a matter of executing it flawlessly and executing it better than everyone else, which is great to see. But here, that doesn't really apply. Yes, the runners are all using similar, if not the same routes, depending on the game they're playing, whether it's Halo 2 Classic or Halo 2 Anniversary. But it changes so much between every run because there's a lot of RNG to it. The enemies spawn might be a different weapon. Like sometimes an elite will spawn with a dual plasmas, maybe not. Sometimes enemies will do things that they've never done before, like the AI just goes rogue. Sometimes they won't even die to a back smack with like they're supposed to, which can just fuck your run right away. It is all about adapting to the bullshit. So every run is always different and exciting. Just absolutely exhilarating to watch. So many incredible moments from this, and I absolutely love it. I know this challenge will be completed. I have no doubt about it. I know there were a couple people, like YouTubers, saying that it probably never will be done or calling it straight up impossible, but it's not. It is doable. It's just going to take the perfect run, and when that happens, it's going to be absolutely historic. 18 years, no one's been able to do it, and I know we're going to see it. Could be any day now someone's going to pull it off. I know it, and I'm excited for it, and I'm just going to keep watching because this shit's so much fun. This bounty has been amazing, and I just wanted to give a little update on where everyone's at and how it's all going. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. This week, a creator on TikTok began selling their own special homemade dipping sauce, and it got extremely popular, not only on TikTok, but across the entire internet. It's called pink sauce, and it became a sensation because it's so concerning. Even just its appearance is alarming. It looks like runny Pepto-Bismol. It looks like Majin Buu donated blood and it got turned into dipping sauce. It looks like the paint they use at glow-in-the-dark mini-golf courses. It just doesn't look fit for human consumption. And it turns out it's not exactly safe to eat. So let's get into it because this is a wild rabbit hole. So TikTok creators started making these posts promoting the pink sauce, and then it eventually went up for sale for people to buy. And right away people noticed something was really peculiar with the bottle because it said there were 444 servings per bottle, which is obviously wrong, unless of course it's just the smallest serving sizes of all time. Like one tiddlywink of sauce is all you're supposed to consume before you like actually die from it, like cyanide. And not only is like some of this shit on there mislabeled, but some of the ingredients are misspelled. But the thing that really stood out to me is one of the ingredients in the sauce is milk. And this is shipped over state lines, and it's packaged in just these baggies, like these small bags. There's no like ice or anything to freeze it, no dry ice to keep it cool. So you're just getting shipped hot milk. Also, there's no preservatives in it, so it has nothing to keep it stable. There's no way it survives the shipping process intact. It just becomes unedible. There's no shelf life here. The second this thing leaves a refrigerator, it's on a tight clock. You have maybe like 1 good hour with the pink sauce before it just turns to nuclear waste. It's just a disaster. So no doubt by the time you receive your pink sauce, the milk is already spoiled. So you're basically just buying poison. Like fundamentally, this is the Tide Pod challenge all over again, but in a bottle. By the time it reaches you, you've just got yourself like a goddamn container of rat poison. You may as well just go down to your local Walmart and just get a can of Raid Wasp Killer and start chugging that, or dipping your chicken in that. You'd get the same flavor out of it.
Need to talk about pink sauce and why a lot of people are concerned for the people that have bought this sauce from the lady that makes it on TikTok, because the hue of the sauce keeps changing. Every photo, every video, the sauce color looks different. And also, she doesn't describe what it actually tastes like. I don't know if it is to promote it, get people to buy it, just to see what it tastes like, but she will not describe the taste. She says it's because she cannot describe the taste. I've been hearing it kind of tastes like ranch, not exactly ranch, but basically ranch.
I think it's important to note that the pink sauce that they're eating in the TikToks is probably safe. Like, that was probably refrigerated and kept at the proper temperature, so that way it didn't just turn into a bottle of rancid sludge. But the pink sauce people are receiving are the bottles that were just shipped through the mail in the hottest summer on record. So I think they're getting a very different sauce here. So they're probably fine in the videos you're seeing. But if you're one of those poor souls that ordered this, I mean, Godspeed to you. You're gonna really be training your immune system, have that shit working overtime, because this is a recipe for disaster. Like, this shit seems like it would give you botulism and COVID at the same time. Also, fun fact, I decided to look into this a little bit more, and a food safety expert weighed in on it and actually confirmed what I was just joking about, that you can actually get botulism from this product. Imagine paying $20 just to get murdered by some viral sauce you saw on TikTok. This shit is just basically paying $20 for an assassin in a bottle.
Now that people have purchased it and received it, they're noticing that there's a lot of stuff that's really sketchy with the bottle. The nutrition facts seem to be off. It says there's 444 servings. Some of the ingredients are spelled wrong. The website also just seems so poorly put together. Like, what is this? Why does it say this? It's literally like $20 for a bottle, and a lot of people are now worried that this creator is going to be facing a lawsuit.
Yeah, if people keep reporting that they're getting violently ill from the pink sauce, I think there probably is grounds for a lawsuit. But I also think it's entirely their own fault for being stupid enough to buy sauce from a complete stranger on TikTok.
The sauce was also arriving in the mail in these bags. They were not like boxed up with bubble wrap, and we're talking about liquid sauce here. So obviously some people were receiving them literally exploded. It's honestly so sad. I'm really rooting for small businesses, but when it comes to food, you need to be careful with what you're buying and the safety and everything.
I see a lot of people putting the focus on the wrong thing here with the shipping, talking about how it would always spill and all of that. And while it's true, since it was packaged so inefficiently, the spilling should be like the least of your concerns. That's a blessing. If all of your pink sauce spilled into the box, that means you can't consume it, which means you won't die from it. The most important problem is that they shipped it without any like refrigeration to keep it cool. And if the ingredients are accurate, there's no way that that can get as hot as it would during transit to get to you. Like, by the time you get it, it is no longer safe to consume. So, yes, it is true that it was packaged so poorly that all of them spilt. Like, here, I'll show you a couple more videos. Pay attention to, like, the color, too, and also look at how they always, like, arrived spoiled in most of the videos.
Damn, look how fat the bottle is. That's crazy.
I can't even respond to that. I'm just gonna let that one fly right on over. I'm gonna let that one fly.
Didn't even, like, actually arrive pink. Just ooze. Just revolting slime. Now, the creator of it did respond and posted a video about it, but it's not exactly a good response, and she just chalks a lot of it up to being a small business and new to it. But when you're selling a product like this, you're literally being entrusted with people's lives. You know, like, they're trusting you not to give them foodborne illness, salmonella, botulism, you know, all of that. So it's kind of hard to just be like, oh, it's just a small business, they're learning. So what if a few people have to die for them to get the pink sauce right? You know, it's not exactly, like, super excusable, if you ask me.
Time to acknowledge the elephant in the room. So, I want to start off by saying, number one, my apologies. I'm only human. I'm not perfect. The grams got mixed up with the serving size. There's 444 grams of pink sauce inside of each container.
So she starts by addressing the 444 servings thing, saying it was just an honest mistake where grams got mixed up with the serving sizes and that it was being fixed, so all the labels going forward would have the proper serving size.
This is a small business, y'all. We are working to try to get the price mark down on the pink sauce. I want to also say I appreciate y'all for supporting me, for spending $20.
She also mentions they're going to work on getting the price down, but again, I don't think there's any price you could pay me to even take a single lick of a spoon that was even anywhere near a pink sauce bottle. This is just an absolutely horrible, horrible venture, and I don't know how people actually bought it. But anyway, let's see how she addresses like the actual safety concerns of consuming it.
Yes, we are following FDA standard. However, we are currently in lab testing. So once we go through lab testing, we will be able to pitch to stores to put the pink sauce in stores, and we're so excited about that.
Good news, they're still in the lab testing, and you all are the guinea pigs. So they'll be able to see what the fatality rate here is on the pink sauce and be able to fine-tune it to be an even deadlier weapon in the future, I guess. They don't address the actual safety concerns of it, obviously, but I would have at least liked some insight on refrigeration instructions, like why does it get to you discolored and fucking hot? Like it gets to you like molten lava when there's ingredients in there that shouldn't get to that temperature. So yeah, that's where the pink sauce rabbit hole wraps up. I hope no one's gotten extremely sick or have died from it. If they did, it would actually genuinely be their own fault. They'd have no one to blame but themselves. This is an entirely avoidable illness here. You don't have to be exposed to the pink sauce epidemic when it's very clearly not up to FDA protocols, it's not regulated, and it's not been done responsibly. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about it because this was a pretty wild one. That's about it. So yeah. Who doesn't love a good story? Human beings are hardwired to gravitate towards storytelling as their main form of entertainment. Since the day we accidentally flopped out of the ocean and began to evolve, we've been telling stories, whether it's written, spoken, or performed. There's just something about a good story that tickles our DNA. And today I want to talk about the best storyteller on YouTube, Oki's Weird Stories. There is no one that puts more effort into their content than Oki. He will fly thousands of miles to bumblefuck nowhere to interview one person for a 45-second clip in his documentary just to get the full scoop and be hands-on with it. No stone goes unturned when it comes to Oki's research. He's somehow able to unearth the most obscure documents and facts about his topics. It's mind-blowing. He'll find like finger paintings from the people that he's talking about back in their 4th grade elementary school, and then interview the teacher who gave them the finger painting assignment 50 years ago. Like, it's incredible how thorough he is. His content is absolutely amazing. So definitely check out his channel if you haven't yet. Today we're going to be going over his newest video, The King of Stolen Valor. This is the story of Jack Edema, which I'd never even heard of before. That name sounded made up to me like an NPC in a video game. But this is a fucking wild ride that Oki lays out and displays beautifully. Oki also has a Patreon, which I'm going to link in the description below, so definitely feel free to support him there as well. Is it Tier 1 tortellini weed shop tonight? No. So, Oki wanted me to watch this tonight, and I was going to watch it on my own, but he asked if I would stream it, so I'm going to watch this tonight because I fucking love Oki. And then after that, I'll probably dust off the 360 and try and set that up for some Halo 2 classic lasso runs. So I don't know anything about Jack Edema. Is that how you say it? Edema? So this will be like brand new for me. One of the few times I have no clue who this is about.
This is Jack in Afghanistan holding an AK-47 and riding on the back of a horse.
Is that Steven Seagal?
Here he is on the night of his wedding,
yes,
flanked by 2 security guards with his bride in his lap.
That guy looks so close to Jason Statham, it's unreal. He's just a little too tall. He looks so majestic.
Jack was not there as an active duty soldier. He was not a private military contractor. Instead, he was a 45-year-old ex-con that entered Afghanistan after 9/11 with the goal of collecting the $25 million reward on Osama bin Laden's head.
Wait, was that a real thing? Did we put a $25 million bounty on Osama bin Laden? We actually did? Man, I don't remember that shit at all. What a fucking crazy time to be alive. What? Damn. Alright, so Jack was out there on that Sigma grind set, about to execute a man for a payday.
Jack just rolled into a war-torn country, pretending to be an active-duty Green Beret, and did it so well that NATO coalition forces helped him apprehend
I feel like it can't be that hard
in
to
3
blend in
different
like
ways.
that, though. Especially back then, they're not going to be background checking everyone. He just shows up like, hey, I'm here to help fight. Like, I don't even know if you'd question him. He'd be like, yeah, I'm a Green Beret. Like, alright. I haven't seen you before, but alright.
Down, hands off.
Eventually, things went way too far after Jack created a fake paramilitary group called Task Force Saber 7,
Oh, no.
rented a property which he turned into a private prison, and started torturing Afghans who he suspected to be terrorists.
Jesus
Jack and the rest of
Christ.
Task Force Saber 7 were eventually arrested and charged in Afghan courts. During Phase 1 of his Special Forces qualification course, he was caught stealing. His commanding officer wrote that he had an
Rookie
irrational
mistake.
tendency towards violence after he attacked another officer. In an evaluation report, a captain described him as, quote, without a doubt, the most unmotivated, unprofessional, immature enlisted man that I have ever known.
But you have heard of him. That's not bad, actually. Out of all the people that enlisted, to be, without a doubt, the most unmotivated, unprofessional, and immature is actually pretty impressive. More so than just being, like, average in every area. I always find when the pendulum swings, even in the opposite direction, extremely, like, aggressively, so in this case, awful, it's impressive, too.
Flipping through the pages of Soldier of Fortune magazine gives you a better sense of why Rambo wannabes loved it so much. Underwater knife fighting techniques. Another example is a multi-part series on urban street survival. Much like most of the Soldier...
Can I read that pamphlet real quick? The underwater fighting techniques are really good. You never know when you might encounter like a rogue Atlantean soldier or something when you're just out at the family lake or something. It says you in self find yourself confine. I can't fucking read it at all actually, but it looks pretty effective.
Fire, recover, re-verify your sights. Holster.
Nice. He's training a full-blown military.
Discrimination training.
Around this time, Jack also started a mail-order business selling paintball equipment and non-lethal military gear. He's still respected to this day by paintball enthusiasts who regard him as a pioneer in the sport who sold high-quality equipment. He also organized Special Forces expos, which attracted the Soldier of Fortune crowd and acted as a venue for him to sell his gear. In 1994, he was arrested along with his girlfriend, Patricia Dawn Glosson, for defrauding 60 companies out of $250,000. In court, Jack legally represented himself. He argued that he was the victim of an FBI plot and claimed that the agency carried a vendetta against him because he did not reveal his sources for the information he provided to them concerning the backpack nuke smuggling operation.
My name is Ronald Gene Barber. I was a member of the Army Intelligence working for NSA. In early 1994, I was charged with the attempted assassination of former President Bill Clinton. I was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison, plus 3 years probation.
Whoa. 5 years for an assassination plot on the acting president? People get more time for weed. Holy shit. Bill Clinton himself was like, yeah, I'll give him 5 years. He didn't really succeed. And he worked for the NSA too. So I feel like that would have absolutely carried like a hefty charge because of all the shit that he must have done for the NSA. That's not what I was expecting. I was 100% expecting a goofy story like, I don't know, like a gas station holdup for Lay's potato chips or something, and just happened to end up in the same maximum security prison as Jack. But yeah, this was a lot more intense than I expected.
Yeah, I was going to get him when he was jogging, and then I was going to hot foot it over to the White House, leap the fence and run in, and grab her and stomp her to death.
Found guilty of making threats against the president, he was sent to a prison where he met Jack
I
Idema.
see.
So you told me before the last time that we talked that
makes
you
more sense
and,
then. All right.
like a group of people that he...
According to him, he was, quote, one of the only 24 elite super-secret Hwa-Rang-Do warriors clandestinely trained at Fort Bragg.
What is Hua Rang Do? I'm gonna have to look that martial arts discipline up. Hua Rang Do, also known as the Way of the Flowering Knights, is a comprehensive Korean martial art that was developed in the 60s. I want to look up some Hua Rang Do. Who's to say that he wasn't like an actual lethal weapon, though, of martial arts? It seems like normal street fighting to me, minus that jumping, spinning kick. This is such a mismatch. Why are these two fighting each other? This guy has 6 inches and 80 pounds on this guy.
He was also a part of the Army's top-secret SOT course, where they trained their elite ninja-type commando teams.
Of course.
So Jack really wanted to adapt his story into a film,
American
and it was while he was in
commando
prison where he finally
ninjas.
found an in. He met an award-winning
Naturally.
CBS journalist and documentary filmmaker named Gary Skirka. He told me, quote, "Some people you have to tell to start, but he was the kind of guy that you had to tell to stop." Soon,
Okay,
Jack
no,
started
that's
a
good.
business
That's a good
called
quality.
The Ultimate Pet Resort with his prison pen pal turned lover, Victoria Runningwell.
He'd been hired to train Ronald Reagan's son how to use firearms. Man, it must have been so easy just to make an entire fake personality back in the day. Well, I guess you can still do that today. Just not as successfully, I don't think.
Coverage is good, but with me, it's mission first. It's not about
Amen,
me.
brother.
If you've been paying attention, you know by now that that surely was not the case. Of course, Jack planned to make it all about himself. He recounts that Jack tried very hard to make himself the star of the documentary and said, quote, "He's the dumbest fuck I have ever met." Artists recalled a time when Jack pushed a humanitarian aid worker out of the way so he could pose for a photo op with an expensive EKG machine meant to be delivered to those in need.
Well, and how successful was the photo? I bet that was the best goddamn EKG machine photo op they ever got. They just didn't know what kind of star they had on their hands. He deserved the spotlight. Fucking get the humanitarian workers out of there. They're blocking the light from Jack. I mean, this seems like it's Artis's fault, honestly, not his.
Eventually, Artis became fed up with Jack's behavior and told Gary Skirka that he would not participate in the documentary unless Jack stayed away while they were shooting it.
I took Adema aside and Neil Barrett filmed this. I put my bony finger in his face and said, "I don't know what your agenda is, but I don't want you at any of our sites. You're out of my fucking life." Damn. If Adema is needed to make a documentary, then you can take all the tape you shot so far and shove it up your ass. Okay. Playing a little hardball. Maybe he was feeling a little intimidated by Adema's 5'7" stature.
While they were shooting it.
Seems a little insecure
On November
to me.
11th, 2001,
Can't appreciate a
Gary
good
Skirka
patriot.
was badly injured by shrapnel from an artillery blast and was medevaced back to the United States a few weeks earlier than he planned to leave. A reporter named Tim Friend said that after he and a group of others carried Skirka to safety and dressed his wounds, Jack arrives with a cameraman. Quote, "Just when we finished dressing Skirka's leg, Jack runs up screaming. He rips off the bandages and redresses the wounds. Basically, he was acting in front of the camera. With Skirka gone, there was no
Jesus
documentary
Christ.
left to work on. Jack was only there as a security guard, not a filmmaker." In October 2001 and June 2002, Jack appeared in over 1,000 U.S. newspapers
Ooh, that's
and
not
over
bad.
250 television news shows. He
Damn.
served as a commentator on Fox News and was paid $500 per appearance. It was a lucrative hustle and it helped fund his stay in Afghanistan. There were hundreds of guys like that in Afghanistan at the time, ex-military types working for PMCs. However, the obvious difference between them and Jack was that they were legit and he was not. As an Afghan
That just
businessman
means
told the New
Jack
York
has no
Times,
red
If you're
tape.
blonde or a Westerner and you're wearing black
He can do
sunglasses,
whatever he needs
carrying
to
a pistol
protect
in a
you.
leg holster, and driving a car without a license plate, nobody would ever question who you are. People just assume you're CIA or Special Forces or someone dangerous.
Yeah, it's like the same thing
People
with like
stay
a
away from you.
clipboard. If you
Even
carry
though
a
Jack looked
clipboard,
the
no one
part,
asks
he
any
gained a
questions.
controversial reputation
Remember that
among
old
many
trick?
war journalists.
On one occasion, he pulled out a gun on a journalist named Tom Robertson and shot at him, nearly missing. And the
Oh.
only reason Jack was upset enough to try to shoot him was because Robertson had interrupted him during a discussion.
Jesus Christ. What a maniac.
He gave them to Eric Campbell, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation correspondent I mentioned earlier, who transferred, edited, and verified the authenticity of the tapes so they could be sold to broadcasters.
We've seen it in limited situations, but not in this wide range. Not in a wide range that includes motorcades, close quarter battle, integrated assaults, open air assaults, linear target assaults, a whole spectrum of terroristic activities.
Northern Alliance
A lot of
soldiers
buzzwords in
discovered
there.
the tapes here shortly after
Cyber
the foreign
warfare,
fighters fled.
intergalactic
They brought
conflict,
to light
Reapers.
only because
Jack believed that The Peacemaker, a movie released in 1997 starring George Clooney,
What the fuck
had a
is
plot
that?
which was stolen from an assortment of several manuscripts of his life story. The plot of The Peacemaker
That's
does
so
bear some
smart.
similarities to Jack's story, such as its focus on a backpack nuclear bomb smuggling operation. And although the court noted that there were some similarities between the stories,
Hold on, God, I want to read that. Okay. So that seems so vague. Very smart from Jack. Tell vague soldier fanfic and then sue anyone that has anything that remotely resembles it, it seems. Like, these just seem like circumstantial, generic plot points that you'd find in an old 90s movie. Almost worked. True, I mean, he got a lot of lawsuits under his belt.
the claim was dismissed and Jack was ordered to pay $260,079 in legal fees,
Nice.
which he never did.
Aw.
Another person who Jack sued is a man named Eric Cassette, who I was lucky enough to speak to. Eric
you just
Cassette
not
worked at
pay
his
your
father's car
fines?
dealership and repossession
I don't feel
business
like paying
when he
that.
first crossed paths with Jack.
The first day, when we first got served papers from him, he rolled up in front of my dad's house with 4 blacked out SUVs fully loaded with special ops guys. He come to my door
I don't know
and
about
knocked
that.
on it with a pizza box in his hand. My niece opened the door, and she was like 5 at the time. He throws the pizza box at her and says, "Now you're served," and threw his summons at us. We were served papers every day.
Fuck.
He killed my dad. He was a criminal. He was a crook, and he was a nasty person to be up against.
Careful what you say about Jack. He's an American hero.
Around
You
this
ever heard
time,
of Tom
Jack
Clancy?
reconnected with his hero, Robin
Yeah,
Moore.
that was
Robin
Jack.
Moore wrote the book The Green Berets, which the John Wayne movie was based on. He also said that he witnessed Jack choking his girlfriend during a fight, and that Jack forged a letter using Fox News stationery in order to submit it as evidence in his lawsuit against him.
That's so fucking nuts. Holy shit. Destroying his own house with a samurai sword and choking his girlfriend in front of people. Bro, what a red-blooded, God-fearing American warrior. I mean, that's what happens when you question Jack. He gets the samurai sword out. I'll tell you what, bub. Fuck with Jack and your whack.
After spending 2 years in the United States, Jack returned to Afghanistan. When Jack returned to Afghanistan in April of 2004, he then arrested the suspected terrorist, Saki, blackbagged him, and stuck him in the back of a car to be taken to Task Force Sabre 7's headquarters,
Holy
the Honeycomb
shit.
Hideout.
Shit! Now I'm really mad.
That sounded just like Billy Mays.
I haven't broken a mirror in 7 years. Now I just broke another one. Jesus Christ.
After days of interrogation, Saki gave Jack the name of a 30-year-old taxi driver named Sarajan, and said that he was in charge of a plan to assassinate top Afghan officials.
Sherijan makes the decision on who to bomb.
Saber. When the Saber's not there, Sherijan is at the charge. Can Sherijan make?
Can I get a ketchup?
Hours later, Jack and Task Force
imagine
Sabre 7
G.I.
raided
Joe.
Sarajan's house.
Yep. There you go. That's Jack. It's like he saw a couple action movies and just based the entire way he moves and operates off of the characters in the movies. Just look at that wide stance. Looking like the Counter-Strike 1.6 cover. Fucking cruising, Jack. What a lethal weapon.
What's this hiding in your eyes?
God damn it. I also just love the fact that he 360s, so he just turns around and looks through the exact same door he just came in through. As if all of a sudden he's been flanked by the boogeyman. Man, and people actually took him seriously too, which is wild.
What's this hiding in your ice bag for? What's that hiding in your ice bag for? You a whole bunch of shit. Magazines too.
These are some Riku red.
Inside
and Trey.
Sarajan's house, they found some traces of explosives and a detonator hidden inside of a rice bag. Jack repeatedly asked his prisoners who their targets were. The 2 names that are brought up are the former Afghan Minister of Education, Yunus Konini, and Afghan Defense Minister, General Mohammed Fahim. In footage recorded by Jack's cameraman, Ed Caraballo, The former Afghan Minister of Education thanks Jack for thwarting the attempt on his life.
And I'm thankful for what you have done, especially in this kind of operations. And
He actually did it, what the fuck?
Such kind of,
So here's my, I don't know if this is accurate, we're not even halfway through the video. I'm imagining all of that was planted, not legitimate, would be my guess. I don't think he actually successfully did anything even remotely helpful. I am imagining he planted all of that, like, and set people up. That's my guess. I don't know. Maybe he legitimately did help somehow. But given this guy's entire history of never doing anything right and being the biggest scumbag possible, lying and faking everything in his entire fucking life, it would be shocking to me if for the first time in his... how old is he right now? I think he's in his 30s. In his 30-something years, he actually legitimately did something right. I would be shocked. So my guess is it's faked. He planted all the evidence, which I imagine we might get to later down in the video. But I could be wrong. He could have actually helped as well. There's no telling for sure.
On July 5th, 2004, the Honeycomb hideout was raided by Afghan police forces who arrested every member of Task Force Sabre 7.
Oh,
they were
man,
arrested
Jack.
after Jack called Kabul police chief, Baba John, to turn over the prisoners. After the raid, the police found 8 Afghan men, some hanging by their feet, bound and hooded in Task Force Sabre 7's HQ. They also found torture equipment, bloody clothing, handcuffs, and blindfolds. The prisoners said that they were tortured and forced to confess to crimes that they had not committed. After Afghan police arrested the members of Task Force Sabre 7, they were taken to a jail run by Afghanistan's Intelligence and Security Service, the NDS.
None of you tell the truth. You all fucking lie. So, what's your message?
Don't be that way, Jack. Feet are very sensitive. Getting feet beatings must suck, man. I don't know. I haven't sustained like foot stuff, so I couldn't tell
we
you.
were working for the U.S.
My feet are very
counterterrorist group,
ticklish.
working with the Pentagon and some
I
other
believe you.
federal
So
agencies.
You were working with U.S. knowledge, with U.S. government knowledge.
We were in touch with the Pentagon sometimes 5 times a day at the highest level, every day.
They've denied that. They've denied you completely.
Well, we're prepared to show emails and correspondence and tape-recorded conversations that show that's not true.
Jack also claimed that the FBI had confiscated hundreds of documents, videotapes, and files, which he could have used as exculpatory evidence. And
how
surprisingly,
convenient.
this was true. The FBI, which, from what I
really?
understand, shouldn't have any jurisdiction in Afghanistan, seized all of Jack's materials and held on to them for 21 days.
Additionally, there have been
okay, that
problems
surprised
with
me.
reviewing the evidence.
After the FBI returned some of his materials, Jack tried to present his case in court that he was in fact working on behalf of the U.S. government by showing tapes and other files. One tape showed that Jack was in contact with the office of Lieutenant General Boykin, former U.S. Deputy Undersecretary for Defense.
So he actually
On the
was?
tape, Jack speaks to Lieutenant General Boykin's secretary, George Shim, who promises Jack that someone from the DIA would call him back on his cell phone.
So we were trying to put a firewall between your efforts and him because we didn't want to connect anything there. And there's no
Holy shit, what?
This was Jack's cell in Policharki prison. Jack, Bennett, Caraballo, and their Afghan translator were isolated in one wing where they enjoyed a plush prison experience. They had a laptop, a phone, private bedrooms.
They went to summer
bathrooms,
camp.
Satellite TV, plenty of alcohol, and a small staff of assistants.
What the fuck?
So their surroundings looked more like a suite than a prison cell. However, it wasn't always easy living. On 3 occasions, riots broke out inside of the prison. 4 guards and 1 Afghan member
Rioting
of Task
for
Force
what? An
Sabre
extra
7
TV?
died in
Another
a
flat
firefight
screen?
while protecting the 3 Americans.
I could walk out of this prison in one snap of my fingers, and that is no bullshit.
Do it.
Snap my fingers
Call
tomorrow.
it. Call
1,000
on it.
Panjshir soldiers will come over these walls, and they'll kill every motherfucker in this prison that isn't Panjshir.
While in prison, Jack started
Fucking
a
call
website
him on it. I
called
want to
Super
see him do
Patriots,
it.
And
Superfly! Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? I'm your daddy. Yeah, your mama. I'm your daddy. Superfly. Go to Joe Cartoon, son.
Oh.
Cause I'm your daddy. Superfly. I'm your daddy. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? I'm your daddy.
What the fuck is this? What they saw on the Ring VHS tape? What was it? What was his channel? Edema fan. This seems like this could be it. Jack Edema and his infamous Japanese sword practice an ancient art. That technique is flawless. In 20 FPS? No, it's actually a 60 FPS video, but he slowed the footage down so you can actually see his moves. His Bushido is legendary. Like a ballerina is right. That footwork.
Again, all I could see was him. A bad dye job. He was sweating, and I could see little beads of hair dye. And I thought, oh my goodness, yikes. You know, he's got like hair dye, sweat, and he's shorter than I thought. And on the phone, he would always laugh and joke when he was calling me from Policharki about how people would make fun of him because they said he was so short and he never was short. And I thought, he is short. He's really short. So anyway, so I was all excited to see him, and I just looked at him,
not
and
easy
he
being
just
our height,
started
I'll
being
tell you
Jack.
what.
He started being loud, obnoxious, showing off, and I see him climbing up the building, and I'm like, whoa, what's he doing? And he didn't stop. He just kept climbing
Then
up
he
the
did an
building.
Assassin's
like
Creed
Spider-Man.
dive off
you know,
the-
and I
the
looked at the
rooftop.
people around me now are looking, and
Little bale of hay.
I just met him. So they're like, is that your boyfriend or your husband or whatever? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, what's he doing? I'm like, he forgot the keys. He's getting them. And somebody said, go down. Nope. He had to come down the same way he went up.
Oh,
and now
Jesus
I'm totally
Christ.
freaking out. I'm embarrassed. I'm humiliated. And he's like, everybody thinks this is cool. And I'm like, oh, this guy's fucked up.
Soon, Jack rented a condo in Mexico, but in time he was evicted from it after he was arrested for...
Honestly, sounds like me in my freshman year of college. Like, doing the stupidest shit in the world because I convinced myself in my head that everyone else thinks it's cool, even though it's the lamest thing imaginable. Like wearing my favorite Xbox game disc on a chain around my neck. Poor Jack just never had anyone to tell him that. My heart breaks for him.
Nothing was making sense. It was insanity. The next thing I knew, he's on the phone telling me, well, I'll have to put that on hold now because now I got to get out of here real quick. They want me out. Fuck them. I was going to leave anyway, but I'm suing them all. And I'm like, oh my God.
What a
Where are you
fucking
going?
loser.
He goes, well, I met this guy, Gringo Dave, who's got a really great mansion in Bacalar. And then I realized it was just drills just to make sure we were prepared because as the walls got higher, the paranoia grew with it. He would put a gun in a baggie to go take a shower. Nothing made any sense. In his mind, it was all perfectly normal. But it
He
was
looks
just more...
perpetually like Ron Perlman trying to play like a character. It's hard to... It's like if Duke Nukem was played by Ron Perlman after like a bender. Like a week-long bender. Like, everything about him is so cartoonish. It's weird. It's so eerie. Lou Ferrigno? No, it's definitely more like Duke Nukem-ish, Ron Perlman kind of vibes. Like, he actually just looks like a toy soldier. Like, Small Soldiers, the movie. He's like a little bite-sized Marine guy. But never a Marine. Only a chronic liar. Wearing sunglasses, shirtless, inside, lifting weights. Every picture we've seen of him so far, except for maybe a couple, he has been wearing these shades. It's like a part of his body, like an extension of his eyes. I don't think we've seen his eyes more than twice in this entire hour-long video. He is always rocking these shades.
It was around this time that Jack got started on his next business venture, a military air cargo company called Star Aviation.
Jesus
Well,
Christ.
it never got off the air. And it was Jack's fault, nobody else's, because we had the meetings and everything else. We had the funding. We had all the DoD clearances.
How do they have the funding? This guy was literally convicted of lying about everything and spent years in jail. How would he secure funding? How does that happen? What the fuck? How? I don't get it.
He purchased a pontoon boat and started a company called Blue Lagoon Boat Tours. And he made a website for the business called Oceans11Mexico.com.
The boat tours, it had to be based on Jack Sparrow. And,
that's cool, though.
He had to act like, and he would actually stand in front of the mirror and act like that. Did I get it yet? Am I acting like him? Am I doing it right?
Jack flew a pirate flag over his compound.
She's mocking him, but that honestly just sounds cute.
That's because it sounded like a cool pirate name to him.
The building over to Jack. And John didn't want to do that to Jack. He didn't want to give Jack the building. He still wanted it in his name.
Jack wanted to inherit a company called
him.
Isabeau Dakota. Isabeau Dakota functioned as a shell company to conceal Jack's assets from creditors. Flush with the money he inherited from his father's estate, he started using large amounts of anything he could get his hands on, such as cocaine, heroin, and booze.
His dealings with the bizarre demographics of people that were coming in and out made it not happy. And that was also when his drinking and his drug use was in...
In time, Jack lost interest in being intimate with Penny. He instead preferred to keep company with a young college student named Fernando and a transgender sex worker named Nancy. He started hosting all-night orgies at his compound, which he advertised on gay hookup sites.
Orgies?
How did you feel like when you actually realized that Jack was gay?
I guess it bothered me when I saw him making out with a man and he wasn't making out with me like that.
Penny left Mexico with the intention of never seeing Jack again. But then the exact same day that she landed in Connecticut, Jack got into a life-threatening car accident. In the hospital, Jack called Penny's phone and said this.
Bueno?
Hello?
Hello?
Jack there?
Huh?
Jack?
Jack, oh, okay. Take the fucking board out. Listen to me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I leave everything to Penny. And you to manage it with her. Because I don't know about Nina. She was okay, but I think she's in the hospital too. I have concussion. I have a fractured skull in the
Jesus Christ.
Chart. You put me here in charge. Okay?
Okay.
That's all he has to say?
Where are you?
I'm in the hospital in Kimball. I'm trying to get them to move me to a private hospital before I die because I have internal bleeding and they won't even look at it.
Okay, should I call the embassy and try to get the embassy involved?
No.
Wow.
I'll take you to the private hospital, dude.
Jack called Dr. Phil.
When I was on my way
That sound like
back
Dr. Phil.
to America, on his way back to Bacalar, he had that accident, and everything changed from that point on.
A few days later, Penny returned to Mexico to take care of Jack and to help him rehabilitate. Jack started to abuse the pain medication he was prescribed to, as well as illegal drugs and alcohol.
I was getting sicker, and he decided that I should go be tested for HIV. To my surprise, he wanted to get the same test. I thought that was odd. I thought all this was odd. We got tested, and the results came back, and they were positive for HIV.
Oh my God, what the fuck?
And I wanted to make sure what I was hearing was proper because I didn't think it was right. But Dr. Dennis said that Jack was going to get worse, but I could go home and I could get better. And Jack freaked out. Jack just went ballistic. He took the phone, he broke it, and I honestly thought I was going to die. That was all I thought. I went home, I got to get away. I was quiet. I told just a select few people that I had this. Then I called up Jack and told him how sick I was, and I just collapsed. Jack wanted me down there immediately. He also didn't want me, and he kept saying, I hope you're not telling anybody, I hope you're not telling anybody, and I needed help. I couldn't tell him that because I wasn't allowed to say anything, but I needed help. Shit. I was scared. Nina is the dog that was rescued from Afghanistan that came to me, and Tinka was our Mexican kitty. So in July, I made plans to go back. I walked into the house and it was different. Everything was different. It wasn't clean like it used to be. There was dead flies everywhere. The door was broken. And he just looked at me and he was happy to see me, but his eyes were just black. He looked like he had been up for days. He reeked of alcohol, cigarettes. Natalie, the maid, she was telling me other people were coming too. So everything was there and they were getting worse and everybody was still coming in. All of the sex fest constant, it was worse than ever. Okay, and how many people have got this now? My plan was
Christ, he just tested positive for HIV.
When I say that was the plan, If you can understand this and try to wrap your brain around this, the plan involved killing Jack and getting my dog and my cat. So I went into the bedroom. I took the gun out from underneath the pillow, and he was at the computer. I don't really know what the hell happened, but he grabbed me and he started hitting my head into the marble stone, whatever the heck the place was made of.
Shit!
Just kept hitting my head into it nonstop. I'm petrified of mice. So he put a couple in a bag and put them over my head with the bag, and I fainted. And now I've got like bites on me. My head's still killing me, by the way, from having it slammed, and my eye was so messed up. So I was freaking out. So he took the cuffs off. He started being nice, and he said, you know, just tell me who you're working with.
She went back for the animals.
I wasn't working with anybody. Okay, again, the paranoia was kicking in. He was messed up, completely messed up. The Noblefina he was putting in me, he was putting 10 times in himself. Plus he was doing coke, he was doing everything. He was drinking like there was no tomorrow.
I will never understand the human body. Sometimes people will eat like an expired grape and fucking die on the spot. Meanwhile, this guy is injecting himself with 10x the like necessary dosage of a pretty hardcore substance, as well as doing coke and heroin, and doesn't die. All while having untreated HIV as well. How the fuck does that happen? That blows my mind. This is crazy. Yeah, I know like tolerance and everything, but even still, that's so superhuman. Fuck me, man. What a crazy turn. Well, I guess it's not even like an unexpected turn from the story. Jack's entire life has just been an absolute tragedy of his own making. Just an absolute fucking disaster. Like an actual biologically bred loser in every category. It's just an actual piece of shit from top to bottom. Jack is a superhuman whose blood consists of 100% drugs. I guess so, man. There's just more coke than water in his body. Like, it blows my mind. I actually just don't believe it.
So he comes up and he says, he's like, there's 2 fucking bastards downstairs you've got to talk to. My friend got in touch with Ed Carabella and he called the Mexican embassy, and there was 2 guys to come to get me. They came to check the situation to see if I was there. The guy that wasn't speaking Spanish, that was speaking English to me, goes over to me, he goes, it's really good to meet you. And he put his hand out. When he put his hand out, I grabbed his hand and I took my fingernails and I stuck them in his hand. So he realized what was going on. So he held on to my hand for a minute. Jack goes, what the fuck's going on? And he just went like this. He squeezed them back like he knew I was in trouble and he was going to get me out.
Kind of galaxy brain.
Okay. So who did I work for? Who sent me there? I kept saying, I don't know what you're talking about because I don't work for any of these people. I don't know these people. Yes.
I still can't believe he ever got out of jail to begin with. I really can't.
No. And then I heard a really familiar voice. He's like, Plumber. He's like, didn't you go back to America? Jack said you go back to America. I'm like, no, I can't get out of here. I go, but Nina and Tika, I came back for them. He goes, you gotta go. Come on. He goes, I can't save you if you don't come. I had to leave them. So we're running, and his helpers are trying to distract Jack. And the plumber gets me in his car. He goes, you stay there. He goes, I'll call police. He goes, you call police, you call people in America. He goes, you gotta get out of here. You can't stay here. He goes, I'll get you out. He goes, just let the police come. Go to the police.
I feel like any minute now, though, Jack's gonna OD and die.
They interrogated me. They asked
There's
me.
no way he has long left.
And
shit got so dark.
Charges,
yeah.
And they put me under protective
that's what happens
custody,
with a man who has unchecked mental illness his entire fucking life. Is a chronic liar and absolute piece of shit.
And
he should have never got out of jail.
Airport, just stay there.
He literally tortured people pretending to be a fucking secret agent.
According to local news reports, local police in Mexico want very much police to talk to him about accusations that he held people in his house against their will.
I thought that was when the nightmare ended.
I love the title of that story. World's creepiest guy is back. Or returns. So even, like, during his reign of infamy, he was still viewed as an absolute sleazy, creepy guy. This man has been a loser his entire fucking life.
After the deadline passed, Henny sold the deed of the Isabeau Dakota building for $10. In retaliation, Jack, along with loyal fans he met online,
posted revenge porn
What?
of Penny to blogs.
What?
Pictures which they also sent to her parents.
Jack all started
What fans could he have possibly garnered while fucked up beyond belief for what? How long has this been now? Like a year? How was their fan? I guess when like they talk about him as the world's creepiest guy, people must have like been a fan or something. I guess I have no fucking clue. That blows my mind though. Unless it was people like ironically pretending to like Jack. Alarming amount of psychopaths like this guy. Yeah, but they're not watching world's creepiest guy segments on Fox News or whatever that was. Yeah, I know that. The true crime weirdos. I know that, but like he's not even a serial killer. He's just a serial liar who pretended to be a G.I. Joe, Navy SEAL, super specialist, spec ops, whatever. Like he didn't even do anything besides like pretend to be those things and then torture people in Afghanistan.
January of 2012, we talked, and I knew what was coming. We talked on Skype for the last time, and I said, you know what's going to happen. He knew what was going to happen, and
Probably the last time anyone used Skype.
he said he was sorry. He hopes I could forgive him, and I said, yeah, but I really can't. I don't know, whatever. And I said, I'll see you on the other side. And I said, I'll call you Friday night. And he said, well, that may not happen. And I did try to call, but the phone just kept ringing. And he was dead the next day.
How did you feel?
Relieved.
Yeah, it sounds like
It's
good
over.
news.
Sad, relieved. And also, as a result of what he did to me, not only the eye problem, but because of that, I also am now on seizure medicine. And I'm also on a blood thinner because I had a blood clot go into my brain because of the eyes and the seizures. It's hard with all this bad and what was left. What he left me with and what I remember are two different things.
Christ.
Thank you.
Well, I'll remember Jack as an absolute massive piece of shit.
Oh, God, that was hard. Okay,
His
guys,
entire
we are
life, he
done.
lived a lie of fanfic of a G.I. Joe super soldier. Damn, Oki went so deep into this. That whole Penny interview is wild. He did such a great job of conducting that interview. What an incredible story Oki told here. He flew to meet her for it? Yeah, I know, I heard. No, Oki only makes masterpieces, man. Oki will spend 6 months on a video and drop one of the hottest bangers of all time. Oki's also the one behind the secret space program. Well, he didn't make the cult, but like he was the one that like brought the secret space program to the public eye.
Hey, Penny.
Hi.
So you saw the documentary. What did you think?
I loved it. I'm so pleased with the documentary. Always suing somebody, even when he was incarcerated, he was suing. But
Alright,
unless
Penny, let's be real here. He was never like incarcerated. That prison he went to was literally like band camp. This dude had a suite with his friends, and they just played games and drank. He was posting videos while in jail. Like, I'm not surprised he was able to keep suing while in that prison. I don't understand. That actually looked better than almost every New York City apartment I've ever seen in a video. Like, he was living a lavish life while in jail. That shit looked like straight out of Baki the Grappler.
Sir Edward Artis and Robert Pelton reached out to me, and they were just such guiding forces in my life. They kept me together. They worked with me.
Bro, shoutouts to Edward Artis. He was the first one in this documentary that immediately called Jack exactly what he was. Just a serial bullshit artist, scumbag loser. Artis has hated this man for, this is 2012 she's talking about, so for exactly like 10 years now, right? So Artis was on that grind. He knew from the get-go, like right off rip. Artis knew, he pinned him right away. Shout out Ed Artis.
Me to get through all this.
Thank you to all of my patrons who've helped make this
What a
documentary possible.
crazy
I've spent
fucking
several
ride.
months and thousands of dollars on this project, and I probably won't even make a quarter of it back
Holy
relying
shit.
on YouTube ad revenue alone. So there's perks. You get director's commentary on all of my videos, uncut interviews, early access to my videos, early cuts of my projects, your name at the end of each video, as well as a digital comic tied to my Secret Space Program video,
Oh, that's-
which features me
that's
as a
so
space
good.
samurai fighting Kevin Spacey's clone in outer space.
For those that don't remember, this is from the Secret Space Program video. That's the one that you guys might remember where it's a group of people, and they have an internet presence, that believe that they were abducted as children and forced to fight in an intergalactic war against the Nazis. And there's vampires, there's werewolves, immortal gladiator super soldiers. It's so good. And Oki convinced them for his documentary. He convinced them that he was an ancient samurai, and they even called him to like one of their conventions to speak and tell their story, or tell his story. And he brought up Mr. Beast, saying that Mr. Beast funded him as a samurai or something like that. I'm foggy on the details, but he fought Kevin Spacey. It's so good. It's so good. 2 days ago, a great injustice was had in the cyberspace. Gotham was threatened with their most terrifying cyber attack yet. An unforgivable sin was committed in the holy battlegrounds of Apex Legends. I made a video thoroughly going over the topic 2 days ago, but I'll break it down real quick for you since we have a development here. So, there was a Apex Legends tournament hosted by an org called Fate Legion, and during the tournament, a teammate teabagged another teammate. So it was a friend teabagging a friend as a joke, and they laughed about it. But you know who wasn't laughing? The tournament host. The man casting the tournament blew a fucking gasket once he saw the teabagging. He had a reaction to it like he had just watched his own house be set on fire. Just some kind of massive meltdown over this teabagging event, and then said that not only is the player, Dilly, the one who teabagged, banned, but the entire team is banned from the tournament and future tournaments because of the teabagging. And even when it was brought to his attention that they didn't teabag an enemy, it was two friends joking with each other on the same team, he said it didn't matter because teabagging your teammate isn't professional and it's toxic no matter what and they won't tolerate it. So going on this massive meltdown and this huge power trip, he made a mockery of both himself and the entire org that he represents. So they started getting slammed and jammed on Twitter, just getting dunked on left and right. And they got their ham steamed. But today, they released a statement with their account of the situation, and it is the worst doubling down I have ever seen. Oh, really? What was their statement? Check the Fate Legion Twitter. They made a statement about the Apex teabagging 20 minutes ago. Oh, this is fresh. Oh, we're on the cutting edge right now. This is, oh my god, this is actually one of those moments where it's like too long, didn't read. I'm not reading all that, but good for you, or sorry that it happened. How can you make such a huge statement off of an absolute embarrassment? Just say like, yeah, this was silly. We banned Apex Predator that goes by Dilly. The facts around the situation have been 100% altered to suit the creator's needs for the narrative he needed to start a riot on social media. Interesting spin. Going for the it's all lies approach, even though our caster literally said these things. I don't really know what context spins it differently. It has the exact moment that Dilly teabagged his teammate, and his initial response was, he's banned. All of Crazy Penguin's disqualified. But I guess we'll see. Maybe I'll be convinced. That's super weird, though, because in that clip, it shows your caster acknowledging Dilly's statements on it being his teammate. What do you mean he didn't provide any proof? Your caster even acknowledged it. He literally said, so it's your teammate, but it's still not okay. What do you mean? Oh, it's too small for you guys to read? You guys can't read this on stream? I'm just going to do summaries. So basically this first statement, this first paragraph, is saying that it was a heat-of-the-moment thing and we're sorry about that, but we did decide to let them play it out and they received their prize winnings at the end. He was never given a formal ban, just a verbal one, which they would have overturned if Dilly provided any evidence, which he didn't, even though he did, because the caster acknowledged that it was his teammate during the broadcast, so the evidence was clearly enough to convince the caster. But I'll digress. And then he said, and then they say that Dilly altered the VODs in order to slander the tournament. Oh, okay, I'll just read it out loud. It'll save me some trouble. Having said that, we are willing to ignore the admin abuse he sent as opposed to banning him to rectify the heat of the moment commentating. Having said that, one of our members sent us a link to forum pages and other social media platforms where Dilly goes on a rant about the heat of the moment decision using his friends in influential positions to post on it to make a stir. He said there were no rules in place during the tournament, but that is false as we do have rules in place. Having said this, we acknowledge that our rules are broad and don't speak specifically to the act itself. We are currently rewriting them so it's easier to understand and apologize for the inconvenience we have caused to do this. The ban, however, went from unsportsmanlike conduct to his permanent ban due to his actions of trying to start a hate slander campaign against Fate Legion. His friend, who is an influencer on Twitter, Jake Lucky, decided to get involved and ask everyone to passive-aggressively come join our community Discord and speak to us on the subject. Jake Lucky even goes as far as to drop owner's in-game name and other social media platforms to send what turned into a hate and death messages. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Dilly has never once spoken to Jake Lucky. This dude just peruses Twitter 24 hours a day and absolutely stumbled across this. I don't think they're friends. I think they are pulling this out of their ass. I don't think Dilly is connected to Jake Lucky. I don't think there's a chance of that. This is one of those stories that Jake always reports on. This could have been like a Shrek Super Slam drama, and Jake would have posted a tweet about it. That man is always on the hunt. Also, he dropped their Discord to speak to them on the subject, as well as their in-game names. I didn't see any of that. He made 2 tweets, and neither one of them had that, so I don't know where that's coming from. I guess maybe he deleted them. I just don't even think that happened. Speaking of misinformation and facts, let us dive into them, shall we? Bro, this is your official statement as a brand, as an org, and you're gonna speak like a pretentious Redditor? Make a formal statement, not this drivel. Speaking of information and facts, let us dive into them, shall we, as they adjust their glasses, cracking their knuckles. As it stands, here was the old writing on the rules as well as our space. We aim and strive to provide sportsmanship-based competitive gaming, which stands as a pillar of our business. So in our space description alone, it is implied that we are a space that believes in good sportsmanship, which sportsmanship is defined as fair and generous behavior or treatment of others, especially in a sports contest. By no means in any way, shape, or form is crouching up and down repetitively on an enemy or friend any kind of sportsmanship. Furthermore, it is not about the players themselves, but the viewers watching the content as well. Studies have shown that toxic behavior in gaming, such as teabagging and shooting bodies, is a contagious event that will not stop due to the fact that it has always been around, so it is here to stay. What am I reading? What in the fuck is... What is hurting my eyes right now? What? Teabagging and shooting bodies is a contagious event that will not stop due to the fact that it's always been around, so it's here to stay. It's not the fucking T-virus. Like, it's just banter, basically. It's in-game taunting. It's no... Do they ban emoting? Because I could also use an emote in their own tournament, and would that be considered toxic? Like, what the fuck do you mean? And it was a teammate he did it to. It was 2 friends joking. If you didn't have your neighborhood watchdog spectating Dilly at that time, nobody would have been affected. There would have been 2 friends that had a bit of a giggle, and that would have been it. Situation never exists. But because you had an overly... I don't even know what to call it. Like, overly justice-driven vigilante hosting your tournament, he made a big hoopla about it, and he made your whole org look silly, and now you're dying on a stupid hill. This is a terrible statement. This is an absolutely awful statement right now. There was nothing unsportsmanlike about it. He didn't do it to another team. I would absolutely understand if he did it to another team, you could make an argument that it was unsportsmanlike. Fair. I would absolutely give you that. He did it to his friend on his team. This doesn't work. This is full-blown artesian builds, but with a much smaller company. Why are you doing this? He's white knighting, but for nobody. For literally nobody. For himself. There's nobody here. There's not a victim. Like, I don't know what they're trying to say, like, not only for the treatment of others in the contest, but the spectators as well. The viewers watching the contest. Do you think all of your viewers, when they saw Dilly crouch up and down on his teammate's death box, just fell out of their chair, clawing at their own eyes, trying to forget what they just saw, like a traumatic experience? And so this whole paragraph here was supposed to be about correcting misinformation, which they didn't do. In the first paragraph of your statement, you're saying that Dilly slandered you and misrepresented you, and the facts are not there. It is manipulated, it is fraudulent. And in your paragraph where you're supposed to prove that it's fraudulent, you don't. In fact, you prove how vague and unenforceable your rules are. Because sportsmanship can be defined any way you want. It was him and his friend joking around. Like, no one was affected. So there was no sportsmanship violation. And then you go into this weird sentence about teabagging and shooting bodies being contagious. And that it's never going to stop, as if it's some kind of like the plague. Like the bubonic plague of gaming. Listen, they wrote this in 5-point font. I don't know what to tell you. I'm reading it to you, okay? So just be patient as we digest this. This would be like punishing a pop-off of one of our Smash players. If that happened, I'd go nuts. Yeah, I'd go wild. This makes it a package deal that makes the action in general toxic due to the back-end nature that is used to demoralize players due to lack of skill. When players perform the act, they usually accompany it with negative wording to put other players down, regardless if they can hear or not. The only thing this action does is to try and assert one's dominance over another. How is this kind of behavior condoned? This doesn't even apply. It was his teammate, his friend. They were in a voice call, talking, joking. It wasn't used to demoralize a player due to lack of skill, nor was it accompanied with negative wording. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Just, it was so, it just really grinds my ass to see a company kill themselves so publicly and so avoidably, like with Artesian builds. This is, I would say this is like on par, not as bad, because the company's not as strong, but like this is still just as tone deaf and misguided. It blows my mind. Like, how do you have a business when you're this out of touch? It saddens me to see high-end influencers and gaming media outlets posting stories on this with no fact-checking at all, of which you have so far provided none, by the way. In your statement all about misinformation and presenting the facts, you have presented none. You have only listed that you have a rule by your own admission that is too vague, and it doesn't apply to the situation. So there is no misinformation then, is what I'm gathering. These were the facts. Misinformation people use is like this ace in the hole kind of thing, like when you play that card you win. Like, no, it's misinformation, so I win. But you didn't prove anything here. The spread of misinformation has gotten so bad and out of control that Jake Lucky and Dilly are now being attacked for being the ones to ban, when in fact it was not. To clarify, Dilly and Jake Lucky had nothing to do with Fate Legion and the tournaments we organize and host. So disingenuous, what actually happened is Twitter brain-rotted zombies saw Jake Lucky's post, and people on Twitter are too fucking stupid to realize he was posting about a different org, so they messaged Jake asking why he'd ban them and be so soft. And now they're trying to make it sound like because the misinformation's gotten so bad, even they're being targeted. When it's a few rogue, dumb assholes. It's not a real thing here. They just posted misinformation to the point that they are now seeing backlash about their own posts about us. So no, they did not have anything to do with Dilly's ban. The reason it's taken us so long to release a statement was due to the fact of the riot these two started, with the sad reality that this post was made about an hour after the tournament. So instead of taking the clip he made for Twitter and submitting it as proof, he decided to take it to social media instead to have the people fight his appeal for him. He did. He went to you initially, and your caster acknowledged it. He literally said, I don't care if it's your teammate. It doesn't matter if it's your teammate, it's still toxic. And when challenged on it, he shut down the lobby, doubled down and saying it's still toxic if it's your own teammate. You can't teabag your own teammate. So he knew. Dilly took it to him first. To clarify to all, we are brand new to the tournament organizing, which was started about 3 months ago. We here at Fate Legion are not perfect, but strive to do our best to give a quality service within the entertainment and gaming industry. So to the accusations that we are some big tournament host currently is false. That I, the owner, or Fate Legion members have any power or authority to ban players from Apex Legends tournaments or games that are not hosted by Fate Legion is false, or that sexual assault was even thought about in the ban is false. If that's like vaguely talking about my video, I only mention that the timing is impressive because I just talked about that whole big hoopla on Twitter about teabagging being akin to sexual assault. No one's accusing them of that. I have not seen anyone say anything about that. Nor have I seen anyone saying that Fate Legion has the power to ban them from Apex. And also, they're underselling themselves. As far as I understand, Fate Legion is also one of the only orgs hosting moderately decent-sized tournaments. So, it's not that there's some, like, dumb, stupid org. Like, they are right now one of the few orgs hosting actual tournaments for high-level players outside of the ALGS or official tournaments. At this point, Dilly and Jake Lucky have broken Electronic Arts User Agreement in Chapter 6, Rules of Conduct, sub-point 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 23, and 25, all for the purpose of showcasing a heated remark that was not set in stone and proven with their finished participation with the small Fate Legion tournament in question, as well as paid out in full earnings for the podium to finish. Oh my god. They did not. They're busting out the terms and conditions. I'll look those up, I'm curious. Chapter 6 of Electronic Arts User Agreement. Interfere with or disrupt another player's use of the EA service includes disrupting the normal flow of gameplay chat dialogue with the EA service, for example, using vulgar, harassing language, being abusive, excessive shouting, spamming, flooding, or hitting the return key repeatedly. You actually think that applies? Okay, Fate Legion, let's play by those rules. Your caster did this one, using vulgar or harassing language, being excessive, and shouting. He did that on stream, publicly, in your own professional tournament. So he broke a rule conduct. Ban him. Harass, threaten, bully, embarrass, spam, or do anything else to another player that is unwanted, such as repeatedly sending unwanted messages, personal attacks about race, sexual orientation. What? This also didn't happen because it was his teammate. This is crazy. That is the reality of the situation at hand. How powerful. What a big man behind this keyboard. Wasn't that one of your big statements on stream? You can hide behind this, but you wouldn't do it in the real world. He's really loving that keyboard right now to be super tough. Jesus Christ. Why couldn't you just take an L? You didn't even defend yourself. We at Fate Legion would like to apologize to the gaming community for the disruption this has caused you. As new tournament organizers, we simply wanted to put on the best and most respectable tournaments around, but came up short in our logistics due to the excitement of being granted the opportunity to host Apex Legends private lobbies. Again, we apologize for the turmoil caused by this incident and will strive to do better. This should have been your whole statement. This last paragraph, not all of this in the middle, or you play like Batman. This whole misinformation side arc didn't work because you didn't even provide evidence that there were misinformation. You literally just confirmed that the facts were right. You screamed misinformation and just confirmed the facts that we all know. I don't know what the fuck the point was. What a terrible statement. What is a safe environment for gaming? It's about teaching young players how to be good sportsmen, reinforcing positive communication in gaming communities worldwide, educating on polite commentary on all social platforms, and about having a good attitude. Your caster failed. What do you mean polite commentary? Dude was mauling hard, using vulgar language, and harassing, and engaging in arguments. I wouldn't necessarily say that's positive. That doesn't make me feel safe. I think that would make players afraid. Like, any minute now, your caster could hit a bong rip and just go in on someone for something really trivial. That doesn't sound safe. That is absolutely not sportsmanlike. He hit a bong rip in the same stream, I heard. I haven't seen the clip, but I heard that people started posting him ripping bongs. Jeez, wow, he sounded like an actual narc. I heard people were floating clips around of him taking bong rips on stream during the tournament. Which, again, isn't professional. See, now, here. This you could have used as an example of, okay, he was being mean in the chat, and that influenced our decision. But that never came up, because your caster engaged in this argument with him. You guys both went back and forth. But this would have been a point to you saying, like, it wasn't just the teabagging. His response to it is what made us, enforce the ban or something. Then it's like, okay, so he was in Twitch chat, understandably upset after the outburst from your caster, publicly shaming him, banning them. Okay, he used vulgar language. That was against the term, against your rule. Fair enough, but your caster did it too. Over nothing in the first place. There was no violation. He's rightfully upset. But okay, he violated one of your rules with the vulgar language. I don't know what the fuck they keep posting here. I don't know why they keep posting this. Oh, just to prove that they paid him $15? That was just never even I didn't see anyone questioning that. Was that something people were wondering? Did they get paid? How is paying $15 out, like, acquit you of everything? Like, it's just not that. That wasn't what people were upset about. It was banning an entire team for teabagging a teammate, their own teammate. No one cares. No one cares. No one asked. This afternoon, I was having a pretty good day, so I decided to ruin it by going on Twitter. It's part of my daily routine to check in on Twitter just to make myself mad, as every sane person does, no doubt. And today was nothing special, just endless piles of trash. But while dumpster diving, I found something pretty interesting and alarming. It's a series of posts from a popular streamer named Amaranth. She's massive on Twitch, I'm sure she needs no introduction, I'm positive you all are familiar with her work. She basically invented hot tubs. And on her personal account, she made a series of tweets talking about her stalker. And this shit is fucking scary. It reads like something right out of a Stephen King novel. So I wanted to go over the tweets with all of you, as well as talk about the bigger problem of stalkers on Twitch. Because it's not exclusive to just Amaranth. I think Amaranth has had the most stalkers. She's had like 1,000 stalkers at this point, I think. She's had like an entire fucking football squad worth of stalkers, and that includes third string and bench players. She could fill up an entire Comic-Con convention center with just her stalkers. It's absolutely terrible, and again, it's not just Amaranth. Tons of streamers have talked about their personal experiences with the problem, and one that's always stuck out to me is a really frightening one. I won't name the streamer's name, but there's a streamer on Twitch who has had a problem with a member of her community for almost 4 years now, I believe. And this guy has flown down to her city, uninvited, unannounced, to try and track her down and find her. And while doing that, even broke into another streamer's house while they were streaming, went on their stream and tried to use them to reach out to that streamer on their behalf to track her down for them. Absolute fucking lunacy. And they have also, the stalker has also written a manifesto that's over 400 pages long and still being updated to this day. An actual fucking Harry Potter's book worth of delusion and all about like dating the streamer and all kinds of wild shit in there. It's just straight up horrifying and downright sad. So now let's go through Amaranth's tweets today. This is her alt account. She says that her stalker traveled from Estonia, came to her city and camped out in a hotel with a line of sight to her P.O. box and spent over a month camping out daily at a Starbucks next to the P.O. box and streamed it the entire time. Typically to 0 viewers, but growing as he gained notoriety, and every time his account would be taken down, he would just make a new one. This is already so much to digest right here. 44 days and 33 minutes, according to Amaranth, and I'm guessing that's based on how long the stream was up for, based on VODs and all of that, so it was probably realistically a bit more than that, because I'm sure he was there longer off camera. So that is fucking terrifying. Not only was she being stalked, but he was doing it publicly to an audience. Mind-blowing. Camping out at a nearby Starbucks so that way he could be constantly monitoring the P.O. box, hoping to catch her. Like Elmer Fudd trying to set a trap for Bugs Bunny. But that's just the beginning. She said that he'd change his name by just adding more numbers to it, and by his own admission went full scorched earth and sold everything. He sold his house, his car, all his possessions, his cat, and by his own admission again, in publicly posted vlogs, a manifesto. The only thing he brought with him was phone, clothes on his back, and a saxophone, as well as the saxophone case. And he would play the saxophone in some live streams and in public places, and it allowed him to carry around a giant instrument case, which Amaranth said made her nervous because you can put weapons in an instrument case, and I honestly think it's a pretty reasonable fear to have because it makes no sense that he sold everything else except for a fucking saxophone and its case, unless he was planning on becoming like a traveling saxophone performer, like just going around and playing Careless Whisper forever. It makes no sense why he sold everything except that saxophone in its case. Which I agree is very weird, but I think the most concerning thing here is the fact that he sold all of his shit before moving from Europe to be near Amaranth and try and track her down. The fact that he sold everything prior to doing all of this is that kind of behavior that people do right before doing something drastic, like something life ruining and changing. The fact that he'll just cut all ties to everything he's ever owned like that, the whole nothing left to lose mentality, is absolutely fucking terrifying. She goes on saying that she would make it very clear that she didn't want to meet him, didn't want to be anywhere near him, but he would respond by just saying, "Liar, liar, fiancé." and would make dancing videos reminiscent of Buffalo Bill dancing scene and send them to her. And then she posts a picture of it. This whole situation is deeply disturbing, and the fact that he would send videos to her privately is just super fucked up as well. Literally just rubbing it in her face that he is stalking her, and there's nothing she can do about it because the law enforcement wasn't acting very efficiently here, clearly. And then the picture she posts is also super eerie. It looks like something straight out of the SCP wiki. Like, it looks like a goddamn cryptid captured on photograph. It's just an awful, awful situation. She also briefly mentioned that he adopted a feral cat, which wasn't really seen again on the streams, and then says that on Monday the 13th he streamed himself dressed up and carrying his musical instrument case and changed into formal attire and made the last mile journey to her house and cased the vicinity for 30 minutes, to which the cops declined to act. He streamed himself outside, mumbling about how he knew it was wrong, but he has to, and then he tried breaking in and tried to gain entry, to which Amaranth again called 911, says dispatch was rude, cutting her off, put her on hold, and it took 33 minutes for the 911 responders to finally get there. Amaranth did have armed personnel on standby at her residence, according to her, that would have acted if he successfully broke in, but luckily it didn't come down to that. Law enforcement did get there, he got arrested, got detained, and she says the embassy was contacted and he's currently not in Houston, and that's all she can share for now. Luckily this story has a somewhat happy ending. They got arrested and got kicked out of Houston, hopefully also put behind bars. But there's a lot more to talk about here that I'd like to get into, and that's the law enforcement's response to stalking. One thing that's remained consistent across every single story of a Twitch streamer sharing their personal experience with stalkers, the one thing that is a constant is that law enforcement doesn't do anything about it. In extremely rare cases, they'll allow them to get a restraining order, but even that's super uncommon, it seems. They just don't take it seriously. I understand, like, stalking and, like, trying to act on it as law enforcement is a pretty tough situation to be in because, it's not Minority Report where they can tell who's going to commit a crime before it happens or whatever. They're not Tom Cruise. And that's kind of the same thing here with stalking. They're trying to prevent a crime or an escalation without it having happened yet, so they don't have all of, like, the evidence to tell them, like, it's going to happen, so it makes it tough for them to actually act. But I really think in situations like this, they should be a lot more understanding and accepting of evidence. This guy streamed 44 days worth of continuous stalking and harassment, and it's all documented, all of it shared, and yet they still didn't take it seriously until he showed up at the residence, and even when he was there actively trying to break in, they didn't show up for 33 minutes and didn't take it seriously. There needs to be some kind of new way of handling this kind of situation, or it's going to continue and get worse. Another streamer named Sweet Anita also had a similar problem with a stalker, except law enforcement was somehow even more inept here when it came to the situation. This stalker would publicly threaten her, send her threatening messages about how he's going to kill her, gut her, use a knife and slit her open, and just like crazy, unhinged shit. And in real life, would actually sit outside of her house and follow her around and even tried to assault her. And still, law enforcement didn't take it seriously for the longest fucking time. It's like law enforcement's hands are tied until they actually commit the crime and kill the person. But when there's this many red flags, why not act preventatively? Like, why not have a preventative measure in place? Like, okay, this guy's publicly making threats, sending these threats about how he's going to kill her, and is actively sitting outside her fucking house. Maybe we should do something about this individual. So yeah, I just think there needs to be some kind of system in place to be a bit harder on stalking, where when there's this much evidence of like threats and then like actually acting on some of the things they're saying in the real world, they need to take that more seriously and be harder on it. Like, if you actually show up, you're getting arrested. If you're within 5 miles of this person, you're getting arrested. Like I said, sometimes there's restraining orders, sometimes they trespass the individual, but even in those cases, it's pretty uncommon they even do that much. So I just think they need to be a little bit more intense on their stalking laws in order to prevent an actual tragedy from occurring. And it's happened before. There's plenty of cases where stalkers have been reported, law enforcement didn't act, and then the stalker ends up killing the victim. Most recently, I think it was last year, and I think this was in the UK, there was a teenager that reported a stalker 5 times and then even got fined 90 euros for wasting law enforcement's time, and then the stalker ended up killing them. Complete failure from the law enforcement there. And that's not an isolated case. It's happened before. I just think in general, there's more the law enforcement agencies can be doing to prevent something like that when it comes to stalking. And then another thing that I'd like to mention is why there seems to be so many stalkers on Twitch in particular. And I think that's because, and I've said this before, you're interacting directly with the streamer you're watching. So for mentally unwell individuals, they get this false sense that they're now friends, and in certain cases, lovers. So a lot of times you'll see these stalkers have the delusion that because they've donated to a streamer or they subbed to the streamer, they're now like romantically involved with each other. And that gives them some sense of entitlement. And when they realize that, you know, the streamer doesn't feel that way about them and doesn't even know they exist, they start to get mad, lash out, and then you see all of these fucking wild, crazy messages and these threats that they'll make and these meltdowns. And it's terrible. You hate to see it. It's absolutely terrible. But it's not like the streamer's fault or anything. That's entirely just because there's so many people on Twitch. Some of them are bound to be mentally unwell and take these parasocial relationships to an extreme level. Parasocial relationships are bad, no exceptions, but they're even worse when the person believes they have control over the streamer or possession of them because they've donated money. Now they're dating and all of this, and then they find out that the streamer is, you know, romantically involved with someone else. In the real world, they lose it, go wild, and then ends up in these crazy stalking situations or whatever. It's just a terrible situation that's only been getting worse as Twitch continues to grow. It's not really a problem with the solution, though. There's not a whole lot Twitch can do to prevent that because they can't control the mental health of its users, right? And it's not the streamer's fault who are just streaming and then get someone that keeps donating to them and thinks that they're best friends or they're in love or something because of the money they've given. Like, there's not much you can really do there other than acknowledge, like, hey, look, I'm just a streamer. You know, I appreciate the support and the generosity, but this doesn't make us friends. You know, we're not in love. You know, I don't know you. Ludwig had a whole video called "I'm Not Your Friend," where he just says, like, parasocial relationships are bad. I appreciate that you come to the streams and are generous, but I'm not your friend. And that's really all you can do as a streamer, but that's not going to solve the problem either. There's still going to be those people that cross that line and think that, oh, we're best friends now because I watch them every day or I give them money. And then it ends up in these very awful scenarios and like even creates stalkers in some cases. It's just bad all around, and I don't know the solution to it, but I just wanted to at least highlight that it is a problem, but will hopefully stop being a problem in the near future. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this whole subject, and that's about it. So yeah. Today I had an itch that needed to be scratched, so I cannonballed into the pool of male astrology just to take a peek at what's been going on in the Sigma scene, as well as the alpha male YouTubers, and of course catching up with the omega male gurus who give some wild and wacky advice, just because it's been so long since I've tuned into the genre on YouTube. Recently I've felt that the Sigma grind set's begun to fizzle out a little bit, and I was hoping to reignite that fire inside of the hearts of all Sigma males that might be watching. So I wanted to share one video with you that I found. It's called 10 Odd Things Sigma Males Do That Turn Women On. Now before starting it, I will say I was a bit disappointed to see that they omitted one of the most important qualities of a Sigma male, and that's how they handle one-night stands. I've seen this from a couple other channels, and I just would like to put this here in the beginning before getting into the 10 things, because I think it's a really important one. So a Sigma male is not afraid to be upfront. We know that. So when it comes to a one-night stand, I think the optimal way Sigma males handle it is they always finish it off respectfully. They don't want to leave things on bad terms. So this is just a little free advice to all the Sigma males out there. When you're done with a one-night stand and you know it's not going to be something that's like a long-term partnership, make sure that you're nice, understanding, but direct about it. So get up, give her a bow, and say, "Thanks, madam, for the good pussy. 'Twas doth sodden in those quarters, but I must be off now. Crime never sleeps. Pray thee good day," and then collect your monocle and tobacco pipe and skedaddle. It leaves things on good terms, and you now have broken things off in a much more palatable way.
Women are turned on by different things than men. The Sigma male is the type of guy who knows what these differences are and how to exploit them.
It's fascinating to me how 100% of the time these YouTubers always present their ideas in the creepiest manner possible, calling it an exploit here, making it sound like it's some kind of cheat code or a forbidden jutsu you'll get in trouble for using. It just comes across really weird, saying things like, the Sigma male knows these differences and knows how to exploit it. It just makes it sound almost criminal. The Sigma male is very familiar with females and the law. So you want to get laid without going to prison for sexual assault? Well, there's a fine line between sexual assault and getting laid, and the Sigma male tap dances on it. Find out how in this video.
The Sigma male is the type of man women are naturally attracted to. He has an innate understanding of how to appeal to female biology, knowing which buttons to push, and when.
Another thing I always find interesting, and this is across like all alpha male and sigma male YouTubers, is I can never tell if it's text-to-speech voices they use, or if it's actually them narrating, because their cadence is so robotic, and I'm just never positive. Like for this one in particular, I feel like it's text-to-speech, but then there's certain moments where it kind of messes up and bumbles a word around, and then I'm like, no, it's probably a person.
1. Their light touches. When a Sigma male is sitting next to a woman, he'll reach out and gently rest his hand on top of hers. Or he might come up behind her and lay his hands on her hips or shoulders, just for a couple of seconds before pulling away again. A woman loves it when he takes the initiative like this, without always waiting to be invited.
Yeah, so step 1 here is immediately playing with fire, because if you do this on a total stranger, you might just go straight to jail. Do not pass go and collect $200. This shit's just getting you right in the slammer. This feels like something that is only acceptable if it's done with a girl that you're already romantically involved with, or are at least familiar with enough to the point where coming up behind them and putting your hands on her hips doesn't immediately get you slapped and spit on. If this is a stranger, you might just get your ass beat, and you might get the cops called on you. So I'm assuming this advice here, where don't wait to be invited, is when it's like your partner. Like, hey, maybe rest your hand on her hand when you guys are out on a date, as opposed to just like, hey, if you're in class next to a girl, just rest your hand on her hand as a Sigma move. I'll give the benefit of the doubt to the creator here, because they don't actually specify if it's like, this is an icebreaker type thing that you use on women that you're interested in, or something that you do to continue to keep a woman that you're already with interested in you.
2. They know how to command attention. A Sigma man doesn't care if anyone notices him or not, as long as he has the upper hand in any given social situation. When he enters a room, she can't help but notice him because of the way other people react when he's around.
Now, as is the case with every Alpha, Sigma, Omega, Giga Chad advice YouTube channel, most of it's just platitudes, utterly meaningless, and can be applied to pretty much everyone and everything ever. And this is one of those things. If you're good at getting people's attention and not being weird, it's a good thing for you. And women like that. It's like, yeah, that sounds about right.
3. Their specific sense of humor. Everyone has a different sense of what's funny, and Sigma males seem to possess a unique kind of humor that nobody else can get.
To be fair, you do have to have a high IQ to understand Sigma male humor, so this is again another one of those points where it's like, yep, that sounds about right. Sigma males are known for their gut-busting comedy, and women do appreciate a good ha-ha-ha moment, some good goofs and laughs.
4. They exude an air of mystery. There's something about the way they carry themselves that makes women want to find out what it is. This makes her feel like she doesn't have all the information, which is psychologically arousing.
This is always my favorite advice, because this is what I bought into going into college, that women love a mystery, which is why I took on the role of an anime protagonist who's very mysterious. You know what it got me? Not laid. It almost got me just fucking excommunicated from my goddamn university because everyone was so fucking afraid of me because I was such a weirdo. Sure, there's something to be said about someone that's not like overly outgoing with everything that's happened in their life. Yeah, absolutely. Keeping some things to yourself, being a little more reserved is probably pretty helpful. But the way that they set it up here where it's like a mystery is great. It's psychologically arousing to not have all the information. I will just debunk that immediately. You should give some information. For sure. Don't just go like catatonic and smoke a cigarette in the background hoping that someone finds that cool or hot, because they probably won't. They just find it creepy.
They come off as really intense. When he talks to her, it seems like he's judging every little thing she says, and that can be really intimidating. Sigma males don't think twice about challenging a woman, which can be a huge turn on for some women.
This one straight up just doesn't seem like a good thing at all. to have women find you scary and intimidating and too intense. That just seems like it's a massive detriment to getting laid as a Sigma male. And then the part about a Sigma male not being afraid to challenge a woman, that almost just sounds almost threatening. Like, hey, at any moment you say something that's a little out of line, the Sigma male is going to call you out on it. It's like, ugh, you winch, you've gone a bit too far, and you misquoted the great George Lucas. He never said that about Star Wars, and I'm putting you in your place. And you should be turned on by this. It's like, I don't know if that's necessarily a great quality to be so willing to challenge everything and come off as really intense.
They are unpredictable. A woman loves to be surprised. If she can see something coming from a mile away, there's no excitement left in it for her. He keeps himself just a little bit apart from society, and that makes it impossible for her to guess what he will do next.
I don't really see what being an outcast from society has to do with being unpredictable, unless he's isolated from society in like a mental asylum or something. Like, I don't really understand how those two correlate. You can be unpredictable while also participating in society, right? You can come up with surprises like, hey, surprise, I found chocolates in the dumpster outside. I bet you didn't see this coming. Or, you know, come in with a birthday cake. Hey, I know it's not your birthday, but hey, I definitely subverted your expectations with this maneuver, didn't I? You don't have to be like, you know, outside of the outskirts of society to be unpredictable. And yeah, there is something to be said about surprises and being spontaneous. That could be a good thing for sure. Not just for Sigma males, but for people in general.
They have a really strong presence. Some men are just more dominating, and women respect him because of this. They're active listening. A few women are really turned on by men who just tune out during a conversation, but most of them can't stand it. They want to be heard, and they love it when he shows an interest in everything she has to say.
Again, most of this video is just platitudes that everyone's heard a million times before. It's not specific to Sigma males. It's just everything here is Sigma male slapped on top of the most generic advice ever from WikiHow and peddled out there as Sigma advice, or these are weird, wacky things Sigmas do that no one else does, when this is just like the most basic shit ever. Oh, be a good listener. Oh, have your own identity with a strong presence and not try and stand out from the crowd with being like overly, you know, showy or whatever. Like, it's all just general advice that everyone's always heard forever. But ever since this whole Sigma versus Alpha versus Beta versus Omega war started, all of this most basic shit gets labeled as Sigma and Alpha and all of that. Like, I guarantee I could find this exact video with the word Alpha on top of it, and it'd be indistinguishable.
Their self-sufficiency. He doesn't need anybody in his life. He has his own place, makes his money, and lives on his own terms. They are chivalrous. He opens the door for her, pulls out her chair at dinner, and walks next to the curb when they are walking down the street.
Yeah, I bet you didn't see those last two coming. Straight off of an Ask Reddit thread, basically. Oh, they're self-sufficient and can make their own money. And they're chivalrous. Who could have guessed? How odd is that? I don't really understand who the audience is for these videos. I'm guessing it's already people that identify themselves as a Sigma male, and they just want to, like, confirm that they check all of the boxes on these 10 lists, like these top 10 lists. Because I can't imagine anything else. Like, even just scrolling into the comments or reading the discussions on Twitter, it's always people like, yeah, I am a Sigma male and all of this is accurate, but unfortunately women in today's society just don't appreciate a 6-digit IQ like mine, so unfortunately Sigmas like me aren't getting as much pussy as Alphas, though we should be, and we have every right to, because we're significantly better than them. Like, just look at these lists. A Sigma male is just the clear winner when it comes to males, and it's just a little upsetting that women haven't quite caught up to us yet to appreciate it. It just makes no sense to me, because all of these lists and all of these things from these Sigma male YouTubers and shit are just platitudes, meaningless cliches. Like, none of it has any substance or weight to it or anything unique about it. It is literally astrology, looking at a horoscope, but for lonely guys. Like, it's just a bit silly. And I do feel bad for them because there's so many videos like this and so many, like, YouTubers that talk about Sigma versus Alpha and all of that. And it just really muddies the waters and makes people that are really, like, struggling with self-esteem or their self-image get confused and get a bit lost in it. So yeah, it's just I wanted to check in on the community over here and see what's going on. And it's still the same stuff, just boring top 10 things Sigmas do when they're single or whatever and all of that. And some really bad advice from other channels that isn't like entertainingly bad advice, it's just sad advice. And they're selling courses to people that are already desperate enough to buy them, just exploiting it. So basically it's in the exact same spot that it was 2 years ago when I was actively watching this shit for entertainment. It's just now getting a bit stale and a bit sad. Today just felt like a day I needed to at least check in with it. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. My quest continues to find the worst anime ever made. My adventure is a lot like looking for the lost city of gold, except instead of gold, I'm looking for shit stains on a public sidewalk. And today I'm actually watching the most famous piece of trash since Rebecca Black's Friday premiere. I'm watching Mars of Destruction. It's actually created by the same studio behind the last super stinker we watched, which was Skelter Plus Heaven. Idea Factory, that's the name of their crew. So somehow they have 2 of the 3 lowest rated anime of all time on my anime list, and this one has a big cult following because of how bad it is. It's actually impressive that Idea Factory has popped out so many universally hated anime. They must just accidentally animate these things in between their employees eating sand and snorting glue. And then they're just pleasantly surprised when they end up with something that resembles a movie on their desk. But anyway, Mars of Destruction is what we're watching today, and luckily it comes in 2 video qualities, 240p and unwatchable eye strain. So instead of cursing you all with migraines by forcing you to look at the unbearable brain-rotted quality that this usually exists in, I'll display the high-definition, cinema-quality 240p, the way God intended it to be watched. What an intense introduction to capture your attention right away, some edge-of-your-seat type thrills. Humanity's Mars exploration team's on their way back to Earth, and mysteriously their ship blows up. And that's a bit of an exaggeration. It doesn't really blow up, it just kind of like peters out. It's like a sparkler getting extinguished. Now there's aliens on Earth and we're not happy about it, so the government has come up with the ultimate countermeasure, the P-90 Rush Waifu Defense Force. So these goofy Power Rangers villains can shoot piss missiles from their mouth and unfortunately blast the head off of one of the waifus. And it really rattled me to my core and got me thinking about how fragile and precious life is. One second you're with your friends confronting Dirty Bill and the boys at the park, and the next second your friend's head has been vaporized and they're squirting blood like it's slime time at Nickelodeon Studios. So I'm pretty sure that their anti-alien team is just a rebranded neighborhood watch because they're clearly not very trained. This girl ran up and missed every single bullet from her clip at point-blank range on a giant enemy. But I guess it wouldn't matter if she hit the shots anyway because her friend did and it did nothing but tickle the monster. So even if they are just like stormtroopers closing their eyes here with their aim, it seems useless. They're not equipped to handle the situation. I love the voice acting from the aliens here. It just sounds like someone plugging their nose and then doing Banjo-Kazooie sound effects. We've now been introduced to Takeru, humanity's last hope against the aliens, I guess, and he's not very reliable. Against two of these small little Kirby Digimon things, he nearly died. So he has this like lightsaber thing that I guess is made out of foam or plastic or something, because it's not very strong, but he manages to stab one with it, and he's not like overly bothered by getting stabbed. But while he's like mounted on top of him, like, you know, shake weighting the sword in there, one of the other aliens comes up behind him and gives him a back scratch, and it's really painful for him, and then he shoots sunlight at his back or whatever, and then he manages to stab that guy slightly, and through remarkable struggle was able to defeat some lowly grunts at a playground, and nearly died for it. Bro, humanity is better off putting their last hopes into the power of thoughts and prayers. This guy is not strong. They've done a terrible job of showcasing this guy being a badass. He just gets his ass beat by two tiny aliens. And now he's dying, and they're trying to use a heart massage to bring him back. Luckily, the deep tissue massage was enough to restart his heart. I'm no medical professional, I'm not a classically trained doctor, but I don't know how often a heart massage is performed, but my god, it seems effective. We also get to learn a little bit more about Takeru. His dad is the one who created the Mars suit and forced his son to wear it against his will, and now he's alive and back to this corporeal realm thanks to the power of the masseuse on staff. But I actually think this is a terrible thing for humanity because now they're going to be forced to rely on him again, and he's super weak. I feel like he would get manhandled by a group of elementary school bullies. But I do really like this scene here. The attention to detail in Mars of Destruction is unmatched. Remember the girl whose head got blown off? Well, luckily they got her to the hospital, so there was still a chance they could have brought her back, I guess. I love that idea, like, oh my god, our friend her whole head just got deatomized. Quick, get her to the emergency room. Maybe the doctors know some kind of head massage that can reassemble this at an atomic level. And then, like, they're disappointed when they're like, no, this one's gone. They're like, oh, no, I can't believe this. I thought there was still a chance. Great scene.
増加する謎の遺跡人と呼ばれる怪物から市民を守るために組織された特別チーム。チームメンバーは警察関係者の中から秀でた人物が選ばれ。
Now we learn a little bit about the ASS program, and I can assure you none of them are good at anything. Every time that any of these agents are on the screen, they're just getting beat the fuck up or having their head blown off. I'm cutting out a lot because I don't think any of you care about the plot, so I'm just gonna tell you what's happening. They're now transporting something in a van, something that they don't describe. They just say, like, do you think the aliens want this? And like, hey, maybe. And that's about it. That's all we really know about what's happening currently. And then they get ambushed by a giant group of aliens and a super alien. And, you know, they came to party and they brought snacks. The snack they brought is lemonade that they keep fucking shooting at every goddamn person on screen. They decapitate 2 police officers and then mutilate some other guy. The music choice is inspiring here. In fact, Beethoven himself wrote this piece for Mars of Destruction. Everyone knows that Beethoven was a giant weeb, and it's great to see them proudly display his work here. I will say, while this is obviously not good, Mars of Destruction is at least animated, which is more than I could say for Skelter Heaven. This is a top 10 anime fight scene, I would argue. The way that they're really weaving in the classical music, oh my god. Chef's kisses, I swear. They've really outdone themselves here. So, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit here. So, the bullets aren't working. He's just absorbing them. They also can very rarely hit bullets in the first place because every single one of these assed soldiers is overdosing on Xanax or something, I guess. They just cannot, like, actually aim anything, but god damn it, that won't stop them from trying. Also, Takaru has his arm broken, so he's not happy. From out of nowhere, they just happen to have the ultimate super weapon, which she pulls out of her asshole, I guess. And I will say, one thing I really appreciate is the attention to detail when it comes to even the voice acting. So you'll hear that Takaru's voice is muffled, and that's because he's wearing the Mars suit. Genius. So usually in anime or literally anything, when someone in a suit's talking, you can hear them. It still sounds like they're just talking normally. But here they're like, wait, he wouldn't be sounding normal because he's in a suit. So then they had the voice actor talking to his hands kind of like this, or like into a pillow or something. And it really drives home the idea that this man is suffocating in that suit, and you can barely fucking hear him. Takaru no-scopes the big bad supervillain, and then all of a sudden we're now listening to these two guys talk, who I assume is the president and Doc Brown, and they're going over, you know, what they've recovered and the information they've learned, and they've confirmed that Homo sapiens used to live on Mars. Alright. Turns out humanity was influenced by the Martians, and the big bad guy rises like the Undertaker. Like fucking Dracula rising out of his coffin. He's back, and he's taken Takeru to tell him some evil shit. Yeah, so the firing squad finally starts landing bullets and hits him with the fatality. Roll credits. That's where it ends. All at once, they try and just elbow deep fist some fucking awful exposition in out of nowhere, and it doesn't really work. I feel like by the end of this movie, the end of the project, they knew they didn't really tell a story, but then decided they had to at least try to make it look like they did. So the director just came out of nowhere. They're like, watch this. In the last like hour worth of animating, give me one extra scene and I'm gonna make a masterpiece. So he's like, not real humans. These are real humans. These are invaders. Where's my Oscar? You know, like, it just doesn't work. Nothing in the movie worked, but at the very least, this time they animated something. This came out a year after Skelter Heaven, I believe, so they're only getting better. This came out in 2005. I think by 2060, they might be able to make an anime that's almost passable. Right now, they're on an upward trajectory, and they're hitting their stride. They're peaking, and I can't wait for their next one. That's about it. So yeah. I recently watched a video from a channel called Crime Zone, which put together this beautiful piece on one of the most interesting criminals I've ever heard of. It just seems like something more out of a cartoon than reality, like the real world Dirty Dan here. I'll quickly hit you with a 30-second Shark Tank pitch to get you interested and tell you why you should care. Basically, an army veteran uses his skills to target McDonald's locations for robbery, and his specialty was busting in through the rooftop. So he would bring tools, cut through the roof, and drop in like an angel on the employees. And he had the manners of an angel too. He'd let them get their coats. They all said that he was really nice, and asked them to just wait in like the ice locker, the freezer. And he'd rob them and leave. And he did this for quite some time before being apprehended. Spoilers, he gets caught. But he doesn't spend too long in jail because he hatched a galaxy brain scheme to break out, which he executed flawlessly, becoming the first prisoner at that facility to ever break out successfully. And he turns back to a life of crime, but no longer going to the Ronald McDonald Playhouse of Pain. Instead, he transitions to living in a Toys R Us and gradually stealing their toys. So what he does is he lives at a Toys R Us by living behind a bike rack. He carves out his own little like hidden man cave in the walls. I won't spoil how it all ends or anything like that, but I just wanted to get like the cliff notes out here because I just find it so wild. I'll put a link to the original video in the description, of course, so you can watch the entire thing, but I'll show you some clips from when we watched it. Alright, let's start with, let's see Roofman. This sounds kind of interesting. I do love criminals that hide in attics and shit.
Nigel and Luke here, and welcome to Crime Zone. Unbeknownst
Quick question, is there still a massive breakfast rush for McDonald's? I remember when I was a kid that was the shit, but I feel like McDonald's has just such steep competition these days for the breakfast slot. Do we have any other, do we have any like big McDonald's breakfast enthusiasts here? Because near me it's kind of just like, no one cares anymore. Overwhelmingly yes. Wow. I just think the McDonald's breakfast has really fallen off. It's like Netflix stock, but for food.
Once he had the cash, the masked robber walked all of the employees into the cooler where they were locked inside.
It seems kind of nice.
Before they were asked if they wanted to grab their coats to stay warm while they waited for help to arrive.
After they have a police sketch and it's just a Hamburglar.
Fled. While the employees didn't know it at the time.
I saw a video of two women stealing everyone's food inside a restaurant. Don't remember where, though. Probably McDonald's. Actually, I take that back. Probably Waffle House. Waffle House is a restaurant you go to and you're just looking for fights. And maybe, like, a waffle or two. I think it's a Prime Sun City. So this is basically the only fast food specialized robber is what I'm getting.
While little is known about why Jeffrey Allen Manchester chose to turn to a life of crime, what we do know
the better question is why
that
turn to a
before
life
he
of
became
crime
the
for
notorious
fast
robber
food?
known as Roofman, he lived what appeared to be a normal life, to put his military training to a different kind of use. In November of 1998...
Do you really need military training to rob a McDonald's? I feel like you could just go in and be like, I just want the money in the register, and like, make like a finger gun in your jacket and be like, yeah, just take it. Like, I don't think you really needed all like the special ops training just to become like a fucking Filet-O-Fish fondler. Felon. Damn, that would have been better instead of fucking fondler. It doesn't even make sense. But man, this guy, those McDonald's employees, they didn't know who they were fucking with when he busted through their ceiling. 1 second they're just serving up a quarter pounder, next second they got goddamn Jason Bourne coming through the top turnbuckle. That's
While
cute.
the bulk of Manchester's robberies were committed in California, he would eventually hit McDonald's locations in Nevada, Oregon, Minnesota, Massachusetts, Maryland, Virginia, and both of the Carolinas, making off with an estimated $100,000. Manchester would use tools to cut a hole in the roof of the location, dropping down anywhere from 10 to 15 feet.
So what? I still am super confused on why the roof. What tactical advantage does he get from busting in right here behind the counter as opposed to just rushing through here and jumping over the counter? Just like the element of surprise? No alarm? I guess, but there's still employees there either way, right? Because like they said, he was always really nice to the employees and telling them to get to the back and shit, so there's still people there. So at that point, the alarm's kind of worthless, wouldn't you think?
When they caught up to him a short time later, he was still carrying his rifle, as well as a nylon bag containing drills, pry tools, hammers, and all of the cash he had stolen from the 2 McDonald's locations. True to his reputation, Manchester didn't put up a fight when cornered by officers, instead telling them, quote, "You guys did a really good job today." With Manchester's arrest came a flurry of news articles announcing he was ultimately sentenced to 45 years in prison on charges ranging from robbery with a dangerous weapon to kidnapping. Little did anyone know that his story was far from over.
Really? He busted a hole out of the
Following
prison
his
cell?
conviction at the end of 2000,
Went out the
Jeffrey
roof?
Manchester was sent on the afternoon of June 15th, 2004.
Now the roof
Jeffrey
man can be
Manchester
anywhere.
put his plan into action and escaped from the Brown Creek Correctional Institution, making him the first person to do so in the facility's 11-year history.
Hey, that's pretty
Once
good.
again,
Well, 11
the
years
roof
isn't
man
super long.
was
That's still
free.
good.
It was here, at an unassuming retail plaza, that he would set up a living space that would baffle and amuse both the public and law enforcement
oh my god, he opened his
for
own
years to
McDonald's.
come.
A
For his
franchise
new
owner.
home, the roof man chose a Toys R Us store located in a complex called the Triangle Shopping Center, just off of Monroe Road. He raced remote control cars on the roof in the middle of the night, rode bikes around the store for exercise, and managed to get most of the nourishment that he needed by stealing and eating baby food.
Toys R Us had all kinds of snacks. He didn't need baby food. I remember back in the heyday at Toys R Us, you could get like fucking pounds of Doritos and shit. My man's over there just eating like meat sticks and apple mush when he could have been feasting on Doritos and Oreos. This man just said, fuck it, I want the Gerbers. Thanks for some Dreadnought in the prime elbow. This actually seems like something out of Codename Kids Next Door. Like one of the villains infiltrates a toy store that the kids are shopping at in order to torment them and scare them at night. Man's actually the boogeyman at the Jeffrey's Play Palace here. I have looked literally everywhere in the world for a single picture of this man's laboratory here. You know, Dexter's lab kind of shit. Because the way it's described in the video and the way it's described by the authorities, it sounds fucking incredible. He had baby monitor surveillance spy systems set up across the store to keep eyes on everyone, all the workers and all the customers and everything. He had so many toys and shit and a really elaborate setup with running water all in his like secret man cave in the Toys R Us walls. I want so badly to know what that actually looked like. I can't imagine a world where they didn't take pictures of it. They'd have to, right? Like, it's evidence. So surely those pictures exist somewhere, and I am begging any authorities that were involved in this case to just release the photo evidence. Let us see it. Let us just take a gander. I have to know what his little secret lair looked like here in this Toys R Us, because it must have been so fucking cool. Or maybe it's overhyped, and it was actually just like a really small, like, coffin of a couple of toys that he'd stay at. Who knows? But it just sounds so impressive, and I would love to know what it looks like. But unfortunately, I can't find a single picture of it anywhere. I can't even find, like, a single, like, artistic interpretation of it from anyone from the scene. Nothing. But I know those pictures have to have existed. So I hope someday they surface.
And when the holiday season rolled around, no one donated more to the congregation's toy drive than he did. Of course, these toys were actually all stolen from the store where the roof man was hiding
Who's
out.
gonna miss the toys though, huh?
It was during this time that he realized he could tunnel directly through the store's wall into the adjacent unit, which just so happened to be an abandoned Circuit City. This time,
maybe this guy is responsible for Toys R Us and Circuit City going under. After they found out that this man was living in their walls for... It's been almost a year, I think, now. They just got so fucking paranoid that the business started sinking. God damn. What a cool setup, though. That is like the most early 2000s shit imaginable. Like, that is your early 2000s shopping starting kit. Toys R Us, Circuit City, and Radio Shack. The only thing he's missing is a Blockbuster. Then he tunnels underground and goes right to Blockbuster or some shit.
He also added more baby monitors to add to his makeshift surveillance system, and even installed a smoke detector and piped in water from the Toys R Us next door.
What? Wait, how would nobody ever hear that? He piped in his own water line? How would he be able to successfully do that? It's not the hardest thing in the world to do that, I guess, if you tee off of an already existing line, but still, I feel like you'd absolutely hear that, because you have to like drill into the walls and shit, and you have to tee off that pipe. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, I guess just doing it like in the dead of night without anyone being around, you'd probably never notice.
In order to continue to travel between the Toys R Us and the Circuit City as he pleased, Manchester left the tunnel between the two units intact.
I bet so many kids saw him behind the bike rack and just got scared and didn't
with
say
the
anything.
walls on both sides. On December 26th, he decided it was time to pull off the big robbery that he had been planning. Unfortunately for the roof man, when he tried to pull off the crime, things did not go according to plan. Similar to the 2000 robbery in Belmont, when he held up the Toys R Us, employees were able to contact police sooner than he anticipated. Manchester responded by punching her, stealing her gun, and running away.
That's aggressive.
Amazingly,
he used to be
though
so
the
nice.
roof man seemed cornered,
Circuit
he managed
City
to escape
him.
through his trapdoors undetected. It's unclear whether or not he returned to the hideout within the Circuit City, identified him as the man who had been going by the name John Zorin, and were shocked to discover who he really was. In a bid to cover his tracks, Manchester burned down a dentist office where he had gotten his teeth fixed while on the run.
How does that...
Presumably worried that police would be able to find his dental records there.
Okay.
This had the opposite effect of what he
Man,
intended.
prison really changed
and only
him.
made investigators more suspicious. Manchester showed up, believing he would be able to see his girlfriend one last time before continuing his life on the run. He arrived with flowers, but was arrested by waiting officers before he could make it inside the apartment. Manchester is currently incarcerated at the Central Prison in Raleigh,
not done.
where his projected release date is December 4th, 2036. Do you know of any other cases like this that you think we should check out?
What a cool story.
Tell us about them in the comments section below. Thank you for watching.
That prison is 5 minutes from my house. Bro, you might want to move just in case the roof man gets out. He'll start living in your walls. Sleep in fear, man. Sleep in fear. If you've been on the World Wide Web at any point over the last 24 hours, I'm sure you've seen hashtag SaveTF2. It's a Twitter hashtag that's been trending for a while now. It has like 300,000 individual tweets about it. It's become the most talked about thing since the Bible, honestly. And I'm sure most of you know what it's about, but I'm going to go ahead and explain it all anyway. SaveTF2 is about the game Team Fortress 2. It came out in 2007, it's a Valve game, and even though the game's 15 years old, older than half the people who use Twitter, it has still maintained a very active and healthy community, always averaging over 50,000 players per month. Which is actually a huge number. Most new releases don't average those player numbers. Like Halo Infinite's got like 5k left, Battlefield 2042's got like 5 left, and those came out only a few months back. TF2 is just a game that has stood the test of time and remains today to be an extremely fun multiplayer experience. But unfortunately, over the last few years, it's been left out in the rain to fester and die by Valve. And it's been plagued by a lot of problems, which I'll talk about in a moment, but no matter how many times the community's brought up all of their concerns to Valve, it's fallen on deaf ears. When you mention Team Fortress 2 to Valve, it's like they have dementia and don't know what you're talking about. They do their best to forget they ever made this game. It's like they're ashamed of it, almost. There hasn't been any meaningful content updates to the game in years. I believe the last time I checked, it was 1,600 days ago since the last major update. So it's been, it's been a little minute. They have, however, added a few cosmetic items every now and then, as well as once in a blue moon patches, which come out of nowhere and are like fucking jump scares for the community when they happen. But for the most part, Valve seems to have flushed it down the toilet saying, we don't want to play with this toy anymore, and have just left it in an unplayable state. Because 2 years ago is when it really started to become really bad. The game is plagued by bots, where when you go into any game, you are very likely to have bots on the other team which pick the sniper class and insta-kill you. And there's nothing you can do about it besides go to like a community server Or I actually remember about a year ago, there was a service you could purchase where you could buy your own bodyguard bots to fight the bots in lobbies. So you'd buy bots from a service that would protect you from bots in your games. That's how bad the game had become. And it's been that way for years. No matter how many times the community begs Valve to do anything, they have done nothing, which is why #SaveTF2 was created. A last-ditch Hail Mary to finally try and get some kind of attention from Valve to at least let the community know that they're aware of the problem and are actively trying to fix it. Because again, even though the game's 15 years old, it maintains an extremely healthy player base, still one of the most played multiplayer games on Steam to this day. Now, of course, half of those players may not actually have a pulse. It probably is a lot of the AI that's infiltrated the game, fucking Skynet there and taken over. But it's still a very large and dedicated community of players. And since Valve is still actively hosting the game on their platform, they still allow you to download the game. At the very least, Valve owes it to have that game be in a playable state. Until the day they decide to shut it down and stop having it on Steam, they have to at least have the game work. They still make a ton of money from Team Fortress 2 hat sales and crate keys and all of that shit, so they need to at least have the game be a playable fucking experience, I would think. Now, the #SaveTF2 movement was actually successful. Team Fortress 2's official Twitter account came out of hibernation to make one tweet to at least let people know that they're alive, there's somebody in the department somewhere that's still breathing, and they managed to dust off the old login information and post this tweet, first one since 2020, but it's something. It's acknowledgement. It's a step in the right direction. Now, I want to dive into analyzing the problem firsthand. I saw Mudahar in his video go on a fresh account right into TF2 casual and immediately falling into bot lobbies off rip. And I wanted to try it myself to see if the same thing would happen to me, because it's been happening to pretty much everyone that's tried to play the game over the last couple years. When they try and queue up into a public lobby, they just get bots that immediately ruin the experience and drive people away. Now, for those that aren't super aware, when I say bots, I mean that it's just actually bots. It's not somebody that's just cheating with an aimbot or something. It is people that have programmed like entire bot farms to go into these public lobbies just to insta-kill everyone and ruin it, to like actually just ruin the game. There's nothing to be gained for it from them, except to drive the players away from playing it. It's fucking wild. Now, before hopping in for my investigation, I'd like to thank OperaGX for sponsoring the video. Thanks OperaGX for sponsoring today's video. OperaGX is my go-to internet browser. It is just by far the most efficient out there. It doesn't just use all of your computer's resources for no reason, doesn't tank performance when playing a game or anything, and it's just super customizable. You can have animated backgrounds, you can have all kinds of incredibly fun stuff to make OperaGX yours and make it feel unique to anyone else out there. They also have extensions and add-ons of their own, so all of the extensions that you're used to, you can also find on OperaGX as well. OperaGX also has the ability for you to put your messengers on the side of the browser, so that way you can just have the messages there and you can talk to people while browsing without having to flip through tabs or different screens or anything like that. So it's all just super convenient, right there at your fingertips. With OperaGX, there's something called GX Profiles, which lets you create a completely custom browser that's perfectly suited for any activity you do online. So for example, streaming, if you're worried about maybe showing private information, you can edit it to do configuration streaming. There's just so much that you can customize to make it suit what you want. And there's even something a little fun OperaGX has done by setting up a Minecraft server for the GX Discord community. And they have 4 maps in Minecraft that are suited for SMP, duels, bridges, and maybe even survival. If you're interested in getting started with OperaGX, you can click the link in the description below to get started for free. So I logged in for the first time in years. Team Fortress 2 actually used to be my most played game on Steam back in 2011, 2012, but I took a long break from it. And this is the first time I've been on in a long time. I'm just randomly queuing into public lobby, right off rip, fresh. And I expected this to go just like every other video I've watched on the current state of TF2. I expected to immediately queue into a lobby dominated by bots, but I didn't. In fact, I'm sure the players thought I was the bot because my aim with the sniper was so fucking nutty. I thought it'd be fun to try and counter-snipe the bots, but since I didn't get any, I just ended up stomping. And this actually continued for about 5 or 6 games, and I think what happened is I got extremely lucky because there were so many new players that came in because of SaveTF2 that I ended up queuing up with real players who were doing the same thing I was. either that or like my MMR was too high for bots to join. I don't know if that's a real thing, but I mentioned it on stream and some people said that might have been the case. I played a lot of TF2, like I said, for a long time, so I probably did have high MMR. If that's something that they consider for casual lobbies, I don't know. But that could have been another factor if that's something that's taken into account in the game. But regardless, I think the most likely answer for why I wasn't getting into bot lobbies when it's such a rampant problem is just because of how many new players came in over the last 24 hours. It just flooded out the bots and real lobbies got made. Now, after about 15-ish minutes, I did queue into a game with my first bot, and it was just as advertised from everything I read and everything I saw. It was a bot that was noise spamming the mic with, I believe it was just a YouTube video on loop, and it was a bot that could insta-kill everyone on the map pretty much at all times whenever there was any kind of sightline.
So, you know the game TF2, right? You know, like, one of the best games around. Valve, the people who made it, kind of gave up on it. And I said, Alexi, cannot tell you why. So, because of it, there's a TF2. And I was like, damn, this is actually kind of awesome. There is a lot of people. The community isn't toxic. The thing that's ruining TF2 right now is the bots. Omegatronic, Magic. It's ruining.
Now you can see he's killing people without ever looking at them. He just insta-flicks and then right back to just looking all fucking dazed and confused because the bot is programmed to insta-kill everything that moves on the map. You can see why this would be game ruining when there's entire lobbies of bots just like this. It's basically just bots fighting each other in this unholy war, and occasionally a human being accidentally queues into it, and it's awful. One bot can ruin an entire lobby. Imagine multiple in every game, every time you try and play. That's been the state of TF2 for about 2 years now. But I wanted to go a bit deeper and see if I could find one of these lobbies, because today it seemed pretty difficult just because of how many players were coming back to it or trying it out. So I was getting legitimate lobbies. I wasn't actually finding these, but I know they exist because I've seen so many posts and so much footage of them. I just wanted to experience it firsthand. In every single game I joined over the course of an hour, there was at least one bot per game. Now, luckily, a lot of times what would happen is the bot would get kicked, but unfortunately, as the game would go on, another bot would sometimes just join and get kicked again eventually, but just a massive headache. So I guess that lucky streak I had at the beginning had fizzled out, because every game I joined over the course of like an hour did have at least one bot there to start. And the worst case was I joined a lobby that had, I think it was 3 bots total, and one of them was of course doing the mic spam as well, and that one was truly miserable. You can see in the kill feed it is nothing but bots headshotting each other over and over and over again. This was the worst lobby I joined. But like I said, over the course of that hour after the first like 5 or 6 matches with no bots, I got a bot in pretty much every match. At least in the beginning, until they would get kicked or until one would rejoin and get kicked. But there were bots, a lot of them. The game is not in a super fun state, but I know right now it's better than it has been just because so many people flock to the game with the save TF2 hashtag. So even if Valve really takes their sweet time fixing this, which God knows they probably will, I don't even know if they have game developers left on staff anymore. They do so little for their games. I don't know who's there coding anymore. But even if they take a long time fixing the problem, I think this massive influx of players has been a really great thing for the game itself anyway, for the health of the game, because with so many players that all went to the game, the casual lobbies filled up with so many players that are actually there to play and kick out the bots. And the community servers have been popping off as well because of so many new bodies in the game, and that's great. So there's a lot of options to play it now, so it's a little bit better than it was before the hashtag. So overall, I'd say that hashtag SaveTF2 has been very successful, and hopefully Valve will finally fix the game and get it into a playable state. And who knows, maybe they'll be feeling really generous and actually deliver new content to the game. That would be fucking wild, because the community has been starving, and Valve has not even decided to piss in their mouth to give them a little something for the game. They're doing below the bare minimum for Team Fortress 2, and I'm hoping that that will change at some point, because the game still is super fun and super popular. That's about it. See ya. Today I wanted to tell a story I recently told on stream about the time I got scammed for all of the money I had at the time. I must have been 18, maybe 19. I was definitely still a virgin when this happened. Not that that's pertinent to the story, but just a little bit of lore there, a little side note. And my friend Andrew had come to visit me so we could party at my university. But unfortunately, when he came up, there were no parties, and if there were, we certainly weren't invited. The lacrosse bros did not want the gamer nerds coming in, so I've got my buddy Andrew over, and he's just eating fucking Reese's cups as we're doing nothing except playing like Tekken Tag Tournament 2, and then eventually we decided to find something else to do, and we found a carnival that had rolled into town. It was like one of those pop-up shop carnivals where they transport everything in on like a dilapidated school bus, so they scooted in and they set up shop nearby, and we're like, well, fuck it, we're not doing anything else, let's go to this carnival. And I swear to God, when we got there, it looked like something out of Courage the Cowardly Dog. This place looked haunted, and we were basically like the only customers there. There was like a few children, or at least the spirits of children that were there, like hanging out, and they were riding the only ride at this carnival, which was one of those spinning rides that it was like this giant, horrifying metal contraption that just looked like a medieval torture device. It looked like a fucking transformer that had gotten hit with a stick of dynamite. It looked so rusted and gross. I have no doubt that was just a tetanus disaster waiting to happen. I don't even know if those kids are even alive anymore if they rode that fucking thing. But that's about all they had. They had that one ride and then a ton of shady carnival games. Not like the fun, goofy ones that you can actually win, you know, like the basketball one or shooting water into a target. They had only the rigged ones that you can't win under any circumstances. So this was less of a carnival that came in and more of just like a rolling scam that travels. But of course, I'm 18, 19 years old at the time. I'm a virgin, so all I'm really thinking about is titties and how I'm not seeing them. So, you know, I kind of disregard that, and I'm going around with Andrew, and we're playing a few of the games. Of course, we're not winning anything, not even like those tiny stuffed animals. We're getting nothing. The closest thing we're getting to a prize is stepping on a used condom in the parking lot. Like, there's just really nothing that we're accomplishing. We're just wasting money and wasting time. To reiterate the location, it was literally in a parking lot in between two condemned buildings. That was the location. This fucking barren wasteland looked like something out of the Fallout universe. It would have been less gross to just wander through catacombs, because at least then we wouldn't have been losing money doing it. But I came to this with like $200 in my wallet or something like that, and we were playing through these games, not winning, and I'd gone down like 50 or 60 bucks, I don't remember exactly what, but it was a lot. Like, we were spending a lot of time just indulging in this filthy sin. Now, before I get to like the actual meat here of when I lost all my money and how this all happened, I want to drive home a point. I'm not exactly like a super gullible person, I don't think. I like to imagine like I'm a grizzly, chiseled man with hair on my sack, because as an avid RuneScape player, I know how to recognize a scam. I started playing RuneScape in 2005, and I got used like a fleshlight on that game. I was falling for a lot of scams. I once gave my fucking password away to a guy who said that he didn't think my password was cool. So to prove him wrong, I just gave him my password in order to impress him. And then I lost my account to him. Like, I was scammed a lot. And it was an invaluable lesson it taught me. When someone's trying to take advantage of me, how to recognize a scammer, and just like all of these red flags that should go off in people's heads when they're faced with a scam. I think every child should be scammed at some point. Teach them a valuable lesson. They don't need to lose their house or anything, or like get wrapped up with a crypto gambling scam or whatever, but maybe just like a small scale scam for candy. Teach them a little something. That I always believed that the lessons I learned in RuneScape through getting scammed would be very helpful, and so far they have been, but on that day, nothing could have prepared me for the scam that I was going to encounter at that godforsaken carnival. The game was the toss a ball off a backboard, make it land in a bucket, and you win one of the jumbo prizes, like the fucking wumbo-sized unicorns and bears and shit. So for those that don't know, the game is a wooden backboard, it's a big circle, and it's at an angle, it's slanted this way. Underneath it is a basket that's poking out just enough for a ball to bounce off the backboard and fall in the basket. And you only have to do it one time and you win the biggest prize. So this carnival's not very big, obviously. Andrew and I had passed this a few times, and it wasn't like there was some heavenly glow on it, like, this is the game for me, this is the one I want to play. But as we passed it for like the third or fourth time, the dude finally calls over. He's like, you guys are just wandering around. Come over here. Let's just like talk and hang out. And, you know, we weren't doing anything, so we'll come flirt with this guy, whatever. And he's just so charismatic. We're just talking, shooting the shit. I think he brought up sports. And at the time, I was like a sports fan, so we talked a little bit. And then he just started talking about his game. He's like, if you guys want to play, you can just like play this game. It's $5 for 3 throws. You know, might as well. And we'll just keep talking. I was like, that's a good deal. $5, 3 throws. And it looks really easy. And he's like, well, I don't want you to think that this is like rigged or anything. I want to show you that this can be done because, you know, he must have seen us losing. So he demonstrated that it could be done. So he walks up. He's like a little off to the side of where I'm standing, where I have to stand to shoot. And he bounces it off the backboard, first try, right in the bucket. He's like, yeah, I can do this all day. Picks up the ball, does it again, picks up the ball, does it again. He does it like 3 times in a row. And it's like, okay, this game looks really easy. So then he hands me the balls. It's an absolute disaster. I'm sticking my dick in my own ass. I can't get a single ball even close to the bucket, no matter how lightly I throw it or where I'm hitting the backboard. For some reason, it's like it's being shot out of a cannon once it hits that backboard. And it's not making any sense to me because I'm doing like the exact same thing he is. I'm putting a little spin on it. It's just not getting the job done. Nothing's working. And then he hits me with this proposition. For $10, I'll give you 10 throws and I'll give you your money back from this round and the previous round and still give you the big prize. I was like, what in tarnation? This is the nicest guy on earth. What a great deal. 10 throws, $10, and I get all of my money back plus the big prize? What am I waiting for? I'm fucking losing money not playing right now. How am I going to say no to this? That right there is a huge red flag. I didn't know this until well after the fact, but this is a well-known carnival scam. When they start saying you could win your money back, they're doing that because they know you can't. The game is rigged. He shows me again, he's like, hey, let me just make sure you know that you can do this. Just do it just like this. So then he just makes it 5 more times right in front of me. Like, he just shows that it is very easily achievable. Hands me the balls. I go through all 10 balls. Nothing even close. Like, sometimes you can get it to bounce off the backboard and hit the basket inside, but the ball's so light that it bounces right out, like, every single time. So now I'm $15 in the shitter and I'm feeling really bad. Andrew's trying to be like the guardian angel on my shoulder, like, Charlie, let's just go ahead and leave. You're not going to make this. It's clearly too difficult and there's some trick to it you don't know. And I took that as a challenge. I'm like, excuse me, motherfucker, what did you say to me? You say I can't do this? Sign me up for another round. Let's ride. And it's the same deal. He doubled the price again. So $20 for 10 balls, but I can win my money back. So for $20, I can win my $15 back. And then I'm back where I started and everything's good and I get the big prize. So, again, I go through all 10 balls, nothing. Nothing at all. Now, this is a lot of money. Again, this was $200. That's everything I had in my wallet. That's everything I had at the time for spendable cash. So, this is a lot of money that I am juggling around here. We didn't go to the carnival with the intent to spend a lot, but just getting wrapped up in boredom and just, like, the will to not keep being a loser at the carnival just kept me spending. So, after the $20, I'm like, Jesus Christ, what is going on? You know, it's definitely a me problem. I've seen this fucking guy do it, 10 times now. Now, let me paint a picture of the guy for you because it's not like he was some kind of athlete where it's like, oh, this guy, he probably plays in the NBA. He's just got real talent. No, this guy had a body like a bag of hot dogs. Like, he is not some guru of backboard bouncing or anything. So, clearly, if he can do it, I should also be able to do it. Anyone should be able to do it. So he demonstrates it's possible again. He's like, bro, look, I really hate to see you lose this much money. I'm not going to double the price this time. Look, just give me another $20. I'll give you 10 more throws and you can win all your money back and I'll still give you the prize. I'm like, thank you for being such a nice guy. Damn near wanted to lean over and pat him on the ass. I was like, man, this guy, what a saint. So I give him another $20 and I do my 10 throws and you know how the story goes. It doesn't go in. None of them go in. They're not even close. So at this point now, what am I, $55, $60 down almost? And it's been like half an hour of just this. Andrew's sitting there watching this whole train wreck happen. And it's not getting any better. The guy's gone from charming to full-blown scam mode. He like completely drops the facade of being nice. After like the second time I did $20 for 10 throws, he's like, yep, you want to do 20 more? You can win your money back. You probably want that money back. So he starts guilting me into it. And I'm like, he's right. I need that money back. So I give him another $20. I go through the balls. It's not even close. I lose again. And I'm sweating. I am sweating so fucking hard. Andrew is begging me not to keep playing the game. But I'm seeing red now. And I can't stop. I have to. So I do 20 again for another 10 throws to try and win my money back. I don't do it. I fail again. This fucking, like, this guy is still just prodding, still trying to squeeze every cent out of me. I'm just this dude's little dirty cum rag that he's wringing out and getting some money from. So we continue for another like 15, 20 minutes or however long it was. It felt like an eternity, and I'm down to my last $20 in my wallet. And, you know, I'm praying, you know, fucking give that $20 a kiss, and I spend it. I rolled the dice, I went for it one more time, and I don't win. I'm now completely out of money. I tell him that, and I start to just ask if he could just give me some of it back. I'm desperate. I wanted some of it back. I needed some of it back. And he's like, bro, I just can't do that. My boss would be really mad at me if I let that happen. But look, there's an ATM over, like, it was like a couple blocks away. He told me the location. He's like, just go to the ATM, get some more money, come back, and I will absolutely show you the perfect tricks. You're just not getting the technique right, and I'll show you what you're doing wrong. So this piece of shit tried to get me to go to an ATM to get more money out to keep playing his game, which was rigged. There was no way to win from the start. I'm shocked he didn't try and get me to sign some kind of contract with blood, this fucking demon. And I strongly considered it. I did, because that's a lot of money. It was like $140 that I spent on that game. $200 in total at that fucking carnival, but on that game in particular, there was $140 right in the goddamn toilet, right into that stinky dumpster. And I needed that back. Like, I really wanted that back. But Andrew talked me out of actually going to get more money from the ATM, like from savings or something. And I didn't go back. I ate the loss. That, to date, is one of like the most shameful moments / scams of my life. Now, it wasn't until way after the fact, in fact, even on stream, is where I learned how he was actually able to do it. I thought that I remembered on one of those shows that bust carnival games that are rigged. I thought the reason he was able to make it and I wasn't was the angle he was able to throw from. He was able to throw much closer than I was. In this game, there is a line that you have to throw behind. There is like a little barrier that you have to throw from behind that in order to participate. And I thought that was the key. He was closer than I was, and that's how he was able to ricochet it off every time into the basket. But it's actually deeper than that. That does play a role, but he actually used a heavier ball. He didn't use the exact same balls that he gave me. His ball was weighted more, so when it bounced off the backboard, it didn't fly as far. So he was able to get it off the backboard into the basket and have it stay in the basket. And that's why mine couldn't do it. It was something I never noticed at the time, that he wasn't using the same balls he was giving me. He had a heavier one, or a heavier set to use. So even if I went and somehow found $1,000 to put into that game that night, I would have never had a chance of winning my money back, despite this guy showing me how it was done and promising me that if I just made one single ball in that bucket, I'd get all my money back and all the problems would be solved. I still absolutely despise that guy. I hold a grudge on that shit. It takes a lot to scam someone right to their face, especially like an 18-year-old college student who is telling you how much the money means to him, and for you to knowingly keep misleading them and make them believe they can win it back and that you're a good guy. Like, you're a giant piece of shit. Besides the obvious lesson I learned from this experience, I also learned how to fuck them in the ass. The games that aren't rigged, I mastered. I decided I want to win all their big prizes because fuck them. I'm able to win their biggest prizes on my first try, and I just give those prizes away to people at the carnival so I never feel scammed again. It's definitely petty, but it's a little bit of revenge for what the carnival took from me on that night. So I posted this video a few years ago, and it's showing me winning like the basketball game and the beer bottle game for the giant prizes. Both of these games are also rigged in favor of the carnival, but I was able to master the way of doing them. So the basketball game, the rim is an oval instead of a circle, so you have to have an absolutely perfect high arcing shot in order for it to make it. And for the beer bottle game, you have to lean at the right time and the right like distance lean, and you can stand it up every time. So I master these games, I get the big prizes, and I give that shit away. Just that way they lose a little bit of money on those prizes, a little bit of pettiness from Charlie. I'm like the fucking Batman of carnivals. So yeah, anyway, I just wanted to share this story. Maybe it'll be like educational for someone out there, but at the end of the day, I just thought it was a fun story. I'm over it now. I still don't like the guy who did that to me, but yeah, I just thought it was worth sharing. That's about it. See ya. YouTube's always been a mysterious place. It's like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. No one truly knows what's going on at the YouTube HQ. It's like Area 51, but for video sharing platforms. And the only thing you can ever be certain of with YouTube is that if a YouTuber makes a video talking about them, it's typically negative. However, today, that's not the case. I'm happy to report with a smile on my face and a wet spot in my trousers that I have nothing but good things to say about YouTube today. And I swear on a stack of Pokemon cards, I am not being forced to say this. There isn't like a YouTube assassin with a gun to my head threatening me. As God and anime as my witness, this is just truthfully how I feel today. I'm going to go ahead and catch you up on the lore here and bring you all up to speed. A few days ago on Twitter, I made this post complaining about how one of my videos from 3 years ago was taken down and I got another strike on my channel. The video is, of course, the timeless classic Viking Daughter Gertholomew. Now, I'm sure Viking Daughter is a game that needs no introduction. It's one of the world's most popular games, up there with the Super Mario Brothers, but for porn. It's a game where you get to have sex with the Viking chief's daughter, and it's where I created my alternate character, my persona, Gertholomew. Now, when I created Gertholomew, I really found myself. I wouldn't be the Charles White sitting before you today without Gertholomew. Gertholomew crawled so that Charles White could run. God rest his soul. Some say they don't even know where Gertholomew ends and Charles begins anymore. The point is, though, the game was a porn game where you have sex with this girl. It was all censored, and I censored it further, but it was still in violation of YouTube's policies, so they gave me a strike. Understandably, I was very upset about this, so I did what every creator does. I went to Twitter because it seems like that is currently the only way that you can actually get answers from YouTube. And answers I did receive, we came to a compromise where the video will stay removed, but the strike will be overturned. So the strike is gone, but the video is too. Gertholomew took one for the team, made the ultimate sacrifice, getting rid of the strike. Of course, I'm still upset about it because I hate to see my baby boy slaughtered like that. I would like if the Viking Daughter could continue to exist on YouTube, because I still don't think it really violates the policy since everything is censored, but that's just my opinion. I was happy the strike was gone. And to my surprise, Santa Claus came a little early. Susan Wojcicki, the CEO of YouTube, replied to my tweet saying that she'd like to set up time to talk about what happened and receive feedback on everything that went on. Of course, I expected nothing out of tagging Susan in my initial tweet. It's like when somebody's having a problem with their Amazon order of a box of condoms and they tag Jeff Bezos asking him to hand deliver the condoms to them. Obviously, you're not expecting anything, but Susan actually responded, and to my even greater surprise, followed through. It wasn't just a public response without any follow-through. We had a real phone call today to go over everything, and it was no holds barred. She welcomed any and all hard questions that I could come up with. I even brought Matt in as like some backup muscle to come up with even harder questions for her to answer. Matt, if you don't remember, is the man who's immune to hot sauces and hot peppers. Man could literally Kegel 5 Carolina Reapers in his asshole and feel nothing. The man's a fucking monster with spice. I'm sure you know Matt by now. And he came along with me so we could both ask her some questions that every creator's had for years now and get some insight on. Now, unfortunately, I wasn't able to record our conversation because it was more than just Susan and I on the line. There were a few other department heads that wanted to hop in the video call as well to talk about things and get feedback on things, including a man that many people believe to be a myth these days, like Merlin the Wizard. I'm talking about the head of the YouTube policy team. I have never had a conversation with anyone on the policy team. Everyone I've ever talked to on the YouTube platform has never had contact with the policy team. And today I was lucky enough to actually talk to the head of the entire department. And I am happy to say he's a human being. At least as far as I could tell. He didn't have any like Android malfunctions or glitches going on where he just starts spewing out like binary code or anything. Like, he seemed like a normal, nice guy, actually. And I just wanted to talk about the conversation we had today because I feel like a lot of creators would want to get some insight as to what's going on and how they plan on tackling a lot of the problems we've been having recently. So naturally, the first thing I wanted to talk about is why the strikes are used so frequently. It's strike first, ask questions later. They come out gung-ho, guns blaring, riding horseback, just tossing out strikes on the platform, it feels like, even for minor offenses. And the policy head assured me that it really is an overcorrection of the rules, a mistake where they come in very heavy-handed and strike channels that aren't blatantly abusing the rules. He explained to me that the strikes are really meant there for the bad actors that constantly show a blatant disregard of the rules, where they'll have multiple infractions before giving a strike, but sometimes it falls through the cracks just given the size of the team and the volume they deal with, where they'll just give a strike out of nowhere to a channel that just didn't deserve it based on the minor offense. So, yeah, okay, understandable, mistakes happen, but what are they going to do going forward to prevent this mistake from happening so frequently? And he went into detail about some of the things that they're going to be looking to do in 2021, and I wanted to give a suggestion of my own to toss into the ring there that actually came from Markiplier. A month ago, Markiplier and I both received strikes on our channels for the same video we were making jokes about. It was a video where SpongeBob and a few other mascots get together and the bad boys stage the road rage where they pretend to beat up a man on the streets while wearing their mascot costumes. It's a goofy video. We were making jokes about it, and we both received strikes on our channel for it. And Markiplier, in his video talking about it, brings up an extremely great suggestion going forward that I think YouTube really needed to hear, and I was glad to bring it to them. The suggestion is, let creators use YouTube's own editing tools to blur or take out infringing content. So that way, instead of having the whole video removed and a strike on the channel, let the creator know, hey, look, this right here violates a policy, you might want to do something about it, and let the creator use the tools that YouTube currently has to remove it, because we have the technology. The technology is there. We're in the fucking future. We can do that. And I'm sure most creators are willing to take out 10 seconds of a video if it means they don't get a strike and the video stays up. This also comes into play with Mama Max's video, if you remember that controversy that happened where Mama Max had this huge video that got taken down, and it was taken down, if I remember correctly, because he showed a phone number for like 3 seconds on screen. Well, instead of taking that whole video down, why not just let Mama Max know, take this out and the video stays up? I'm sure he would have obliged using YouTube's editing tools. So I wanted to make sure that they heard that suggestion, and Susan in particular really liked the idea and really wanted to press that on the policy team, and the policy head also liked the idea and wanted to explore ways of slowly implementing this policy over time too. So it just really felt like everyone there was actually receptive to feedback. Susan was pressing questions to the policy team guy about, well, why aren't we doing this? Can we do this? Using our feedback on the call, and that really meant a lot because it showed me that at least it feels like they care and do want to make the platform better. Now, whether or not a system like this will ever be in place, who knows? That remains to be seen. But at least seeing that their excitement and willingness to accept feedback and even start talking about ways that they could implement it over the call was nice to hear. Now, I also wanted to pose a couple more questions to the policy head because it's not every day you get to talk to a unicorn, right? I mean, like, no one's ever talked to the policy head team, and the guy was super nice and super open with just about everything going on there. So, of course, I wanted to know, why doesn't the policy team talk to anyone on the platform? They are easily the most powerful department in the company, but also the one shrouded in the most mystery, where people have to wonder if they even exist in the first place. And he explains that it's because of the size of the team and the fact that there just isn't a way for him to talk to everyone on the platform. So Susan, in response to that, suggested why not have dedicated policy members whose job it is to relay policy information between creators and the policy team to be that bridge. And I love that. I didn't even suggest that. Susan, upon hearing that he can't do it himself, suggested a solution, which would be have members of the policy team whose position it is to be the bridge between the creator and the policy team. So there is a back and forth dialogue. And I love that. That's exactly what we've been asking for. For the entire history of this platform, you'd have better luck writing your problem on a soccer ball and kicking it towards their office and hoping the policy team looks at the ball than actually being able to talk to them. Partner managers don't have access to the policy team. Almost nobody does. It's like trying to get nuclear launch codes trying to get answers from the policy team. And Susan said that needs to change. The head of the department says he can't really do that himself because the team is pretty small and they have so much going through. So Susan suggested having members of the policy team whose position it is to relay information and have a dialogue between creators, the community, and the policy team. That is exactly what I was hoping to hear, and I'm extremely excited to see if they actually do follow through on that and implement a system like that. Being able to talk to the policy team is one of the biggest hurdles creators have had for a long time, because you have context for your videos. The policy team might not. And like he admitted on the phone, they make mistakes. And not having access to them means they don't get to correct those mistakes. And that brings me to the next thing I talked about, which is, why is the only way to get answers from the policy team or anyone at YouTube to make a big hoopla on Twitter? Why is that the only avenue creators can take to get answers from the platform? And they all unanimously agreed that that's the most inefficient means. They don't like that, but that's what it's become over the years. That's how it's evolved, and they're not happy with it. No one's happy with it, but that's what it is right now, and they're looking at ways of changing it in 2021. I don't know exactly what those are. They don't exactly know what that looks like either, but they are trying to improve the services they already offer, which is like the help section, giving partner managers more access, as Susan mentioned on the phone. and other means as well, letting Team YouTube illustrate more about what's going on and what's changing and helping more on that end to relay information from the company to the community. But they all agreed that it is a problem, that Twitter seems to be the only way to get answers from YouTube right now. But again, don't know how that's going to change, when, or what that's going to look like, but it was nice to at least hear they recognize it as a problem too. Which brought me to the next point I wanted to talk about. Why doesn't the policy team explain themselves? Why don't they go through exactly why they're maintaining a decision, why they made the decision in the first place, things like that? For example, Belle Delphine, when she had her channel banned, submitted an appeal, and the appeal was rejected. And what's supposed to happen is you get an explanation as for why it's rejected and why it still breaks the rules, but what happened is they just sent her a 2-sentence email saying, we're maintaining our decision, your appeal is rejected, and here's our FAQs. And I thought that was a massive problem because that same thing happens to me. Last time I appealed on the video with Viking Daughter, I made an appeal, it was rejected in a day, and I never even got an email. I never even got an explanation as to why. Obviously, that's not good. An entire channel being banned without explanation and without way of contacting, that's a recipe for disaster. And the policy head also recognized that as a fucking disaster too. He wasn't sugarcoating anything. He was able to recognize shortcomings, admit to mistakes, and offer solutions and ask for, feedback, what we thought on some of the things that they need to work on and how they should work on those things. He talked about some plans going forward into 2021 that I don't know if I'm allowed to relay. I don't want to take the chance and scare him away and have him go lock himself in the policy department again, because I think this is a huge step in the right direction, having him come on this call and talk to us. And he said he was willing to do more like it in the future, so I look forward to being able to maybe talk to this department a bit more and have them talk to other creators on the platform a bit more. So I don't want to take any chances in revealing sensitive information, but they recognize the problems. They're not oblivious to them. They're just working on the best ways of combating it, given the situation and everything going on. And I can respect that. I just wish they were more transparent with it, which is what brought me to another point I wanted to talk about. This one was geared towards everyone in the room, Susan, the policy team, everyone on the call. Why is YouTube so bad at communicating? They are not transparent at all, and when they try to be, it comes out really callous and soulless. And they understood that, and they agreed that they haven't hit the mark. The only person at YouTube that's really nailing the humanizing of the company is Ryan. Ryan Wyatt, the head of the YouTube gaming side of things. Ryan is excited about everything on the platform. He makes people excited. He engages with the community. He's got it figured out. And I pointed that out. I used Ryan as an example. Ryan is doing exactly what somebody at YouTube in that position should be doing. He's getting the community excited. He's relaying information effectively. He's engaging with people on the platform, and that's how it should be done. So when new policies are being implemented, instead of just making a 3-part tweet explaining them, leaving so much vague wording and gray area that scares people and makes them think that YouTube's new policy is going to make their fucking parents get divorced, maybe Susan or someone else at the higher up level at YouTube sits down with a creator or just makes a video going over all of the common questions or just explaining things a bit deeper. Susan has sat down with creators before, like MatPat last year, and taken hard questions and done her best to answer them, so that way people aren't afraid of the policies and explain what's going on and why. And I think things like that are good, and she should continue doing them. And she agreed and said she enjoyed doing it with MatPat last year. So I would look forward to that going forward, hopefully. And I think that's definitely a step in the right direction in relaying information using the platform. Talking with the people on the platform that make YouTube, so you can answer their questions and make sure that they're not worried and their audience isn't worried about things that might change on the platform. And speaking of creators, that brought me to the last question that I'm going to cover in this video today. There was more we talked about, but I think these are the main points, and I would hope that Susan and everyone on the team is open for more conversations with the community down the line so more questions can be answered. But the next one, and the last one I want to talk about today, is one that Nerd City brought up to me as well, and it's that creators like me just sitting in their room jerking off in their chair and making videos staring into a webcam aren't really on the same level as traditional media to the platform. It feels like YouTube doesn't care about creators so much as they do traditional mainstream media that's been integrating into the platform. For example, it felt like the Tonight Show hosts weren't held to the same bullying and harassment standards that creators were, because you'd have creators getting videos taken down and strikes because of harassment and bullying policies, whereas it felt like late night hosts and other mainstream outlets had free reign to shit on anyone they wanted without consequence. And that's all well and good, but that should be uniform across a platform. Everyone should have that same level of treatment. And it hasn't felt that way for a lot of creators. And I brought that up to Susan because I wanted to get her thoughts on it. And she really assured me that that's not the case. It may have been early on, unintentionally, but they have been working extremely hard over the last year or so to make sure trending isn't dominated by mainstream outlets. They want to make sure that the creators are showcased on trending. They want to make sure that policies are uniformly enforced across traditional and creator-generated content. That level of trust where they have the level of trust they have with mainstream outlets, they want to have with creators, and they've been working hard on making sure that that's there. And it's just a matter of making sure it comes across that way. And to be fair, trending is no longer completely dominated by mainstream outlets. I don't check it that often, but when I do, I'm seeing a lot of like YouTuber shit in there. And in search and discovery, I'm not just seeing mainstream outlets. When I look for news, it's not only mainstream. I'm seeing Philip DeFranco and some other creators come up before them. So I do believe her when she says she cares about creators. She fucking sat down to talk to me. I'm not exactly what you'd consider the most family-friendly YouTuber. The last like 10 videos, 8 of them had me using a 3-foot, 80-pound dildo as like a punching bag and weights for weight training. And she was willing to sit down and take my feedback. And it's something you just don't really see from someone in her position of power. Talking to someone like Matt Pat on stage in person, even just taking this random video call with me just to get feedback and go over things like that is something that is really rare. I can't think of any other CEO of any big company that has ever done anything remotely like that. Take, for example, Twitch. What the fuck has the CEO of Twitch ever done with the community? He's never talked to a streamer, gotten feedback from streamers, taken questions from them. The only thing I've seen him do is wear a bow tie on a stream and talk out of his asshole about things Twitch isn't doing, but pretending that they are, like using context in their bans. Susan went out of her way to get feedback from the community. She did it when she talked with Matt Pat, and she did it today when she had a video call with me. I'm surprised she even saw my tweet. I'm more surprised she even runs her own Twitter. And then even doubly shocked that she saw the tweet and felt so strongly that she wanted to schedule time to talk. Like, that is not the actions of somebody that doesn't care. And I really commend her for that. So yeah, here's hoping in 2021 YouTube does make changes and does improve the platform. It's no secret that its reputation right now is a little dog shit. It's not great. But hopefully in 2021 they can turn that around, because after this video call today, I get the impression that they really do want to. So I'm excited and cautiously optimistic that they will improve and change things and listen more and be more transparent. Now, a year ago I would have said it's really fucking naive of me to say that, but after today I feel more confident saying that. So here's hoping I don't look like an idiot 6 months from now if YouTube doesn't change at all, but I'm hopeful that they will. That's about it. See ya. There's nothing more douchey than when someone starts talking about how much money they make on the internet and just kind of rub their wealth in the face of the people that got them there. The second someone starts flexing their insufferable little dickhole around, bragging about how much money they bring in every month, they lose my respect. And that's a big deal. When you lose my respect, that's like losing one of those beautiful gold stars on your elementary school report card. Like, it hurts. And I have no doubt people lose sleep over it. That being said, I feel like now I have to defend myself and my financial security, because now I'm experiencing this influx in stinky Reddit armchair psychologists hyper-analyzing everything I've done with Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon card openings on my stream, and everyone wants to pretend to be my financial accountant all of a sudden, talking about how I'm going to lose all of my money, I actually have a serious gambling addiction and need professional help. Getting tons of emails about it. It's genuinely pathetic stuff. And I know on the internet, Reddit and Twitter in particular, everyone has this hero fetish and fantasy where they're this crazy masked vigilante that saves the day. If there's someone that did something wrong, they will be the one to take them down and bring justice. If there's someone that needs help, they will swoop in and make sure they get that help. Whether or not they understand the full scope of things, from behind the keyboard, everybody is James Bond and they're going to save the day and get the girl on the internet. It's sad stuff, and I never really thought that I would be the target of this shit, for like these people trying to save me as if I'm some damsel in distress. I'm being consumed by a gambling addiction. I know I can't teach you social skills, but you have to be pretty fucking out of touch to think the things that I say give off serious gambling addict vibes. I thought it was a joke we were all in on, and I still think most people are, but now there's a massive community of people that clearly aren't in on the joke and think when I say things like, it's just investing, or we don't use the P word out here, P being profit, you know, things like that, they take it as actual addiction shit. I guess I need to finish every one of my sentences when I open cards with a /S so that way they can understand it's meant to be a joke and they can give the updoots to the left. put it in terms they can understand. I don't know how much more clear to make it. I fucking call addiction the A slur. Like, how much more on the nose does it need to be that it's not meant to be taken seriously? I don't open cards that often. It's like once or twice every 3 weeks or so. It's not like the most frequent content I make, but it's content that's always fun to do. I don't chase a high. I don't constantly research cards to buy. I literally just take like the first couple things I see on the most popular website that does cards, TCG Player. It's nothing that I'm thinking about constantly. I don't know. I don't understand like what else to say in that regard. People are saying like Charlie's clearly chasing the dragon now. He can't get enough of that high. He's huffing that cardboard in the bathroom every time it gets off stream. It's, oh my god, it's dangerous now. It's just out of control. The fucking cards just sit in my bathroom closet. Like, it's not like I have some kind of shrine dedicated to them like Helga with a Hey Arnold statue out of bubblegum. It's just I open the cards on stream, we get some cool shit sometimes, and we have fun. That's it. There's nothing deeper than that. Now, before I get in deep to debunking the whole doomsday conspiracy theory of the downfall of Charles White's sanity lost to his gambling addiction shit, I need to address the viral clip that happened a couple days ago where I pulled a Snorlax on Wubby's stream, and then Tiana, who was doing a drunk stream next door, came in to just tease and make fun of me, but it came out more aggressive than she wanted it to be. She was aiming for it to be more playful, but it just didn't really get across that way. And that's become a big deal, unfortunately. And this clip has had every psychiatrist come out of the woodwork online and put their degrees to good use finally, and they're analyzing everything about the clip, saying that Charlie is clearly afraid to admit his addiction in front of others, and this is supposed to be an intervention from Tiana, when neither one of those things is the case. Tiana opens more fucking cards than I do. She opens them on stream with me. She'll open cards when I'm not even around just because she has the itch for it. She doesn't give a fuck about the cards and is in on the joke, but unfortunately that night, none of the jokes she made landed like at all. Unfortunate, but that's what it is. And then when it comes to me being afraid to admit my addiction in front of people, A, I don't have an addiction, and B, the part they're using to make that point is one of the most obvious jokes I think I've ever made when it comes to opening cards. She asked me when I bought the packs from Wubby, and I said 2 weeks ago before our promise. Obviously there was no promise made, that was just a joke. And then she asked me again, and I said, it was 4 days ago. And then she asked again, and I said, it was this afternoon. I think that's like one of the most basic jokes you can make about it, bringing up the timetable of when you actually bought the shit. But I guess somehow people actually thought that was me trying to hide when I purchased those beautifully greased packs from Wubby. Which is sad, but whatever, I guess. You don't really have to look further than the titles of the videos I make about card openings. Just look at the fucking titles. There's nothing I won't do for rare Pokemon cards. 105 boxes is not enough. It's never enough. I don't have a problem. I still don't have a problem. It's not an addiction. Just look at those fucking titles. Like, how much more obvious do I need to make it that it's not supposed to be taken seriously? It's self-aware. I'm not actually fucking addicted to cardboard. Like, it's just so incredible to me that this even needs to be said. And I'm so fucking tired of the Reddit threads and emails talking about it. So I figured since everyone wants to cosplay as my accountant, I'll give you all some homework so that way you can actually see that I'm not financially ruining myself for the future. I'm not making reckless decisions that are going to burn down everything around me and push the people I love away, or end up homeless, sucking coke out of a stripper's asshole in a year's time because of this addiction to cardboard or anything like that. I would have thought and hoped that everyone was socially aware enough to be in on the joke, and most people are, but there's still a large portion of people that express genuine concern and disappointment and disgust in the Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Openings that I've been doing. So I'm going to do something I've never really wanted to do, and we're going to talk about money here. So first thing you need to understand is internet content creators, they make significantly more money than you think they do. Whatever number you're picturing for a content creator, double it. It is an incredible amount of money that people on the internet make. Disguised Toast actually made an incredibly insightful video into the salary of a high-level Twitch streamer, and that's out of date. It's significantly higher in modern times, but it is a good insight into where a lot of the money in that field comes from. So for me, what I'm going to talk about today is I'm only going to talk about on the Twitch side of things, that financial side. I'm not even going to bother talking about YouTube or anything like that. We are only going to talk about my earnings from Twitch in relation to what I spend on my fucking cards that I buy for the streams. It's pretty fucking sad that I feel the need to even make this video right now. I wish this didn't turn into some negative thing, because the streams opening all this shit have been a lot of fun, But as is tradition on the internet, there's a large group of people that just straight up fucking ruin this kind of thing. So I figured I might as well climb on the top turnbuckle here at WrestleMania and just tackle it right by its fucking titties here. So only talking about Twitch and only talking about Twitch subs. That's how we're going to handle this today to make everything as simple as possible. On Twitch, a sub is a reoccurring monthly payment that a viewer gives to a streamer to unlock special emotes and just to show support for a streamer that they like. There's 3 levels. There's a tier 1 sub, which is $5 a month, a tier 2 sub, which is $10 a month, and a tier 3 sub, which is $25 a month. There's also a Twitch Prime sub, which is a free sub that everyone gets on Twitch that you can give to a streamer where it's free for you to sub to them, but the streamer still gets the full amount as if it was a tier 1 sub. That's everything that you need to know when it comes to subscribing to someone on Twitch. Now we're going to look at last month for me. Last month I had 31,000 subscribers on Twitch. That puts my channel at number 5 overall on the Twitch subscriber charts, which is absolutely incredible to think about, and I really can't express my thanks enough. I've said that multiple times during streams, but that level of support is unbelievable to me and really does mean the world, so a huge thank you for that. And for the sake of making things super simple here, we're going to say every single one of those subs is a tier 1 sub, which is $5 a month. That's not the actual case, but Twitch doesn't like me and anyone going into exactly how much they earn from the platform, so we're going to stick with everything just being a tier 1 at $5 a month. Now, how much does a streamer get of that? Well, the safe thing to assume is they get half. That's not exactly the case because most streamers get more than half of a sub. But for the sake of keeping everything simple and for the sake of argument, we're going to say half. So go ahead and dust off your old abacus over there. What is 31,000 times 2.5? 2.5 being half of $5. I'll go ahead and spoil the surprise to Charles White's pop mathematics quiz here. The answer is $77,500 a month just from subs, and that is an extremely low ball estimate. There's also other avenues streamers make money from, which is ads that play during the stream as well as donations, but we're only going to look at subs here. Just Twitch subs. I'm not talking anything about YouTube. I'm not talking anything about anything else. We're only looking at one specific area here today, just to make it as clear as possible. $77,500 last month just from subs. That number is absolutely fucking crazy. So, what did I spend on Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon cards last month? After rummaging through the trash cans looking for receipts and everything, I was able to calculate right around $11,000 worth of Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon cards I purchased last month. That's actually on the high end. It was less than that, but 11,000 is a nice number to work with here. So $11,000 was spent on that. So what is 77,500 minus 11,000? I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's $66,500. Wow. I hope Charlie can survive off $66,500, but naturally your next thing will be like, well, that's not the only thing you bought, I'm sure, Charlie. What about your monthly expenses on that, like your house or something? Okay, so we'll factor that in now. My monthly expenses to live in this house is all bills and everything included, right around $2,400. So let's go ahead and do that next step of mathematics here. I'm not trying to confuse everyone. I don't want anyone's fucking brain exploding and like blood leaking out of their eyes from all this intense calculation here. But 66,500 minus 2,400. Another pretty simple one, I would think. That brings us down to $64,100. Damn. Really struggling to survive off that, I gotta tell you what. But now the next thing is, Charlie, I'm sure you bought some shit for yourself. And you'd be right. I bought groceries and I bought games to play. Those are really the only two things I ever really spend money on. So I couldn't really find an exact number for that, but let's just go on the really high end and say I spent $10,000 buying premium groceries, nothing but caviar and unicorn tears for me to drink. $10,000 I spent on groceries and Steam shitty games. So 64,100 minus 10,000, which is outlandish, nowhere near what I spent, but just to keep proving a point. That brings us down to $54,100. That is still an insane amount. That's still fucking crazy. Now, as I mentioned a couple weeks ago, I also spend a decent chunk of money in private paying for other people's animal surgeries, like when their pet gets injured or needs life-saving surgery and they can't afford it. I like to come in and pay for it to help them out. That's something I've done for a little while now, but I don't think I need to even put those in this calculation here because I think the point is already being made. And then, Charlie, what about luxury? Did you buy anything for yourself? Look at me, asshole. I wear the same fucking white t-shirt and basketball shorts every day. I'm like a goddamn cartoon character. I don't really buy a whole lot of things for myself. I don't need a whole lot of things. What I buy is shit for fun content to keep making, for me to have fun with and for people to enjoy. That's really the only thing I ever really buy. So no, I didn't really have any other expenses aside from that kind of shit there, which is groceries and food, and then the cards that I bought for streams. That's really it. I don't spend much money. I just don't. So $54,100, and this is all just off one thing, which is Twitch subs, and a really low ball on Twitch subs, by the way. That is an incredible amount of money still left after these ludicrous purchases that everyone all of a sudden is super concerned about. You don't understand. Everyone likes to pretend they understand the full scope of everyone's situation when it comes to anything on the internet, but you just don't. And it also doesn't take an extremely smart person to recognize that when I buy those Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon boxes to open on stream, it's not like it's just a net loss. I'm making money back off the streams, and then when I post the highlight videos onto YouTube. That's never my goal. I'm not trying to make money off of those things. I do it for the fun of the content, but that's the reality of it. That's what happens. When I buy those kind of things, money comes back in from it. Even though I don't sell the cards because I like jerking off to them, I still get money back on that. A return on investment. I don't genuinely view it as an investment that's just a joke. Calling it mystery investing, it's just a joke, but really in actuality, I do get money back on that. So it's not like I'm just flushing that shit down the toilet or wiping my dog's asshole with it. It comes back. So I just don't understand, like, you have to be overdosing on Xanax and heroin to, like, close your eyes to the obvious fact that this isn't, like, a problem. I don't have an actual gambling addiction. It's just content. It's just me buying things to make some fun content with. I'm not at financial risk. I think it's pretty easy to survive off $54,100 a month. Now, obviously, that's not money that's guaranteed every month, but that's still an extremely high amount of money that most people, myself included, can easily survive off of. Now, I appreciate people that were genuinely concerned and just inquisitive, like, Charlie, are you sure you can do this? I'm fine with that. It's the people, specifically Twitter and Reddit, that use it as a way of shitting on me and calling me extremely irresponsible and reckless and prone to all kinds of gambling addictions and mental illnesses and shit like that, going deep into this some kind of pseudo-therapist role where they like to just go through everything like, oh, if you look at Charlie's left iris, you can really see it start to flicker a little bit and twinkle. It really seems like it's reigniting an old gambling passion of his. I hope he doesn't go down the slippery slope. Oh, another box of cards, Charles? I'm disappointed, and I can't support the gambling demon awakening within you. I'm going to have to take my leave now. It's too painful to see. It's so fucking frustrating. I don't have an actual fucking gambling addiction. I thought we were all in on that joke, but clearly there's still quite a few people, a large portion, that lack the social awareness to pick up on that. I don't have a susceptibility to gambling problems or anything like that. I'm not making reckless decisions. I'm just getting these card boxes because the streams, opening them, joking with the chat, and just having some fucking fun have been really enjoyable. That's really it. It's just some fun content. It doesn't go deeper than that. These people probably laugh at flat earth conspiracy theorists and shit like that and reptilians, but they themselves do the same shit. They're just speculating on nothing based on nothing without knowing anything about my situation, and it is extremely sad. And more than that, it's just frustrating. So yeah, just wanted to clear all this up now. Hopefully I can stop having these fucking threads hyper-analyzing all this shit, because it's just not that deep. That's really about it. So yeah, I'm about to sound like a crazy person. You're gonna think I escaped from Arkham Asylum, but I'm just gonna break it all down for you, and I'm gonna need the smartest fucking people watching this video to explain the science behind this, because I've had a real wacky experience today. So my friends and I got together. We were going to film a video where we were doing witch talk spells and curses and shit. For those that don't know, witch talk is a community on TikTok where people pretend to be witches and warlocks, and they do like spells and curses and shit where they stick like toothpicks in a lemon and call it a voodoo doll, and that the person is now under their full control. You may remember last year they did that whole thing where they hexed the moon and the fae and shit, and it was a big deal. It was all very goofy, and we thought it'd be fun to do a video just making some lighthearted fun about that and doing some of the spells. And we did one where we were checking to see if we were cursed, and it consists of rubbing an egg on your body and then breaking the egg over a glass of water, and if there's any blood particles in there, it means you've been cursed. And what I expected to happen is we'd all do this, there's no blood particles because it's all just for fun and we were just going to be making jokes about it. And as all of you know, I'm not really someone that believes in the supernatural and paranormal and shit. Even as a kid, I was questioning things like that. Oh, the Easter Bunny, huh? Mother and father, that makes absolutely no sense. You're telling me a giant fucking bunny hid these eggs around the house? I find that highly unlikely. I was like a Redditor before Reddit existed. So I wasn't really expecting anything paranormal or unexplainable to happen. If there were blood particles, the obvious explanation would be like, oh, there's blood vessels in the egg yolk, so it must have burst a little bit. And what happened is when we were breaking the eggs over the water, and we also used milk, nobody had any kind of reaction, except for me. When I did it, it was an eruption of blood, and I mean a fucking eruption. It would bubble and literally overflow with blood. We did it in milk. I did it 3 times, and I was the only one that had any kind of reaction at all, and all 3 times I did it, blood fucking everywhere. I'm gonna show you the clips now, and I need someone to fucking tell me the science behind it, because when I look it up, I can find nothing on it. There's no, like, reaction between egg yolk and water. Even in the videos from the witch community, when there is, like, blood in their water, it's, like, such a trivial amount. It looks like a small cut on their finger might have accidentally graced the top of the top of the water. But when I did it, it looked like somebody's fucking head had got cut off and then dropped into the goblet we were using. So watch this and then please someone tell me what the fuck went on. So I think I've activated all of my chakra points with the egg now. Except I didn't...
You can get your face in
true, yeah.
I
also didn't... Yeah, I didn't clinch it in between my butt cheeks or anything.
You didn't touch your feet with them either.
No, that's fine. My feet are already cursed.
Yeah, feet can never
I'm
be
5'6". We already know I'm cursed. Okay.
That's no secret.
Let's see. Once and for all.
Do it like David Blaine. This is just ordinary milk. It's from the store. Now watch.
Yeah, it kind of ruined our protection down there. It should be fine. Alright. Watch it just erupt into blood. Yeah.
Well, she was down and staying until Matt.
No, don't get Danny shot.
Alright, so I just noticed a fatal flaw with using the milk. I'm not even... Danny, I am turbo cursed. It is... What the fuck is going on?
It's gonna explode.
Wait, why is that happening now? That thing just blew up in blood.
Charlie, you're fucked.
Charlie's extremely
Oh my
cursed.
god.
Is there a chemical reaction with egg yolk and milk?
No one's ever had that happen before.
I don't think you
This
should
isn't a chemical
be in
reaction,
this.
Charlie. It's a spiritual
Everybody
reaction.
else should try to make sure. After I threw it all out over there, this was me rinsing it out. What the fuck did you do?
I dropped an egg in there. I got cursed by the demon of not tallness.
Why would that happen though?
I don't know.
That makes no sense. Oh.
So this was the first one. I was the first one to go. What I assumed would happen is everyone's would do this because I thought there was some kind of reaction with egg yolk and milk, but it wasn't. I then assumed that it must have been the metal that was doing it, but then why would it only be my eggs that this happened to? Because it happened to 3 of my eggs. I then assumed it was something on my hands. But I had just used the bathroom before doing all of this in the same bathroom that Matt and Danny had also used before me, and we washed our hands with the same soap and water. So I'll show you the next 2 eggs.
Protection circle's gone.
If yours doesn't blow up in blood, I'm going to be very concerned, I'm going to be honest.
Danny's going to have a picture of Tom Brady.
Alright, here we go. Tom Brady, like a miniature one comes out.
Nothing.
What the fuck?
Well, yours took a second.
Yeah.
Shake it a little bit.
Yeah.
You need to pack your stuff and move.
Did you do something to it?
No, I didn't do anything. I just took an... I'm going to go again. I'm getting a little... It might have been like a... Maybe I had an egg that was all blood.
Maybe you had a rotten egg.
Yeah.
Or there could have been like a dead bug in there, and it just...
Yeah.
The blood... Because
you seriously didn't do anything?
I didn't. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna
we
use yours. You're safe.
Where
No curses in you.
Where can I throw out this?
Oh, I don't know.
You
I
just
guess
throw it over here. You could just put it on the floor. It's not like it's not gonna get torn down. I really channel your
I'm trying to bring in the positive.
Yeah.
So I'm going right.
Yeah,
at
don't
the center.
fuck it up this time.
Yeah.
Right? Like, come on.
It had to
Get
just,
your feet this time too.
That's a good one.
That was the problem, definitely.
Totally just the feet.
Call the spirit of fetish.
You didn't do it enough. You have to do it all on your arms.
Try your feet this time.
I just
He
did.
did. But he didn't do his arms this time.
I didn't do my head. There we go. There you go. Blow on it a little bit.
Oh.
Alright.
He's just gonna
I
throw
forgot
the
where I cracked it.
glass
Okay, let's do it
in the-
again.
You hold the glass. Hold the glass when you do that.
There we go.
Here. Just so there's no foul play.
Oh, thank God. Alright. Oh, what the fuck is going on?
Alright,
I'm actually kind of
I'm, like,
fucking
shaking
scared
right
right
now.
now.
Why is that? Wait, why is that happening?
Check your eggshell. Is there red in your eggshell?
Yeah,
No.
You set this up.
Alright,
I don't fucking believe you.
Wait,
Charlie,
you're fucking with us. You're doing something when you put the egg in.
There's no way you're not.
So, needless to say, I'm not a fucking 3 a.m. prank YouTube channel. I wasn't going to, like, get my friends with a big gotcha, like, hey, I'm only pretending, you know, this is just food coloring, because that's a fucking lame joke. That's not something I would do. The whole point of this was just to poke some fun at, like, the witch talk spells and stuff and the goofiness of it all. But then this kept happening. So, next, what we did is use water, because I was like, there's no fucking chance that this egg is going to blow up in just water. And it did. Now, this is only an excerpt from the spells we were doing. I'll post the whole video this week, and if you want to see the context and everything, especially behind the Tom Brady comment. But I just wanted to get this out here now, because unironically, I'm beyond curious as to why this kept happening. I'm certain there's a non-paranormal explanation, but I just can't find it online. So I'm hoping someone smarter than me out there will tell me in the comments. But yeah, since I just made the TikTok account Huge Charles, and my friend that's with me there, Samantha, is also big on TikTok. She's Snarix. We thought that this witch talk thing would be a fun, goofy thing to joke about. And, well, it turned into more than a joke, because now I've encountered an unexplainable phenomena here in quantum science. It's like the double slit experiment, but with eggs. Another thing I was also hypothesizing caused it was like the actual act of rubbing it all over my body and shit. I thought maybe that somehow like blew up 1 million blood vessels in the egg or something and caused it. But everyone did that, and they did it much rougher and more vigorously than I did with my egg. Like when Andrew went, it won't be in the video here, but when Andrew went, he was like fucking blasting himself with the egg and like juggling it in the air. And I was just barely rubbing it on my body, so I don't think that could happen, because it only happened with my eggs, and everyone else was like far more aggressive to their eggs, so I don't think that's it either, but I don't know.
Alright, Charlie, you have to pour it. There you go.
Nice. Perfect.
There's no fucking chance.
Did you put enough water in them?
Yeah, that looks good.
I'll put a little more,
There's no
but
way it happens.
Yeah, I don't think that.
I genuinely don't think it's possible from this position.
Well, it's in fucking water.
Yeah. If there's something happens, it's absolutely one of you guys doing something. How? So where's that blood coming from?
Wait,
it's coming from the egg.
It splurted out from and went up the side.
Yeah, turn on the light.
Yeah.
How is it? Like, how does this happen?
Wow.
Jesus Christ, Charlie.
The egg is just exploding.
You're fucking cursed.
I don't get it.
That time it went so hard it ramped up the side and splashed out.
Is that where you cracked the egg?
No, that popped out from the fucking
holy shit.
chalice. What is the reaction here? There's
it's gotta be the
I mean, it's the egg, right?
It's gotta be
the
your
only
fucking
constants
curse.
that have been there are you plus eggs. Either your hands have something on them, or you're cracking them some way, or something.
Use like weird lotion or anything?
Yeah.
Can we
What's
try?
so
We have
bad?
eggs left, right?
Yeah.
Can we try to decurse you and see if it still happens?
That's a good idea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Now you crack them into the water.
Okay.
Crack them together.
Looks like a party
above
trick.
it.
All
Just
right.
crack
This
them.
does look like a party trick. Nice.
Alright, one at a time.
There's no way it
No,
doesn't
together.
turn red.
I can't do
Same
it.
time?
I
It's
can't do
fine,
it together.
Oh, well, then you're not talented.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, do the
Crack
other one.
that.
Do the other one. Do the other one.
What the fuck?
So you're supposed to be decursed now. Crack all the other eggs.
Yeah, crack every egg.
Every egg.
No, there has to be rotten eggs mixed in.
Crack
the
all
other eggs.
Wait, just wait a second though. Uncurse me, as dumb as this. Alright, like curse me again. Like how do
how do we
you
curse you?
Somebody did. That's the problem. That's why we uncursed you.
Where's the blood coming from? It's a fucking
Crack
unpasteurized
the last
egg.
egg, see if any of them are rotten. If they are, then we fucking solved it.
What is happening? You're gonna put your knife back.
Okay, do another.
Somebody gets hexed and
This
kills
is the last
somebody.
egg.
No.
There is no way you got that unlucky.
I'm wiping the salt off.
That is literal blood.
I'm gonna throw that thing away. That's fucking scary.
I think you should just burn it all.
Yeah.
We'll just have like a sacrificial fire.
Honestly.
What did you do?
I didn't do shit, man. I'm not even smart enough to do this kind of thing.
We got it on film.
I didn't bother showing Matt's entire de-cursing ritual he found on TikTok because it was kind of lengthy. You can see it in the whole video when I post it, but in a nutshell, it used lime and salt. And then when I cracked the eggs, none of them bled. So I don't fucking understand. What kind of rings bells to me is lime and salt, like maybe it was something on my hands that was causing it, but I didn't have any, like, chemical X on my hands. I didn't, like, fucking put them in my asshole or something that would maybe have, like, weird juices on them, so I don't know what it would have washed off my hands. And even still, how would something on my hands lead to such massive blood explosions? Because, like you saw, when it was poured out, it was full blood everywhere, and the yolk was mostly intact. Like, if it was the yolk breaking with, like, blood vessels popping all over the place, you would expect that the yolk would be all fucked up. But in my case with these eggs, the yolk was almost completely untouched. So I really don't understand it, but I'm certain there's a real explanation. I just wanted to post this before the whole video, because I need the fucking answer today, because I'm tight. I'm fucking upset that I can't figure it out, and that there's no sources online to tell me. So yeah, please, scientific community, tackle this one and give me the info here. That's it. See ya. Yeah, so yesterday I posted a video involving an egg curse in what I thought was going to be like this huge scientific revelation for me, like an Egggate conspiracy or something. I thought I was going to learn something eye-opening and something very interesting, but all I learned was a very hard truth. So yesterday I posted the video saying I need an answer to where eggs were exploding into what I thought at the time was blood. But it turns out, as some people in the comments pointed out, it was a prank from Matt. To go ahead and break the magician's code here and tell you what happened with the egg curse, when I dropped the eggs in, Matt stood way behind me and leaned extremely far over, dripping red food coloring in there like some kind of fucking elementary school mad science experiment, and that's what the blood was. That never even occurred to me as a possibility, considering the height he was dropping the food coloring from. It seemed almost impossible to me that he'd land every single fucking drop in the cup, but his accuracy was fucking nuts. He was having like his Michael Jordan with the flu kind of day with his accuracy. He was going wild. He only missed one drop, and that was in the water one, but it was like the third or fourth drop that missed, so what I thought happened, since I was already believing it was boiling and bubbling, I thought it just bubbled over and landed on the fucking occult altar, but it was just Matt missing one time. I had no fucking clue. I know a lot of people thought I was pranking you guys, but I genuinely didn't know at all. The room is significantly darker in person than it was on video. Danny was able to raise the exposure or whatever. I'm not a fucking camera guy, but he was able to brighten it so you could see a lot better in the video than you could in the room. So I had no idea that it was actually splashing and making like a little concave on the milk and water surface. To me, in the almost pure pitch black void, it looked like it was bubbling, so I was completely fucking fooled. I was like Penn and Teller, and I just got my ass blasted by Matt's epic prank. The expert prankster, jokester Matt. I didn't even bother to like interrogate him at the time either, because Matt's literally never pulled a prank in his life, so I didn't expect that, but he came out with an absolute banger and made me look real fucking dumb. But also, I didn't watch the video back before posting it because I just asked if Danny could send me the egg parts, and then I just trimmed the egg parts. That's all. I didn't bother to rewatch it because I didn't think it would be necessary. Though upon hindsight's 2020, upon further inspection, maybe if I had reviewed the footage before posting it, I might have seen it myself at home before really committing, going balls deep into the conspiracy pool, looking for a science explanation in something that was a fucking prank. Also, what I find fucking amazing is I got a ton of emails from a lot of people in the Witch Talk community, and a lot of like Witch Talk users started using the video I posted with the egg as evidence, like, look, the blood curse is real, this man is fucking turbo hexed. And it turns out it's just a prank, but they're using it as like this like smoking gun, like, it's all real, we fucking told you, look at this, the proof is right here. And then it just turns out it was Matt with food coloring. I had no fucking clue, and Matt is a bad friend because I told him and everyone there that I was gonna go home and post that part of the video because it was bothering me. I couldn't figure out why it was happening, like the science behind it. And they're like, yeah, Charlie, that's a good idea. Go home and post the video, and we'll figure out, we'll get to the bottom of what happened there. We'll see what the smart people have to say about it, knowing full well that it was fucking Matt pranking me the whole time. That is some despicable and deplorable shit. It went from a prank to evil with letting me post a video to embarrass myself on it like that last night. But yeah, anyway, everyone else was in on it because they could see Matt. I couldn't because he was directly behind me. So I just got my shit fucking pranked really hard. I didn't post it on purpose as like a gotcha to anyone. I just genuinely thought there was some kind of reaction I didn't know about and wanted to learn about. But yeah, anyway, that's the update on the egg curse situation. The curse isn't real. Matt also made up the decursing ritual and then just stopped dripping the food coloring in there. It was an incredible scheme. Truly was. But anyway, here's the whole video now. So thanks to Sam, we have the grimoire here of symbols. I've chosen the woman's body fluids of milk. So that's going to be mine. Oh, well, I'll draw it. You see it? No, Matt can choose his.
Is there a reason you chose that one specifically?
I think milk is just so important, really. And to make sure that it's blessed, we might as well enforce it with the symbol.
Oh. Now that's milk if I've ever seen it.
That's actually the symbol in the grimoire, in the occult compendium.
Looks like McDonald's.
This milk is sponsored.
It's all making sense now.
Are we all putting our own symbol up there?
Can everyone feel their mammary glands being more blessed?
I'm lactating already.
All right, beautiful. All right, I think that looks pretty good. Danny, be careful. You're capturing a lot of power in those runes right there.
How many apparitions have shown up on film?
I actually can't see Charlie. There's just ghosts everywhere.
Ghost orbs all over the place.
There's a screaming face in the camera right now.
All right, you got one, Matt?
So I will do the symbol for fire.
Oh, wow.
Because I want to do spells with fire. There wasn't too much in it.
Let's see.
Oh wait. No, we don't need black.
Oh, there we go. That's a powerful brush stroke.
Do you know what that is?
I believe that's one of like the runic symbols for wealth right now.
I think it's a log.
Oh, that's that might be it too.
The red means the fire is really hot too.
Right. Well,
it's all symbolic.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. It's like a treasure map.
Yeah.
So you hit right there on the wall.
Yeah.
To release the magic.
Matt's gonna draw dashes coming out of it and go around the building.
All right. Let's see. Now it's a paramedic symbol for health.
Oh, it's bleeding too, Matt.
Oh,
be careful.
Matt might be cursed.
Oh no, I've cursed myself from step one.
Jesus Christ, you're bringing the demons out.
Well, that's what I wanted to do.
I thought you were trying to make that squiggly S from elementary school.
No, that's fire. I'm done.
Nice.
I see it. It's like a campfire.
Yeah. This is actually what it looks like in RuneScape for the fire making.
Yeah.
See?
That's cute.
And everybody knows magic comes from RuneScape.
Yeah, ain't that the truth?
All right, who's up?
When this building does get gutted, they're gonna see these symbols and think some like fucking crazy occult shit went on here.
Yeah, because the scratch marks on the wall.
I like how it's supposed to be like crazy witch stuff, and you guys did it nice and neatly, like in order, the same size next to each other.
Well, just because we're witches doesn't mean we have to be unorganized.
Yeah, we're not savages.
Okay,
We're
so
type
should I
A
do it here?
witches.
Or should
Yeah,
we spread out?
wherever you want.
Okay.
Let it
This is
take
your
you
world.
over.
Okay. So I'm gonna do just the basic pentagram for protection purposes because we have fire here and whatever the hell that is on the end.
That's milk fertility.
That's right, the milk. So just
Golden arches.
hold on, I need more paint for the circle.
Yeah.
Just throw it on the.
You want the gallon and a half you left at my house?
No. Oh wow.
Oh, I can feel the power in here changing.
Feel that?
Is the building rumbling right now, or is that just me?
We're now protected. You're welcome. Who's next?
I'll go next.
Andrew's been waiting to bless it.
Oh, I'm so ready. Do we have more than one paintbrush?
No.
Now I'm ready for my spell.
The defense against the dark arts.
I
think he is the dark arts.
I believe in life that we should strive to harness our
He
power.
looks like, you
Oh,
know,
no, he used the black paint.
you know when they find the thing in the forest sucking the blood out of the unicorn in Harry Potter? That's what he looks like when he bends down.
Andrew would suck the blood out. Yeah, I think it was Voldemort.
Yeah.
I'm going to paint
I don't know why we're saying his name.
a very simple spell. the one that will enhance the power of all the others, the altar.
That's what I was just gonna do.
The sacrificial altar to increase the potency of every other spell here today. Please put all of your spells above this altar so we can really fuck someone over.
I heard the
Thank
altar is
you.
good for eggs.
Yeah.
And the altar is ready.
I'm gonna feel so fucking dumb if we actually do bring out a demon or something
I
crazy.
would feel
Alright,
great
and to
about that.
go along with this,
This
got
was very
mine.
strategic.
Good.
The
It
altar
does.
on
Yeah.
with a different color. That was a good idea.
It's great work.
Nice accent.
Maximizing our
It's
enthusiasm.
great. It's great witching with you, Andrew.
We set a fire on the altar and then we covered it in milk and Satan.
Right.
See, it's protection.
Yeah,
Or
what are you
protection,
talking about?
sorry.
God, you didn't read your homework.
Yeah, you didn't even look at the fucking spell book.
Yeah, I didn't memorize every symbol, I'm sorry.
Oh man.
Freshman.
Well, shit, there's no room under.
You
the
can do
altar.
any of the
altar.
any of the other
Yeah, you do.
walls.
It's just gotta be.
It's gotta be with the altar.
No, the altar is an all expand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as
you're
it's-
above
as
it.
long as your symbol's above the altar,
Yeah.
it will be protected.
If you go
See.
under it, you might just explode.
Yeah, don't go under the altar or you'll be cursed.
God, don't go under the
Yeah,
altar.
please be careful.
Maybe I want to now.
Oh no, that's what don't do.
Oh, don't go under that altar. It's a
Don't you
bad
bring that
idea.
juju in here.
Well, I was kind of going on the theme of, the eggs, but it's purification.
Oh, this is a very haunted color
Oh,
here.
no.
Red and black.
Oh
My God.
Is that my Twitch symbol?
We're summoning the spirit of
We're summoning Moist Critical.
Oh my god, this spell's working! Being teleported.
It's purification.
It's dipping under the altar!
No!
That's 10,000 years of moisture.
I don't know why you said that. I was gonna say 10,000.
I didn't look at any symbols. Yeah, just
Wait,
take
I
it.
have an idea. Give me a book.
Wow, Danny, this
Are you
is.
gonna raid to the symbols?
It's gonna. Hang on, I'm gonna see if maybe something comes to me.
Okay.
Is it already recording? Yeah, it is. Is this one red? Right here. Yeah.
The one that's red.
He's very
Red
colorblind.
He's extraordinarily
Red
colorblind.
and green, he cannot see.
Maybe we can summon a spell to fix his colorblind.
I'm sure the darkness is.
Danny, can we paint your face red?
Yeah, definitely.
He'll look in the mirror and be invisible.
I think I'm just gonna see if something
I'm glad
comes
you
to me.
got
You
that.
ready?
Danny flaws.
All right, Danny.
Oh,
Ooh,
there.
careful.
Oh no!
Is that Bluetooth?
That's is that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
No, if you put a 12 after it, we might summon Tom
We summon the
Brady.
spirit of Tom Brady.
Get Tom in here!
Quick! Tom is speaking through me.
Draw him kissing his son to undo the curse.
Oh, no.
Oh, thank God.
Where is he? Are you the reason
He's
they won the
breaking into
Super Bowl?
Charlie's house as we speak.
Yeah.
Oh wow, Danny, that's a very powerful
Oh,
dark
I
magic.
don't want to scare anyone,
Did I-
but it's
wait.
slightly underneath the altar.
Did I get close to something with that symbol? Yeah. Did I
It's like a
actually?
horse or something.
Yeah, that looks good.
Here, wait. We're going to close it now. Here we go. Everybody knows you have to close in your runes. Just big old square.
Oh, nice. Yeah, good call. You don't want that escaping.
We don't want anybody.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
This is going a lot slower than I expected. I just wanted to do like one stroke of the brush.
That's probably yeah. There we go. There we go. Now they're connected.
Oh, perfect.
They're fine.
Yeah, I'm sure that's another symbol somewhere in the
Closed
grimoire.
in there.
Very uniform.
That's a lot more work.
All right, now we can start hitting the witch talk spells and check who's cursed.
Use code MOIST for 30% off at gfuel.com. Thanks for sponsoring this spooky episode.
Nice, man. I'll lead the seance here. According to Witch Talk, taking an egg and rubbing it over your body and then cracking it into a glass of water, which we won't be using since we've already used the milk rune. We're going to be using milk. What you're looking for is blood. If there's blood in the egg, or blood in the water, you've been cursed. So I think I've activated all of my chakra points with the egg now. Except I didn't.
You get your face and
True, yeah.
I'll start there.
Which is
I also
obvious.
didn't.
Fucking amateur.
Yeah, I didn't clinch it in between my butt cheeks or anything.
I didn't touch
Yeah.
your feet with him either.
No, that's fine. My feet are already cursed.
Yeah,
I'm
feet
five,
can never
I'm
be
5'6". That we already know I'm cursed. Okay.
That's no secret.
Let's see. Once and for all.
Do it like David Blaine. This is just ordinary milk. It's from the store. Now watch.
Yeah, kind of ruined our protection down there. It should be fine. Alright. Watch it just erupt into blood.
thing's
Yeah.
Push your wrist down and stand there until Matt.
No, don't get Danny shot.
Alright, so I just noticed a fatal flaw with using the milk. I'm not even, Danny, I am turbo cursed. It is, what the fuck is going on?
It's gonna explode.
Wait, why is that happening now? That thing just blew up in blood.
Charlie, you're fucked.
Charlie's extremely
Oh my
cursed.
god.
Is there a chemical reaction with egg yolk and milk?
No one's ever had that happen before.
I don't think you
This
should.
isn't a chemical
be in
reaction,
this.
Charlie. It's a spiritual
Everybody
reaction.
else should try to make sure it
Yeah, everybody else should go. This maybe was just like a weird thing.
Alright.
I thought it was just
You're
gonna
in the
be.
way.
I thought it was just gonna be super underwhelming. Like,
Yeah, I actually did too.
that fucking blew up in like
Alright.
like a bubbling cauldron of blood.
So what do we do
Well,
with
it's
it
not
to do the
bubbling,
next
so
one?
maybe
Wait,
that's a
so
good
do we have
sign.
to like cleanse Charlie
Yeah,
now?
what do we do?
Well, yeah,
for
there's
you?
an egg
Oh,
cleanse we
shit.
can do next, but I didn't think it. I
think
didn't
we
think
should
it'd come
do
to
that
that.
first.
I
No.
think
I have
you
to
should
go home
hold
with him.
You should
I
hold
think
the
you should
protection.
drink it to get
Yeah.
your power
For
back.
now.
Maybe I should
anyway.
just get him out of here.
Yeah, I think you should just leave.
What the fuck did you do?
I don't know. All right, I think that's gonna happen to everyone. We'll see.
Well, you put the milk symbol up there, so it might have some sort of like
That's
correlation.
true.
Maybe the
That's
milk's
true.
trying to
That's
save
true.
you. It eradicated the evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
By
Yeah.
doing exactly what
Now
the
drink
curse
it.
is.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely not drinking that.
After I threw it all out over there, this was me rinsing it out. What the fuck did you do?
I dropped an egg in there. I got cursed by the demon of not tallness.
Why would that happen though?
I don't know.
That makes no sense. Oh, all right.
That's actually fucking weird.
That actually was weird as fuck.
Okay. Hold on, let me wash my hand.
All right, so what do I do first?
So you take an egg and you rub over your main chakra points.
Oh, thank you.
So like wiener, nutsack, taint, yeah.
Perfect.
He said wiener, Matt.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Other arm.
Really?
I'll do my feet.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what happened. You just didn't do your feet.
Yeah, that's
You did
that's
balance your
alright.
feet.
That's
So this goes in.
No, the
No, you
milk
need the milk.
first.
Milk first.
Yes.
So I'll just.
Maybe it was the amount of milk you put in.
Oh yes, that's
That
good.
probably was.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, out of there.
Look, my
You
crystals.
screwed up our circle.
Oh.
Alright.
Well, mine's gonna turn like black. Our
If
protection
yours-
circle's gone.
If yours doesn't blow up in blood, I'm gonna be very concerned. I'm gonna be honest.
Danny's gonna have a picture of Tom Brady.
All right, here we go.
Tom Brady, like a miniature one, comes out.
Nothing.
What the fuck?
Well, yours took a second.
Yeah.
Shake it a little bit.
Yeah.
You need to pack your stuff and move.
Did you do something to it?
No, I didn't do anything. I just took an. I'm gonna go again. I'm getting a little. It might have been like a. Maybe I had an egg that was all blood.
Maybe
'cause-
you had a rotten egg.
Yeah, cause
Or there could have
yeah.
been like a dead bug in there, and it just
Yeah.
the blood. Because
You seriously didn't do anything?
I didn't.
to it?
I'm just gonna.
I mean, I
I'm
guess
gonna
we
use yours. You're safe.
Where
no
can
no
I-
curses in you.
Where can I throw out this?
Oh, I don't know.
You
I
just
guess-
throw it over here.
You could just put it on the floor. It's not like it's not gonna get torn down.
I really channel your
Yeah, I'm
your.
trying to bring in the positive.
Yeah.
So I'm going right.
Yeah,
at the
don't
center.
fuck it up this time.
Yeah.
Right? Like, come on.
It had to
Get
just.
your feet this time too.
That's a good.
That was the problem, definitely.
Totally just the feet.
Call the spirit of fetish.
This-
You didn't do it enough. You have to do it all
Oh,
on
that's
your
true.
arms.
Yeah.
Try your feet this time.
I just
He
did.
did,
I just did.
but he didn't do his arms this time.
I didn't do my head. There we go.
There you go.
Blow on it a little bit.
Oh.
He's just gonna.
I
throw
forgot
that
where I cracked it.
glass
Okay, let's do it
in the-
again.
You hold the glass. Hold the
Here.
glass when you do that.
There we go.
Here. Just so there's no foul play.
Oh, thank God. All right. Oh, what the fuck is going on?
All right.
I'm actually kind
I'm,
of
like,
fucking
shaking
scared
right
right
now.
now.
Why is that? Wait, why is that happening?
Check your eggshell. Is there red in your eggshell?
Yeah,
No.
you set this up.
All right.
I don't fucking believe you.
Wait,
You're,
Charlie,
no,
what
you're
the fuck?
fucking with us. You're doing something when you put the egg in.
There's no way you're not.
Yeah.
This is bullshit.
Alright.
Is there?
Are you moving out or am I moving out?
What even is
You're
that?
fucking.
Compare
You're
your
fucking
eggshell to
with
my
us. You have to
eggshell.
be.
Alright, I'm getting out of the light.
What?
They look the fucking same.
I didn't. Like, how would I have tampered with a fucking egg, Matt?
I don't know. Why is it turning red?
What even is it?
I don't. Yeah, why would it be turning red?
Because it's bleeding. What do you mean? That's the whole point of this, right?
Yeah. This was supposed to be a fun joke.
Yeah. Wait, I'm starting to believe in witchcraft. Holy shit.
Wow.
Surely someone else's will also do that.
I mean, it has to, right?
Potential.
Why would
it
we
all came
not?
from the same
It's
carton?
the same milk.
Well,
It's the same
okay,
eggs.
it's got to be the eggs because the milk has been the same for everyone, but they're
Yeah.
different eggs.
But it's
So
from the
there's
same
something.
carton.
But
So
they
they're
could be
from the same farm.
maybe half the eggs are rotten, half are fine.
That's true. Different chickens.
Different
Yeah,
chickens.
I'm just getting the cursed chickens.
Yeah.
You're
Alright.
getting the actual
Alright, should I go?
embryos.
Yeah.
Clean this again?
Yeah, let Danny see it when you dump it, because that shit is
Alright,
straight
yeah.
blood red the entire way down. It's crazy.
All right.
You wanna let me know what's going on here?
Yeah, so I'm just standing behind him, towering about. Oh shit, the dogs. Literally just standing over him with red food coloring and dropping it from a very high height. Here's the culprit.
I'm impressed that you were able to aim into it every time from
The
that high
second
up.
time, I did not think I could. This looks like strawberry milk, and it makes me really want to drink it.
Thanks.
Okay. Ready, Danny?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm gonna get the D curse ready.
Yeah. There's. It's just
Yeah,
got to be
get the
something
salt.
with the milk.
Right, Charlie, you have to pour it. There you go.
Nice. Perfect.
There's no fucking chance.
Did you put enough water in them?
Yeah, that looks good.
I'll put a little more.
There's no
but
way it happens.
Yeah, I don't think that.
I genuinely don't think it's possible from this position.
Well, it's in fucking water.
Yeah. If there's something happens, it's absolutely one of you guys doing something. How? What is? So where's that blood coming from?
Wait,
It's coming from the egg.
Turn the-
It splurted
No,
out
turn the
from
lights
in and went up the side.
Yeah, turn on the light. real
Yeah.
quick. How is it? Like, how does this happen?
Wow.
Jesus Christ, Charlie.
The egg is just exploding.
You're fucking
Wow.
cursed.
I don't get it.
That time it went so hard it ramped up the side and splashed out.
Is that where you
water was
cracked
more
the egg?
intense.
No, that popped out from the fucking
Holy shit.
chalice. What is the reaction here? There's.
It's
you.
gotta be the
I mean,
metal.
it's the
There-
egg, right?
It's gotta be
The
your
only
fucking
constants
curse.
that have been there are you plus eggs. Either your hands have something on them or you're cracking them some way or something.
Use like weird lotion or anything?
Yeah.
Can we
What's
try?
so
We have
bad?
eggs left, right?
Yeah.
Can we try to decurse you and see if it still happens?
That's a good idea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I don't want you to touch that.
We'll have Matt tell us
What
what the
is this,
decurse
though?
is.
It's like actually straight blood.
What
Holy
the-
shit. This feels like a fucking J Station video, but it's real.
It like stained the whole thing.
Oh god. Is this a,
That's like-
sorry.
no,
is,
no, no.
Is
Oh,
this a
it's
trick
on me.
table? Like
No.
But it's only activating for him.
Like a little witch kit that I got.
There's absolutely some kind of science to it. I don't know what it is, but it's got to be something like maybe because I'm kind of greasy. Like
You just showered yesterday.
well no, he washed
Yeah, but
he
I
rubbed
work-
it in his hair.
yeah, I
back
worked
down.
out though.
Alright,
Like,
we're
I
going
was-
to
What's the cleanse, Matt? We're gonna cleanse Charlie.
Cleanse
Wait.
Charlie and see if it happens again.
hold an egg
Keep
in
the
each.
light on this time. I
Okay.
want to see this like in real time.
Okay.
Hold an egg in each hand.
Ruins the atmosphere.
It does ruin the atmosphere, but it's fine.
I want to see like because now I'm starting to wonder what the
Alright,
fuck's going on.
cleanse Charlie.
Can I use your ceremonial dagger for this?
Please do.
I
Yeah,
don't
just
wanna
stab him
die.
on camera.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna need the blood of your left ankle.
Just gonna
Perfect.
hold
You
this.
require one whole testicle.
Yeah, it's like legit,
Wow.
so be careful.
Where did you get this?
Amazon.
Wait, let me see it. Let me see
You
it.
know what I need? A really fat fucking blade.
Yes, I need it for my ceremonies.
All right.
Just fucking decurse me. I'm tired of this now.
Holding that on my
Looks like
shirt.
you're gonna like zest it.
Is that what you used to zest?
So this was on Witch Talk as well?
Yeah, so here.
Okay, I'm starting to fucking believe in the hexing of the Fae and the moon and shit now.
I think you went in not believing, and this
Yeah.
is what happened.
I've learned a tough lesson.
All right. Did that get enough on it, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel that. Yeah.
Oh, this is a good one.
Oh,
yeah,
that's-
all over the carpet.
That's very
Nice.
good.
So are
Okay.
these the eggs you crack open now?
Yeah, so wait. Stay there.
Does it matter if you pour the water or if we
Alright.
pour the
Do you
water?
have to
I'm
say,
channeling my
do you have-
strength.
Do you have to
Wait,
say
one
a
thing,
spell?
one more
Okay.
thing.
Oh.
That might hurt.
Oh, salt. Oh. Oh wow.
Okay.
You good?
I'm good.
All right. Now you crack them into the water.
Okay.
Crack them together, like
Looks like a party
above
trick.
it.
All
Just
right.
crack
This
them.
does look like a party trick. Nice.
All right, one at a time.
There's no way it
No,
doesn't
together.
turn
I can't do
Same
it.
time?
I
It's
can't do
fine.
it together.
Oh, well, then you're not talented enough.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, do the
Crack
other one.
that.
Do the other one. Do the other one.
So you're supposed to be decursed now. Crack all the other eggs.
Yeah, crack
Every egg.
No, there has to be rotten eggs mixed in.
Crack
the
all
other eggs.
Wait, just wait a second though. Uncurse me, as dumb as this. All right, like curse me again. Like how do you
don't know how to
curse
curse you.
Somebody did. That's the problem. That's why we uncursed you.
I have no idea how.
This
to
is why I didn't
curse
want to
you.
fucking do it. There's
Did you make fun of witches before on your channel or
yeah,
something?
100%.
Well, that's
One of them probably did something.
Yeah.
weird.
There's no such thing as witchcraft.
Yeah,
Oh,
get
as
that
he's
right.
sitting
There
here
has to
fucking
be.
cursed.
There has to be a real explanation.
Be careful. I don't know what
Look,
that shit is.
the only reasonable thing is some of the
Oh.
eggs were rotten.
That's
You
just
got
fucking
unlucky.
blood.
I know.
Crack the last
No!
eggs.
Where's the blood coming from? It's a
Crack-
fucking
Crack
unpasteurized
the last
egg.
egg. See if any of them are rotten. If they are, then we fucking solved it.
What is happening? You're gonna put your knife back.
Okay, do another.
Somebody gets hexed and
This
kills
is the last
somebody.
egg.
No.
There is no way you got that unlucky.
I'm wiping the salt off.
That is literal blood.
I'm gonna throw that thing away. That's fucking scary.
I think you should just burn it all.
Yeah.
Or just have like a sacrificial fire.
Honestly.
What did you do?
I didn't do shit, man. I'm not even smart enough to do this kind of thing.
We got it on film. There's no way that.
All right, Charlie.
Well, no, hold on. There's something different about the shells.
right.
Like these look kind of pink, right? Or is that just
Yeah,
me?
a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like normal egg
Do
shell
we know that that was a
variation.
hexed egg though? Yeah, happened 3 fucking times.
I mean, this
I
one
don't
was.
get
That's the way. That's why I don't believe you did anything, because it happened 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you did like
Three.
sleight of hand magic and like tickled the egg into bleeding. I don't know.
And everyone else was clean.
I don't get it, man. I definitely think there's like obviously a science explanation,
There's got to be.
and like maybe the salt on my hands like got rid of whatever was on my hands causing that to happen.
Did you have shit on your hands?
Well, I mean, I worked out and stuff, so I probably had like
You
metal
have
from the
washed
bars.
your hands
Did you work
like
out with
6
beer?
times.
At my house.
I was gonna say the dumbbells here are like greasy.
Yeah.
It was dying.
Well, you
Worked
didn't
out
just
like
wash your
six-
hands after the first
It's
egg,
not like
though.
you
Wait,
can touch
yeah.
the yolk though.
Did you use soap when you washed?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't get it.
It's
Oh
got to
my
be
God.
something with
I
your
don't wanna
hands
do this.
plus the egg itself.
Yeah.
It has to be.
He's just cursed. It's.
There
it's
has to
what
be
it
an
is.
explanation.
There is no explanation.
Danny, I want to post this tomorrow. I need to know what the fuck happened today.
God.
We need somebody just smart to help us
Yeah,
out
I need
here.
like an actual scientist to tell me why that happened.
Please.
Oh my God.
If this was one of you, you better tell me off camera because this is weird.
No, because we think it's you.
Yeah.
Charlie,
Yeah,
we've all
everybody
been
in here
working
thinks
and
it's you.
watching.
We're ready to stop filming and have you go, oh, okay,
Yes.
here's what I did. Oh.
Yes.
Like, where is this blood even coming from?
Charlie,
Like,
we've
I don't
all been
get
sitting
it.
right here around you, watching you do this the whole time. How would we have done anything?
I don't know. Well, this was weird. Okay. Well, that's so much for making fun of witch talk.
This one we have to do before sunset. We need a bowl of salt,
Oh, we have
a
that.
Isn't
piece
it
of
always
paper,
before
and a
sunset?
bowl of water.
We can do
Yeah,
that.
we can do that one.
Okay.
Is this a money spell?
Short-term finance spell.
Oh, okay.
So
like
use
day
it wisely.
trading.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to get my stocks ready.
All
to have been rotten
Do you want to do the salt or me?
All
Go
right.
ahead.
We actually need paper for the salt.
What kind of paper?
We have
Like paper towels.
A piece of paper or card to which collect the salt.
That's good.
Wait, we
That
have
works.
cards.
Wait, card. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, get a
Oh.
Yu-Gi-Oh card.
We have hundreds and thousands.
Okay.
Yeah, we have like 100,000 Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Get 10. Just to be
Wait,
safe.
what?
I'll bring a whole box.
So I'll just let you know. You're gonna put it in, and you're gonna say the spell. Then you're gonna pour the salt onto the paper, keeping it into a cone shape, and saying the words again.
Okay.
Huh? Oh my God.
I'm sure he's fine.
He's probably just.
He probably
cursed.
saw spiders.
His eggs turned to blood.
You alright?
Oh, we brought a whole box.
Oh, he brought the big one.
Really?
Well, we gotta have choices.
Yep.
Yeah, it can only be a super rare.
Well,
Yeah.
I think somebody else should do this one first in case.
No.
We'll see what it looks like when somebody's
Everybody
first
else
does it,
makes
I
like
guess.
100 grand a day. And you lose money.
Okay, so what is it now?
Well, but
So pour the salt onto the.
What an
Wait, what
unfortunate
card?
what an unfortunate grab. Awakening of the Possessed. Okay. Yeah.
Charlie, there's some weird stuff going on with you
Maybe
today.
get a different card.
I got crop
That's-
circles. Oh my lord, in a different vein.
You're just like
Here, let's see.
going down a bad path.
Dogmaticism, much better.
Perfect.
Okay, so what am I doing?
All right, so pour the salt in the bowl.
That's probably enough.
Is there blood in the salt?
Here, I'll let you read it so I don't have to like recite it back to you.
Run your fingers through the salt in the bowl. This is instant prosperity.
All right, we're done.
There's money coming out your ears.
Pour a pile of salt onto the paper or card, keeping it in a cone shape. And then I snort it or something?
It's not in a cone shape.
Yeah, kind of like an upward cone.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant the paper was in a cone shape.
Oh,
No, the salt. Tip the salt into the bowl of water and say the words. I need some water, Tiana, quick.
Use Matt's mouth.
Yeah, wait.
Yeah, just start spitting in there, please.
Spit in there, man.
I mean, I don't have a whole lot of water.
That's
Well, no,
fine,
you
right?
need a different bowl, don't you?
Here, quick. We're gonna lose time.
Don't do it over the book.
All right.
Okay.
Now recite while doing it.
What are the words?
Pour.
Salt in the flowing water. Oh, here we go.
Flowing
Hold on,
water.
pour the bowl of salt.
Oh shit.
Wait.
These directions are all over the place.
No, so this one up here, tip the salt into the bowl and then say the words.
I'm really good at holding
Okay.
water. Jesus.
This is instant. Okay. This is instant prosperity. May my prosperity likewise flow and flow. Just blows up into blood.
Swirl the bowl of
Swirl.
water.
Swirl
9.
that.
Hold on. 9 times
I
clockwise.
did twice. 3,
Clockwise?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And then you
Hold
pour
on,
it
you
into
have to
here.
repeat the words.
Oh, and then I say, this is instant prosperity. May my prosperity likewise flow and flow.
I didn't believe it.
I like the voice.
Pour
It's
the
good.
bowl of salt water into the flowing water, saying.
Oh wait, here. No, I need a bowl of flowing water.
Okay, away
Ready?
from the book. And I pour this on you?
Yes.
Wait, hold you.
May
you
my
gotta say this.
prosperity.
No.
Prosperity now will flow to me now and continually. So I ask, and it shall be.
Nice.
Yay.
Are you rich now?
Whoa! Look at all that money.
What the fuck is that?
Just put one in and then let it settle, and then drop the other one in. And if they cross, you're cursed. If they're like going towards each other, someone's trying to curse you. And if they stay apart, you're fine.
All right, should we get back in our little ring and everybody
Yeah,
does this one?
Yeah. So it's just I drop a match in.
Yeah, just one and then let it
Wait,
settle.
do you light them or no?
No.
Oh.
Okay.
Pretty settled.
These things are gonna like immediately turn towards each other and then explode into just a fountain of just
Egg
blood
is
and
gonna
gore.
pop out and then
Yeah.
explode into blood.
Yeah.
You're egg cursed.
Or maybe you'll get money.
That's kind of settled.
All right, let's see
Alright,
it.
you ready? So I put it on like the other side.
Wherever. You just drop it in.
Okay. I'll just close my eyes.
Okay.
As he misses.
They seem pretty. You must have really decursed me well.
Yeah, that's like perfect.
Maybe
That's
Matt's
an
like
organic.
Hold on,
Yeah,
hold on.
It is moving
It's
though.
moving.
Matt's a master
Oh.
witch.
That was an organic line.
Wait, it is turning it is turning aggressively.
Oh no.
They are drift racing into cursing you.
I think he's settled.
How
You're
long do you have
okay.
to let them?
Just until they're both still, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I don't. It might not have been accurate because I dropped it and it was facing the other way. Do they have to be facing the same way, or did it not
Hers
specify?
was, but I don't think it
I'll just do it
matters.
just to be sure.
New ones.
No, I'll just use the same one. That has to go this way.
Oh.
Well, I dropped that awfully close.
I think the point is to keep them close enough that if they.
Oh.
No, the tops have to. They have to be docking.
Oh.
But
That
I
means
mean,
you're
this
cursed.
isn't good though. That means
Just-
someone's trying to curse you. I think.
Well, that's fine. I'm immune now. I've already been
That's
through
true.
it. So.
I made him into a margarita. So. Everybody knows you
poultry.
can't curse margaritas.
I think you're okay.
Yeah, it should
They're
be fine.
wait. They're trying to dock.
Yeah, they are trying. They're trying.
They're curious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God.
Oh no! No!
They're gonna end up right next to each other.
Yeah.
Is that okay though?
Is that
They're
good?
not
think
supposed
it's
to
okay.
point.
I think they're done. I think they
I
stopped.
think it's
All
okay.
right, so I think you're fine.
Okay, who's next?
Matt.
Oh, good drop.
Thanks.
Nice.
I think these matches are like drawn to the outside of this chalice.
I can't even
There's
see
something
it.
up with this chalice.
It is very dark, actually. Very eerie.
No, I mean because the edge Can't.
No,
I
no,
can't.
that's
oh.
not- that's
no.
not
It's because
why.
it's really dark.
Yeah.
All right. Is it settled? I can't
I
see
think so.
it.
Oh
All
wait,
right.
shit! I do have a bowl over there.
It's-
Oh, over here too,
No.
filled with water.
It's the dog bowl. We don't need that.
Yeah. Doesn't look like it's
Don't you
moving.
do this,
Not even close.
It's not even close.
It's moving though.
Matt's good.
Clear.
Shame on anyone who thought Matt was cursed. I knew he was
know.
fine.
Shit, we should probably do all of this again after this video goes up to see if
Yeah.
anybody's been cursed since.
I'm not kidding. I'm getting two cartons of eggs on my way back.
I have some at home.
Okay, I'm using all those
Well,
eggs.
now you don't.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Ooh, uh-oh.
I feel like that was a bad drop.
They're pushing each other away.
Yeah.
It's like actively telling you you're not.
Oh, this
The
is
tips are
lining up
trying to
really
line up.
ominously.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Jesus Christ.
I'll get the salt.
Where's my protection thing?
Salt ring.
Yeah. Where's my
Oh
minerals?
god, it's touching.
Oh god, it's T for time to get cursed.
It's not touching this yet.
It's T for Tom Brady.
Is this Danny's matches? They're still not touching.
They are not touching. That is correct. They're just really thinking about it.
It's
Alright.
slowly turning next
It
to
is
it.
turning.
Oh shit.
Oh.
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 They're touching
Well,
now.
the tip's turning away from it though.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
probably a good sign.
I think you're okay.
I think I'm alright.
So I'm correct. The red ends are supposed to touch. Is that right?
Yeah.
So.
I don't know. To be honest, I don't fucking know.
You're up, Andrew.
How do,
Alright,
so what do I
expert win.
what do I do?
Drop it in,
Both of them,
wait,
or-
and then drop
at a
another.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Good drop.
Oh, that's
Oh,
wonderful.
you're safe.
Ooh. Yeah,
Uh-oh.
why even wait? Just
I feel like this method.
polar opposites. Look at them going away from
Yeah.
each other.
Well, what if the butts touch?
That's fine.
Yeah, ass to ass is
That
probably
means
the strongest curse.
prosperity.
Yeah.
It means Finding Nemo.
Oh, look at that.
Yes.
You have too much control over
Look at
this
that.
this method. I feel
Yeah,
like.
I think so
Oh!
as well.
Oh,
Wait a minute.
Oh, look at that.
Oh.
Wait,
Whoa.
they're coming. Oh no.
Oh god, they're,
I'm just
they're
gonna
going
say you're
towards
cursed.
each other now.
That's the closest we've gotten to
Yeah.
somebody being cursed. Well, besides Charlie's
It's an
three
I
bloody
for I
eggs.
am cursed.
Besides Charlie's eggs exploding in blood.
There's a logical reason for it somewhere
Somebody
out
will
there.
point it out to us.
I think I'm pretty
yeah.
safe.
I'm
Now I
just
have to wait
also
for that
going to
to
be
stop moving,
honest.
right?
I think the matches side to side are too big to fit in this challenge.
Yeah,
so.
I was thinking.
It was a good play on our parts. There's no
Yeah.
chance we can
Yeah,
be
that's-
cursed with
we
this.
beat the
Yes.
curses.
Yep.
I will take all these matches back
brute
then, 'cause I
forced
can still use
magic.
them.
Now put an egg in, Charlie.
Stupid magic.
I wish
Yeah.
I had another egg.
You're so upset.
I'm so mad that I can't figure out why that kept happening to me and no one else.
Well,
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'd like to say I'm not cursed
Yeah.
at
That
this
looks
point.
pretty
That's
convincing.
probably like
You can't argue with the science.
no.
True.
Yeah.
Very true.
All right, Danny, get in there.
All right,
Will you get another T for Tom Brady?
let's find out.
Danny's matches break up and spell you are cursed.
That's fine. I got it. Okay, it'll be like the point of view.
Oh, nice. Chris Angel's Bob.
Watch this. One continuous shot. No camera tricks.
He just gets sucked into the bottom of the chalice. We'll never see it
And
again.
blood comes up.
Yeah.
Is it settled? Is that
Oh, you're fine,
Yeah,
Danny.
yeah. All right.
I have pure faith in you, Danny.
Oh, you threw that in there without a care in the world. He knows he's not cursed.
We should try blood magic.
Yeah, that's what
I think we already did.
Yeah.
give me the knife.
I'm on it.
Accidentally. Oh god.
I think I'm good.
Do you remember a few months ago when OnlyFans stated that they'd be banning porn and adult content on their platform because they want to shift away from the adult image and focus more on wholesome shit like cooking and sports and working out, skateboarding and all that. No more butt plugs and goatsy. They made it sound like they're trying to turn OnlyFans into Weenie Hut Jr., just make it the Disney Channel or whatever. Of course, only a few days after that announcement, which was basically just a suicide note, they reversed their decision, because obviously this would have completely destroyed the platform and sunk the entire company. But it got me thinking recently, how many of these creators are on OnlyFans? How many chefs, how many skateboarders, guitar players, fucking clarinet players exist on OnlyFans? So today I thought it'd be fun and get in the holiday spirit and as we approach the new year, to go on OnlyFans and start looking and donating to OnlyFans creators doing different things that aren't just porn and adult content. Because according to OnlyFans, there's tons of them. Dozens even, I guess. But I had to put it to the test. And as a man with a passion for science, I knew I had to experiment. So I called Matt over and we decided to peruse the platform looking for creators that were doing more than just porn to just donate to them. And we'll be using Adam and Eve's money to do so. I'm tapping directly into their piggy bank. AdamandEve.com is the #1 spot to get any sex toy you could possibly imagine. Their catalog is basically endless. It's like the full library of Alexandria for every sex toy imaginable. So if you're interested at all, go to AdamandEve.com and use code DEFENSE for 50% off one item and free shipping to the US and Canada with some exclusions. That's code DEFENSE at AdamandEve.com for 50% off one item and free shipping to the US and Canada with some exclusions. Is to Onision. Because he had this cuckold 3D porn of himself, so he'd always make his cock a small carrot. Oh my god. And like anyone he was interested in was getting fucked by an evil version of himself. It was incredible. So I had
So really some lore on his.
Yeah, he had like an entire extended universe to his cuckoldry. It was amazing. So that's why I made an OnlyFans account.
That's exciting.
Get them excited and positive starting the new year.
Right, everybody donates to Twitch streamers and all of that, but and then you talk about the 0.1% on OnlyFans. We're here for the 99%. Somebody's got to be.
Everyone I see on Twitter is always like, I'm in the.
Sorry.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. All right,
Is that Monique making sure you're not on OnlyFans again?
Why are you on OnlyFans?
Every time I see a post on Twitter from an OnlyFans creator, it's like 0.1001% of
Everybody's in
OnlyFans.
the top 0.01% somehow.
Yeah.
Now, how is the search function on OnlyFans?
I don't know.
Like, if you type in bread, will we find that creator?
Let's see. I think the video is going to boil down to just you and I looking at naked dudes together all day.
You're right. Fit, French, and fun.
And this is a free
It's
subscription.
free. I guess we didn't think about this. How do you... Oh, you can tip, like, on comments, right? Like, if you
tip
subscribe for
per
free.
post. You can tip per post. Like, Amaranth made $260,000 because she showed her titties and nipples.
Oh.
So people were individually tipping to see that.
Wow.
I think is how it works. Is this the bread you're looking at? Yeah, probably can't do this one. I didn't see any gaming. It's just his fucking dick.
Yeah. Where are the games, Johnny?
You said nude games.
Oh god.
This is just
getting demonetized for sure.
This is just wiener everywhere, Johnny.
Wiener and ass. Congrats on turning 22, though.
Yeah, happy birthday.
The next one, Daniel says, sucking my straight frat bro's dick while he plays video games.
So for anyone that doesn't use OnlyFans, I'm going to bring you up to speed. It has the most archaic and most useless search functionality I've ever experienced. No matter what you type in, you will not find anything using their site. So we started by searching for bread because we both wanted to see that bread fetish where you squish bread. It's interesting, it's goofy, it's fun. So we were just looking for any of those creators on OnlyFans, and there definitely are a few because Matt had heard of them in the past, and by that I mean he probably subscribed to them at some point. But trying to search for them on OnlyFans itself is completely worthless. So if you go to like the posts and you search bread, it just brings up sponsored OnlyFans posts and has nothing to do with bread. So then we started to resort to using Twitter to find OnlyFans users, because on Twitter, everyone is promoting their OnlyFans at all times on every post ever made, no matter what the post is about. It could be about some like 15 follower account talking about their Thanksgiving meal with their family that they haven't seen in years, and the top 3 comments on that post are going to be from OnlyFans creators posting their links. So I thought it would be a good place to at least look for other OnlyFans creators, but that didn't work super well either. The only other place we could think to even find OnlyFans users is in YouTube comments, because there's nothing but bots down there promoting OnlyFans. But then it's just bots. Like, you don't actually get a real person. If you click that link, it's just a virus. So that doesn't work. So finding people on OnlyFans seems extremely difficult. Or at least finding people that you want to, based on vague topics like gaming. So we tried gaming after bread because we were looking for real gamers on the site, maybe like some Let's Players on there, you know, episode 254 of my slow play of Skyrim exclusive to OnlyFans, and we couldn't find any of it. We couldn't find a single gaming creator. All we found were what you just saw, gaming adjacent things where it's porn plus games. So people with their dick erect and like a Nintendo 64 controller dangling from it, or people getting their cock sucked while playing a game. So not exactly as advertised by OnlyFans back when they were saying we have a lot more than just porn on the site. They even mentioned gaming specifically. They were like, yeah, we have a lot of gamers that use OnlyFans for their playthroughs and shit. You know, Twitch will soon be extinct once all of the streamers go to OnlyFans for their gaming. From everything we were able to see, and we looked a lot for gaming in particular, you don't really go there for, you know, a review of Cyberpunk 2077. You're not going on OnlyFans gaming category to actually watch games. The closest thing you'll find is someone holding a controller and getting gamer gunked in the face or something. This could be. These are absolutely not grandmothers, though. Well, that's
that one is.
That's Granny Fucks a Lot with a big load in her mouth. We tried to broaden the search terms, so I went with grandmother, thinking that it would be like wholesome grandmother content, like baking cookies or something. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. But then we found Granny Fucks a Lot, and she seemed like a sweetheart, and she was really on the grind. Most of the pictures, obviously I can't show, like almost every single one of them. A lot of it's like a lot of her spreading her pussy and like filled with cum and showing her butthole and all that. So clearly I can't show that on the video, but she's posting like every couple of days. So she's on that Sigma grind set, and we definitely thought this would be a good one for the first tip of the video. Not exactly what we were looking for, because like I said, we were trying to find what OnlyFans was saying with creators that aren't just doing adult content. Hers is very much so all adult content oriented and porn, but even still, it was hard not to appreciate her work. Okay, so we do a nice clean 6-month sub. Or sorry, $6 sub.
No, I was like, I don't think we need 6 months. Wait, no! Shot at my Moto G7! Oh my god, she's on a fucking Razer flip phone doing this.
Yeah. Well, that's why we have to tip her, so that way she can
get a new phone.
Yeah, get like a smartphone for better quality.
See this in higher quality.
I just noticed I can't even show her profile pic. She's just got cum dripping out of her. Yeah, I'll just have to go like here down.
Yeah.
All right, so let's just see if there's anything else we can maybe tip on.
Down we go.
We'll tip on the waiting for her forever fuck, I think.
There, I think that's
I think this is sweet.
That's wholesome.
This is wholesome. It's got 10 likes as well.
How much does Granny Fox like it?
What do you think? Like $100
I
to
think 100 is great.
Yeah, $100.
Message. Keep up the good work.
Happy holidays. Uber Dad.
Uber Dad. DJ Khaled and Fat Joe.
No.
My boy.
DJ Khaled and Fat Joe.
That's a wombo combo.
Can we do a custom wish for these two?
Oh my god.
Make a God Slap intro song. Yeah. Okay, there's got it. This is really hard.
Ridiculous.
We'll do a recorder. Actually, better yet,
music.
Clarinet.
Clarinet, yes.
Fuck, it's $15 a month just to see if she plays music.
God.
Might just be spread butthole again. Here's my daily orgasm tracker.
Oh shit.
But maybe because the music's so good.
Right. It's like Squidward.
Man, people really do only do porn on here.
Yeah,
what were
what
were they thinking when they banned it initially? There'd be no one left.
Literally nobody would be on the site anymore.
I can't find a single non-porn. The clarinet! Let's go!
It's worth $12.
$12, I'm coming!
Watch it bring you all the way back to the top.
It's gonna be her using the clarinet as like a butt plug or something.
Oh, I mean, that would get that's a $200
That's a $200 tip.
Oh, I brought you to the fucking top.
Oh, that's unlucky. There it is! Oh my...
Wait, scroll to the right. There might be some clothed. Or...
Any...
Is that too risque?
I don't know, it might be too risque.
Why didn't she do a picture?
This was her first post!
Wait, actually?
This was her first post!
Oh my god.
I'll just censor here and here.
I was gonna say, just show, like, the mouthpiece.
It's
censor
just...
everything but the mouthpiece.
Yeah. Alright. This will be 200.
Really?
Well, we'll do 150. She's not putting in the same work Granny was, but at least there's a clarinet, which is what we searched for.
That is true.
It's her first post, too.
Alright, so what word do I want to search? We need to support male OnlyFans.
I agree. Okay, it went through.
Congrats, Amanda. I hope you become the Lindsay Sterling of the clarinet.
Oh, she's on her way.
She is.
All right, what do you want, Matt? What do you want to see?
Ooh, I got some inspiration.
Lego.
Legos,
Oh
baby.
my god, that's genius.
Joe Lego.
Joe Lego!
$20 to subscribe.
What?
A private collection of pleasure moments with various ladies. I'm so curious if this is going to be pictures of a Lego man having sex with Lego
I think it
women.
is. I think it is. I don't know what this means, badung mamang tidak, but yes, she has small tits, but she definitely made me horny to the max. You know what? I'm making the executive decision.
Jumping in?
We're checking out
All
Joe
right, let's
Lego.
see people.
These are real people.
What the fuck? Who is Joe Lego?
Man, yeah, can I cancel my Joe Lego subscription? How deceptive.
Tell Wells Fargo it was a fraudulent charge. They're like, oh, all of OnlyFans? No,
Just
this
Joe
one.
Lego?
Just the one that says Joe Lego?
Man, what the fuck?
Oh, God.
Alright, I made a mistake.
He got $20 off. Buy.
And spit on bread!
Oh.
Dead.
This is it! This is what we wanted!
She's got bread in her sandals!
Buy spit or foot bread from me. We can buy foot
Why would I buy spitted bread? Like, spat on bread that's gonna be shipped.
3-minute giantess stomp video. Your wife finds out you've been spending all your money on feet models. So she pays a giantess $1,000 to stomp you to death. Oh, that's us!
That is us!
That's us!
Cream giver!
Oh god, my wife is sitting there so happy.
Oh yeah, it's an additional 10.
I got enough from the picture. I can already see how this plays out.
Oh, hold on. Keep in mind, this was a free one, so...
That's true. She deserves it.
This is us paying our entry fee.
Yeah. Boy, I hope I don't get stepped on soon.
Oh!
It was so shocking. He came in so quickly.
Oh, and...
His feet are so dirty. Oh,
Help!
no.
Oh, no!
Wife, why would you do this to me?
Honey, the feet are dirty!
Also, if I'm addicted to feet and you're mad about it, why would you pay to have me killed by feet?
Yeah.
I feel like you're just perpetuating my problem.
I just get sitting right to foot fetish Valhalla.
Yeah, this is fine. Like, this is honestly probably, he went out doing what he loves.
I hope she does some cool moves, like a German suplex on him with her feet.
Brings out like a tech deck.
Oh! Oh!
They're so dirty.
Stop out an entire Lego village with sound. This time it's with sound. This is cheaper.
Legos screaming for mercy.
Yeah, they are.
What do you...
That's not even a whole village. That's like a small town.
Yeah.
Maybe. Like
They don't even have a stoplight.
Yeah, they don't even have like anything. A sidewalk.
They've got a snack shack and a car.
Oh, Matt, you have to hear these screams. Oh, God. It's like when the nematodes go to the Krusty Krab.
One of them yelling, get in there.
I think she just took like middle school...
sound?
No, like a middle school soccer match and the parents are cheering.
I think you're right.
Alright, we'll send the tip on here.
Alright.
This will be another, what do you think? We'll just keep amping it up a little bit. Well, actually, no, we paid as well just to see these. Yeah, so we'll do 150 again.
150 is the perfect amount.
Those Lego bastards deserved it.
True. Get in there.
Thank you for crushing them so mercilessly.
Thanks, Dirty Feet Girl.
Is that how you spell? That's mercilessly, right?
Yeah, that looks great.
I'm questioning.
I'm sure OnlyFans has spell check, so you're good.
Actually, let's test that theory. It does.
It does. All right, there we go. You crushed it.
Well, yeah, it didn't turn up anything.
Yeah,
what would be something that only a guy on OnlyFans would do? Oh, I've got a risky one.
I'm excited.
Poop.
Oh, God.
Watch me fuck a lawnmower on my OnlyFans. No way.
Alright.
No way.
I don't think it's going to be here.
I don't either, but she linked
probably
it.
further back.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Squirting all over the lawnmower.
That's why it's not popping up. Lawnmower. Wow.
Well, how does-
only $18
It's
to
an
unlock.
8-minute video? Okay, so how does she fuck... Alright, fine. How does she fuck a lawnmower?
Our job today is literally watching porn together.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's been a good day.
It's been a good day.
You know?
Well,
Oh.
that's cheating!
That's not.
She doesn't fuck a lawnmower. She puts a dildo on the lawnmower.
Jesus.
Oh man, that lawnmower's getting drenched.
Oh God, why?
Yeah, I can tell you that is not what John Deere died for. I searched so many terms, both broad and specific, just looking for any creators that had ever made a post about those activities, lawnmower being one of them, and all of them turned up either no results or just pornography using those things in the background. Or in this case, they stuck a dildo on the lawnmower and fucked themselves with it and claimed it was the lawnmower that, was fucking them. Semantics, doesn't matter. Point is, OnlyFans fucking lied. There is nothing but porn on the site. There's some big creators there like the Fat Joe and DJ Khaled thing, but for the average user that's not already a celebrity, it is only adult content. We couldn't find a single creator that wasn't doing adult oriented content or just doing anything besides pictures and lewd posts. And there's nothing wrong with that. I want to make it clear. That is what OnlyFans is, has always been, and should focus on. But the fact that OnlyFans tried to come out and say that we're actually a lot more than just porn, I think is just outright wrong and deceptive, because it's not. And they need to upgrade their search functionality because it is genuinely fucking useless. We had to use a third-party search just to find any pages at all. So yeah, this didn't really work the way we had imagined. Even I thought there was more than just porn on there, but mainly because I was led to believe that from OnlyFans themselves constantly claiming it. We couldn't find any of it. I'm sure there are some that exist on there, but it's not easy to find, nor is it that popular. So yeah. That's about it. It was still a fun little experiment to put it to the test. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Usually when I talk about Twitch drama, it's goofier topics like that girl who was banned for queefing into her mic. And by the way, she was kind of a pioneer, like an actual innovator in the field. She was like the Tesla of farting. And the Queef Queen actually started a trend on Twitch for a little while, where recently ASMR streamers were farting into their mics for sub goals. So unfortunately for the valedictorian of vaginal air expulsion, she was just a little early to this. She just was ahead of her time. Had she been queefing during this meta, she could have probably popped off on subs, but she got there too soon. Also, those streamers that were farting into their mics also got temp bans for it, so the result was the same, but she wasn't able to squeeze as much juice from it as they were able to. But anyway, this is not one of those goofier topics. Today we're talking about something actually serious, like genuinely awful. Yesterday I received quite a few emails and mentions on Twitter letting me know about a streamer who was allegedly exposed for grooming underage girls and being a predator, shit like that. And for some reason, the guy that was accused of all of these things mentioned me. In this video on his channel, it says, hopefully Charlie will make a video on this and help prove my innocence. He's a homie. I don't know if this is about me, but a lot of people seem to think that it was. I want to make it clear, I don't know this guy, so I haven't defended him or anything like that, and I don't know why people are emailing me asking why I'm defending him when I haven't done or even said anything about this until right now. It's important to know that all of these are just allegations at the moment. Nothing is proven, but seems like some pretty hard evidence. This isn't just some Twitter dog shit where one anonymous account says, in 2013 at MegaCon Orlando at the washing machine enthusiast booth, Soda Poppin was groping on my nutsack, fondling it a little bit aggressively. It felt good at first, then it got a little weird when he started tugging on my nutsack hairs, and ever since then I haven't been the same. Soda Poppin's a predator. It's not just baseless nonsense or anything. There is real evidence against this streamer for the things that they're being accused of. So since that video title has led people to believe that I'm somehow involved in this whole thing, I thought it was at least worth talking about. So I want to go over the full lore of the situation, as well as some things about it that just don't add up about all of it. So this all started with a thread on Livestream Fails, LSF, also known as the home to XQC's clips. If you miss an XQC stream, you can just check Livestream Fails and see every single moment of it posted there on the front page of it. Of course, I'm only kidding, there's Ms. Kiff clips as well. But last night there was an anomaly. Some kind of fucking solar eclipse had occurred on Livestream Fails where the top post wasn't XQC or Ms. Kiff, it was this. And it's about this user talking about their experience with a streamer. And you can read it for yourself, but the gist of it is they were following this channel in 2018 and randomly decided to check in on them that evening. And he believes that his name must have sounded similar to a girl's name on the platform because the streamer reached out asking if they were a girl and asking to chat, and then the following ensued. I'm blurring out the streamer's name everywhere just in case this all does turn out to be false, a hoax, or even worse, a malicious attempt to ruin one innocent person's career. So I just want you to keep that in mind, that that's why I'm doing that, just because none of this is completely confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt. He reached out using Twitch Whispers, which is akin to using AOL Instant Messenger to get in contact with somebody. No one has used Twitch Whispers in years. This was probably the first time this was even activated since Twitch launched. Nobody uses Whispers, so, I mean, call this guy old-fashioned. I mean, this was pretty wild. I didn't even know this even still existed. It's an archaic system. More people use carrier pigeons than Twitch Whispers. But as you can see, he gets in touch. Are you a girl? Yes. Why do you ask? Want to DM on Discord, and then tries to add them. So they decide to add them on Discord, and this is the conversation they have. He asks what state and how old they are, so basically some Omegle shit, ASL, age, sex, location. They respond with 17, 18 soon. Streamer says, really nice, young, I like that, I could fly you to me, maybe. And then the conversation really starts to look like something you'd hear Chris Hansen reading. They ask when they started to follow. They say, check in the chat and I'll type something. So the streamer responds with, when you were a teeny then, hee hee. I actually haven't heard or seen the word teeny since I was a fucking teeny, like 11 or 12 years old. So that was quite a blast from the past. And then this is where it gets very fucking weird. The streamer says, let me show you a little vid, are you home? And you can probably already guess the video that they send. I'll go ahead and spoil the surprise. It is not an EDP situation where he sends a picture of his shit. He sends no shit pics. This is a video of him jerking off, beating on his meat. Just playing the skin flute. Obviously won't be showing even a pixel of that video. From there they say, would you love it, honey, if you could sit on me and feel my hard dick in your pussy? Hee hee, bunch of hearts. Well, that's kind of sweet, right? I mean, that's like Valentine's Day kind of shit right there. And then he says that he's horny, as if that was a secret. I mean, there's nothing left to the imagination here. I mean, he sent a video of him jerking off. I would imagine there's some horniness levels reaching critical mass. You go in fucking nuclear meltdown mode of horniness. Then again, it would feel so good for you, baby. Would you like to, hee hee, babe? And then that's when the poster says, I'm making an LSF thread right now. You like grooming young girls. I'll get you banned everywhere. So he basically just says that he's making the thread about all of this. And then in response to him revealing that he is not a 17-year-old girl and is in fact going to be reporting this behavior on Reddit, the streamer responds with something I can't show anything of because he drops the N-word a few times, but he basically says, I knew you were fake, and then says the N-word quite a few times. So I'm not showing any of that, but that's where those screenshots end. He then gives a little evidence to prove that the Discord account that he's sharing in the screenshots belongs to the streamer, and that's kind of where that interaction completed. In the comments, other people were finding video clips where the streamer was asking how he can delete every video on his hard drive at the push of a button once all of this was coming to light. It seemed like he really wanted to find a program to scrub his hard drive of all of his videos all at once, which is a little weird. Some of his old tweets were dug up where he was talking about having sex with 14-year-olds is less of a crime than stealing Coca-Cola, as well as some other really fucking gross tweets. But I'd like to talk about a few things here. On LSF, there has been a few times in the past where a poster has made a thread about a streamer they don't like, accusing them of some horrible things that turned out to be completely false. Even though the evidence made a lot of sense, they'd have like screenshots of shit. What they didn't show was what actually transpired, being like extremely manipulative, lying and stuff like that in order to get that kind of reaction and make that kind of narrative on LSF in order to just farm karma points or hurt the streamer they don't like. I'm not saying that's what happened here, I'm just saying this kind of thing has happened in the past and was proven to be a hoax. Like the fucking Bigfoot or Satchmo, shit like that. Right now, this is the only post and only person talking about this streamer like this. I can't find anything else from anyone sharing a similar experience they've had with this streamer or anything even close to this kind of experience with them. which strikes me as a little odd because if he is grooming underage girls so actively that he would reach out to someone in his chat he thought was a girl based on just their Twitch name, you would think there'd be other victims that would come forward and share a similar experience with this person, but I haven't seen anything like that. It is possible that this is just so new that no one else has had a chance to come forward with that kind of information. This is less than a day old, so that's definitely a possibility, but it does strike me as odd that he's so active that he'll reach out to someone that he even has like a small fucking smell of a female in his chat and reach out and like start jerking off for them, that it would only be this one isolated incident. That would strike me as like a pattern, not just like a one-time thing. So I would have expected more people to have similar stories, but I haven't seen anything like that yet. So for now, this is all we have to go off of. And the tweets are extremely suspicious, but what really strikes me as odd is that the profile picture is like the stereotypical neckbeard thing, like very self-aware neckbeard anime weeb. It really seems like a parody account. On Twitter, there are people that are open pedophiles, like that's not uncommon for Twitter, but it strikes me as weird that the profile pic would be like the neckbeard people make fun of, like the anime shit neckbeard thing while saying these things. It really seems like it was supposed to be satire, and I don't know if it is or not. Either way, it's dog shit satire, but the account's been deleted, so I can't really go through and look at all of it myself. There's only a couple screenshots of the individual tweets now. And from what I was reading from the active members in his community during all of this, he wanted to be on LSF. Apparently they were saying he always wanted to be the top post on LSF, so it almost seems like it could have even been manufactured to a certain degree, which would be the dumbest fucking way of going about that, to have you be labeled a pedophile by so many people in the Twitch community. I don't think does anything good for your streaming career, if that really is what was going on here. So I don't know if I really believe that, but there are some things in this that just don't make sense to me. The Discord having no profile pic, immediately sharing his Discord and then going 0 to 100. Hey, where do you live? Do you want to see me put my finger in my urethra? Just fucking tugging on his meat real hard after like 4 text messages back and forth. Like, it all just seems really fishy to me. And his chat going on about how you fell for Malord's schemes. They kept saying, like, Malord, treating him like he was some kind of supervillain mastermind and we were just pawns in his game. Like, this is exactly what he wanted, which wouldn't make him a mastermind and make him a master fucking idiot, because this is such a dumb idea for, like, publicity, if that really is what's going on here. It just really, all of it just doesn't add up to me. Like, to be so open about, you know, pedophile predator shit, that just doesn't make any sense. There's also this, so the poster was replying to a comment which is now deleted, and he says he's been famous in his chat for grooming young girls on Discord. When he whispered me, I wanted to see if that's true. That statement directly contradicts what he says in the opening statement in the thread, where he says he just randomly decided to go to the stream and then he just typed something in chat and then the dude reached out to him. Like, that's a little different. Now he's making it sound like he was in there with like a mission, like he was going in there as the fucking vigilante and was finally going to expose him, which is completely different from the narrative that he started with in the original post. He had also recently been banned and had only just been unbanned like less than a week ago, and then all of this happens. Like, it's just so many things in this story seem so strange. And then to, like, on that same night talk about, like, how do I delete videos on my hard drive, talking about, like, I need to scrub the hard drive, every video needs to go, someone quick help me, I need to get rid of all these videos. That doesn't strike me as someone who's, like, actually panicking about all of the accusations. That strikes me as someone that's trying to farm karma and attention out of this. It really does seem like the behavior of a troll, like an extremely edgy, really misguided troll. I mean, because now there's, like, articles about it that are talking about his alleged pedophilic behavior that he's exhibited, you know, over the course of like the last 5 or 6 hours. Those articles have been coming up. So it's like a really bad idea if this really was the plan. But overall, I just wanted to talk about this because for some reason I was mentioned in it, or at least people perceived that I was mentioned in this. So I at least wanted to talk about it and give like the full breakdown of everything going on. The whole situation's fucked up no matter what is actually going on here. And if everything from the LSF post is true and that's exactly how it all happened, then this is an extremely serious case where this guy needs to be off of Twitch ASAP, as well as have some kind of investigation done, because this is some really fucked up shit. I just wanted to talk about it, and yeah, that's about it. See ya. Most of you know me from my sensational performance in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1, where I played unnamed, uncredited District 8 helper, who overshadowed Jennifer Lawrence's performance and struck fear into the hearts of the Academy Award panel. I was snubbed that year, and I try not to bring this up too often, but it's no secret either. I pretty much have to sign autographs and sign titties every time I go out in public and just get mobbed by fans of the Hunger Games series, all thanking me for my contribution to making that franchise work. Without my character in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1, Jennifer Lawrence's career would have absolutely ended up in the shitter. She used me as a platform to springboard and accelerate her success. She fucking Goomba stomped me like Super Mario. She just bounced off of my head to reach new heights. And I'm not mad about it. Look, I understand. I taught Jennifer Lawrence pretty much everything she learned. That's why you saw a significant increase in her acting ability post Mockingjay Part 1. She copied my techniques. But that's beside the point. The reason I'm bringing this up is because that's where most of you know me from. And I recognize that. But, as of the last 2 weeks, I think, a lot of people are recognizing me for something entirely different. TikTok. I have inadvertently become a viral sensation on TikTok for an old Twitch clip. And I'd like to just kind of talk about this because it's pretty fucking wild. Most of you know I went to the dark side recently and made a TikTok account. It's called Huge Charles here. It's run by a buddy of mine named Aaron. He just takes clips from videos and puts them up there, just short little things. And it's fun, but I don't really interact with the platform until I learned that I was like one of the #1 sounds on it for about a week. And it's for this clip right here. Kill him, I'll give you money. How much? What's the bounty on me team killing this guy and looking at his reaction? $5? Too low. This is a special gamer right here.
Come on, guys, we gotta go.
What is it? 200k GP. We're talking in GP, I'm on it.
Stop fucking shooting me! What the fuck is wrong with you? Chill!
It was a misinput, calm down! You calm the fuck down! There was a misinput!
Oh my fucking god.
God, this community is overreacting. This, of course, came from the best Twitch streamer of all time, MoistCritical. Please feel free to stop by. In fact, you should. It's mandatory. This was one of the first clips I ever had on Twitch. This was within the first month of me streaming. This was back in 2018. In this game, I was playing Siege. I think it was a casual match, and the guy that the person put the bounty on to kill was an asshole. He was being really rude and getting, like, super loud. So some guy in the chat said he'd give me money to kill him. Little did he know I would have done it just for the fun of the sport. So this guy fucking squeezed this guy for some shit here. And, of course, I followed through on the team kill. You can see that the guy wasn't too happy about it. But after I disciplined him like a stern father, gave him a talking to, he calmed down. He settled down a little bit. Now, this soundbite has gone viral on TikTok under the sound name Miss Input, which makes it sound like a AFI song like Miss Murder. They make it sound like someone's name, Miss Input. It's pretty cute, something out of Clue it sounds like, and it's adorable, to be honest. I find it to be very adorable. There's over 3,300 videos using this sound clip, and I only just recently learned what that meant. On TikTok, there's like sounds where if you like trim something and use it, anyone else can use that sound as well, and then it becomes like a trend potentially, which is what they do with music, which is why music blows up so big there. And this was one of the chosen ones for about 2 weeks, or like the #1 for a week or something. I don't know how to check the goddamn charts on TikTok if there is such a thing. But I got emails about it, I checked in on it, and it's gone up by like 200 videos every couple of hours. So it's been pretty wild. Let me show you what one of these videos looks like.
Chill!
It was a misinput, calm down! You calm the fuck down! There was a misinput!
Oh my fucking... Chill!
It was a misinput, calm down! You calm the fuck down! There was a misinput! You get the idea. It's always the same exact video where I was trying to send this message but accidentally sent a sexual one where I want to fuck someone's ass or something like that. Or in the more tame world, I was doing homework and accidentally put the wrong answer. Classic TikTok shit. Now, since this is my sound clip, I will be copyright striking every single TikTok user that dared have the gall to use my content. I'm gonna be the fucking boogeyman of TikTok. That's right. I'm going right into your mother's purse and I'm taking money out of her wallet for your audacity to use my shit. I'm gonna be like a gluttonous Winnie the Pooh and I'm just trying to get my piece of the honey. You feel me? I'm coming in raw and no rubber. TikTok has used me like a fleshlight. I wasn't even credited with the sound, and now I'm coming in deep. Obviously, I'm just kidding. I actually find this super fucking cool. I never would have thought any, like, clip of mine would be some kind of TikTok trend. Not that I really understand TikTok all that well, but I just don't even know what it would fucking look like. Even to me, this makes no sense at all, but I'm still happy about it. I think it's really, I think it's something special. This is the only good TikTok trend, the misinput trend, the only one I'll ever sign off on. All the other ones suck some fat ass. But this is for the intellectual chads right here. This is the good shit. I just wanted to briefly talk about it because for the last couple of years I've had nothing but negative things to say about TikTok, and I still have almost nothing but negative things to say about the majority of the popular TikTok content. But today I have nothing but positive things to say about the misinput TikTok trend. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And I'm honored. That's about it. See ya. I typically don't directly respond when someone makes a conspiracy theory video about me, like that one dude who said that I was just a puppet for the Illuminati with their hand up my asshole talking through me, and that my white t-shirt was a means to hypnotize viewers into believing Jesus Christ wasn't real, or some fucking wild garbage like that. I just typically let that shit ride, but last night a YouTuber made a video accusing me of being a hypocrite, which would have been totally fine if it was like the standard silly shit on Reddit, like, you know, Critical makes these jokes about anime and weebs, but through extensive research, I've deduced that he himself watches anime. You know, what a piece of shit. More like shitical. But unfortunately, this guy chose something I'm actually very passionate about. So the YouTuber in question is Vegan Gains. I want to say right away, I actually think his video is pretty level-headed, at least compared to what I remember him for. It's been a while since I last tuned into his channel, but his content used to be some truly unhinged insanity shit that made it look like he had just escaped from Arkham Asylum. He would make videos talking about murdering meat eaters and stomping on babies' skulls. It was deplorable shit, but it seems like he's really, like, mellowed out, calmed down, and he did make a very level-headed video about this topic. At least in my opinion, I felt it was pretty level-headed. So I respected that, and I actually did want to make a response to it. In a nutshell, Vegan Gains says that the video I made with the YouTuber So Young, the woman who tortures and eats animals alive for mukbangs on YouTube, is a video I had no right to make and makes me a hypocrite because I recently made that sausage video 2 days ago, and in that sausage video I had KFC there. So he argues that I am just as bad, if not worse, than So Young because I eat meat. And I think it's totally fair to have that opinion. I personally disagree with it, and I think the majority of people would. It's a bit of a leap to compare eating a chicken tender to a woman beheading a squid and pouring sauce on it to watch it squirm around and dance on a YouTube video that's supposed to entertain children. They're not exactly the same thing. They're not exactly the left and right ass cheek on the same ass here. You know, not Coke and Pepsi. They're not the two sides of the same coin. Before getting into this, I do want to say I'm actually flattered that he recognized my sausages as sausages, because the shit I made was just actual abominations. They looked like rusted metal pipes. So it did actually put a smile on my face to keep hearing him refer to what I made as a sausage.
Than the animals that So Young horrifically murders on her YouTube channel. So it's completely hypocritical for you to criticize So Young when you can't even do that yourself. So you're just a complete hypocrite, and if anything, what you're doing is arguably worse because, again, you're paying someone else to do it. It's happening.
I want to lead this conversation by saying I have nothing but respect for veganism as a whole, but it's people like Vegan Gains who are overly aggressive and the feral monsters in his comments section that really give vegans a bad rap and a negative reputation in the world. They vilify anyone who's not a vegan. They treat it like a cult where you're a huge piece of shit, evil and wrong if you're not in their club. Now, of course, I'm not talking about everyone who is a vegan. I am talking about this community that Vegan Gains has fostered here, and he himself. This is the worst way of ever getting anyone to convert to that belief. By constantly antagonizing them and throwing insults to anyone that is not already a vegan ensures that they will never take it seriously and always have a negative impression of your beliefs. They're like those protesters outside of Comic-Con every year with those Jesus fucking hates people that like cartoon signs. You guys are wrong, you guys suck, and you're going to hell if you don't come to our church. No one's ever going to go to that. No one likes to be lectured at, berated, or insulted. They're not going to go to those people that are throwing those their way. And I think that sucks because I truly believe meat substitutes are the future. 100%. It's much more sustainable. There's so many benefits to meat substitutes that it is just a significantly better, cheaper, and just all around better market. But it's more about getting people to accept that that could be the future. But you have people like Vegan Gains being the face of it, and no one takes it seriously, and they get this really bad taste in their mouth. Now, I'm only going to be taking bits and pieces of his video because it's a 12-minute video, but 6 of those minutes is dedicated to showing what goes on behind closed doors in the meat industry and the horrible shit that happens there in some of those places. But I want to focus on the points he himself is making. So, this one here, I am just as bad, if not worse, than So Young because I'm paying someone to do what she does on camera. But that's not it either. Like, you're totally fucking wrong. I'm not paying someone to torture animals. What people who eat meat are under the impression of, they're paying someone to humanely provide that food for them, given the circumstances, as humane as it can possibly be. If I found out the place I'm getting my meat from has a fucking YouTube channel where they're finger blasting cow carcasses and using chicken corpses as baseball bats, I'll stop buying from it, obviously. No one is paying for these animals to be paraded around on YouTube and tortured, have salt poured on their corpse so they wiggle around and scream. No one's paying for that. So for him to say that I want to go out of my way to slap these meat producers in the face with money because I need that precious meat and don't care how they treat the animals is outright wrong. It's not illegal, nor is it some type of moral conundrum to like animals but still eat meat. Now, it's probably worth noting, I fucking love meat alternatives. He mentions that there's plenty of meat alternatives like Beyond Meat. I fucking love that. Beyond Meat slaps hard as shit. Impossible Meat bangs like a motherfucker. I will proudly stand on that hill jerking off and say, vegan meat substitutes is significantly better than real meat. I don't eat red meat anymore. I haven't eaten red meat in a long time, but I eat the shit out of their beef substitutes because it is significantly tastier.
Humane killing, there's no such thing as humane killing. There's no way to kill a sentient being nicely because murder is inherently cruel. It is inherently cruel.
This is a point I see brought up throughout all of veganism, that no matter how an animal is killed, no matter how humane it's deemed, it is inherently evil and wrong. But I have to ask, then does that make every animal in the animal kingdom inherently evil? Because the vast majority of animals out there eat other animals to survive, and they don't do it quickly. So does that make every animal in the animal kingdom that eats other animals inherently evil, or is that trait specific to humans alone? And if so, why? I know people always say that to a vegan when they're trying to epic own them in a Reddit comment, but typically they'll just say that that's deflecting or a dumb question, but I actually would like to know your opinion on it, Vegan Gains. What do you feel when an animal eats another animal? Is that animal now evil, and is that whole species bad? It's just, I don't understand where the line is drawn. Humans do it in a way that is significantly less cruel to the animals than how the animals do it to each other.
If somebody shot a dog in their backyard, killed it instantly in one shot, would you say, oh, good, he humanely, nicely murdered his dog? No.
Yeah, this comparison you've given here is actual dog shit. This doesn't fit anywhere into this ballpark here. Someone came and shot your pet for no reason. When these animals are being killed, there is a reason behind it. It is so that it can provide food for people out there. I think I get the point you're making, but dog and pig, why dog, not pig? Oh, goodness me, what if dog was killed? You'd be upset about dog, but not pig. You can be upset equally for both. If that pig is a pet and it gets killed like that, you're gonna be upset. It's inhumane. That's not what the fuck we're talking about here. That makes no sense. Even if it wasn't even a living creature. Let's say your son had a pet rock that he bonded with hugely, and someone comes over and throws it in the trash. That shit's inhumane. It's not right. It's evil. This comparison just doesn't fit into this argument anywhere because in your example, someone just comes and shoots a beloved family member. I know I only showed like 4 clips from his video, but that's because these are the only 4 times he made a point. The rest of the video was filled with either him repeating the same thing or showing the atrocities that do unfortunately occur in some places in the meat industry. And I agree, terrible, absolutely terrible what happens in some of those places. And then he talks about the meat alternatives and how great they are. Totally agree. That shit fucking slaps. I talk about it on my streams from time to time when people ask me what my opinion is on vegan food. I fucking love meat alternatives. But the majority of the video is him just repeating the same point. Meat eater can't like animals. If meat eater like animal, meat eater wrong, meat eater dumb, meat eater bad. It's the silliest way of looking at things, the most childish and naive way of approaching things. By vilifying these people, by vilifying meat eaters, you're ensuring that they're never going to try vegan food. Because they're going to associate vegan food when they see Beyond Meat vegan, they're going to associate that with someone who's just fucking crying on YouTube. I fucking tuned into your Doom Eternal stream last night and you started whining towards the end of it about how everything you do loses you subscribers. You then had a moment of self-reflection and realization when you said maybe it's because you're an unlikable asshole. Yes, that's exactly why. That is how you're perceived on YouTube. It's how you conduct yourself. You're extremely condescending to anyone that's not in your club. You literally present yourself as a pseudo-intellectual Twitter user on YouTube. You attack everyone in the fitness industry that even so much as walks by a diner that has meat on the menu. You go out of your way to be an asshole to people and then act surprised when people think you're an asshole. It's how you're conducting yourself. This hyper-aggressive way, and it's not just you Vegan Gains, but a lot of people in that community go out of their way to try and lecture people or guilt them into joining, which is the worst possible approach to take and only holds it back. The public perception of meat substitutes could be huge right now if the community as a whole didn't keep vilifying them for it. Because meat substitutes taste better. I think objectively, anyone that has had like Impossible or Beyond can say with certainty it really does just outright taste better. If you take a fucking piece of chicken, slam it on the table, and then throw a nice meat substitute next to it, like some fucking Impossible or something next to it, you're going to choose the Impossible if your eyes are blindfolded 100% of the time. It just genuinely does taste better, but no one wants to try it because it says vegan on it. And when they see vegan, they think of people like Vegan Gains and the people that are super mean and nasty online. He wasn't mean, nasty, or hyper-aggressive in the video he made about me. As I said in the beginning, I do think it was a level-headed, sound video that he made. I went through his recent content just to kind of catch up on him, and his videos still are primarily him attacking people in the fitness industry for meat and things like that, going out of his way to be aggressive. So he still does have a bad attitude towards these things, which is why people aren't, especially in the fitness industry, aren't really looking at vegan alternatives when someone like Vegan Gains is kind of the face for it on the platform, when there are some great vegan bodybuilders and athletes out there. It's just, his approach is a very bad one. That's about it. So yeah. If you're standing up, you're going to want to sit down for this announcement because I'm coming in hot. I'm about to hit you with the truth. I am not a drama channel. I like to joke about internet drama quite often. I think it's very entertaining to talk about some petty internet shit that goes on when egos collide and just other weird stories from the internet. I think that's very enjoyable. But I've never wanted my identity to be someone like a fucking teenage girl that constantly engages in drama or stirs up controversy with others on the platform. I know some people would disagree, like, Charlie only does drama these days, and that's fine to have that perspective. I just personally don't see it that way and never really want that to be my identity. So this will be the last video I make about Vegan Gains. This will be the last time you hear Voldemort's name leave my mouth here. So I made that video addressing a controversy, talking about the video Vegan Gains made about me, calling me a hypocrite for eating meat, and calling out someone who tortures animals on YouTube. He's made a follow-up video. He had a 4-hour stream, which I tuned into because I wanted his perspective. I did open that video up for a dialogue. I thought that's what the goal was, but Vegan Gains has made it clear he doesn't give a fuck about a conversation, he only cares about milking the attention. So right after I posted my video, he went live on YouTube where he watched my 10-minute video for about an hour and a half. I want to say right away, I don't condone people going to harass anyone I make videos about. I hate that behavior. I will never encourage that shit. So the people that went there just to make fun of him or anything like that, you never ever have my encouragement or my blessing to do so. I think that shit sucks. But that did happen. He spent an hour and a half watching a 10-minute video because he'd stop every 2 words to screech and scream one of 3 things, one of only 3 phrases he seems to know: straw man, ad hominem, and poisoning the well. It was a truly insufferable live stream to sit through, but in between his constant short-circuiting where he was only able to regurgitate one of 3 words and talking about the Holocaust and rape, he made good points. He had very sound arguments that I respected. And not just respected, 100% agree with. But sitting through that live stream was tough. The constant pausing to dissect each word was more painful than listening to the animal screams in a slaughterhouse. But in between having a macho man meltdown where he'd, challenge people from the chat to come fight him if they disagreed or whatever, he said, "Charlie, if you want to talk about it, let's talk about it," which I had every intention of doing because, like I said, I thought that's what the goal was. We each say our piece and discuss it. However, a mere 2 hours after the live stream ended, somewhere in there, he put up another video addressing it. Even though he had just gone 4 hours thoroughly dissecting everything, he made another video just to milk those titties, get a little extra drama out of this whole situation. He started his stream a little bit before I started streaming myself, so while he was still going, I had already started streaming. By the time I was done streaming, he had already posted another video that had been up for like 2 hours. So it seems like only a couple hours after his stream that went 4 hours dissecting it concluded, he made another video just to really reach deep into the colon of controversy to keep getting some attention out of it. I don't see what the point of the live stream was when you were still made up your mind about making another video, regardless of if I took you up on a debate or conversation offer. So to me, that seems like you don't even genuinely believe in having a conversation, you just really want the attention from this whole situation. So to me, that seems like you really liked all of the donations you got during your stream. There was a lot of those trolls, like I mentioned, that were donating to make fun of him, and then people in his community donating to support him, so he made a lot of money off the controversy while covering the topic. He did send me a tweet asking if we could have a conversation while I was streaming, and by the time I saw the tweet, the video had already gone up. So he had already made up his mind that he was going to continue making videos about the drama to really squeeze every last bit of extra views he could get out of the situation. So again, after watching the video, a lot of points I agree with, and he even pointed out things I personally thought I messed up on. For example, misrepresenting points, that wasn't my intention. For example, the dog, Dr. Seuss tale he told, the weird shit about someone goes in their backyard and shoots their dog. The way he said it was, someone shoots a dog in their backyard. To me, that sounds like someone has gone into someone else's backyard and shot a dog for no reason. But I misunderstood what he was saying. With his galaxy brain, he was talking about the owner going in the backyard and shooting their own dog. It was a genuine misunderstanding, not some kind of sinister way to try and twist what he was saying. The main thing that you're right about 100% is in my initial video, I didn't make any arguments to counter you. I absolutely did not. That wasn't the goal of the video. I wasn't trying to debunk you or fight you on all of your points or anything like that. There was a few that I didn't understand clearly, like the dog thing, but I wasn't trying to counter you. That wasn't the goal of the video. The purpose of my video, the point I was making, is the way you conduct yourself, your character, is the worst thing for veganism and the worst look to people that are already sympathetic to your cause. You're not going after the actual animal abusers, you're going after people in the fitness industry that eat meat. You went after me because I called out an animal abuser, but I eat meat. You yourself didn't call out animal abuse. I imagine you'll do something for H3H3 because he called So Young out and he eats meat. You're not going after the actual problem. You're going after people that are already sympathetic to it and driving them away. That was my point. I wasn't arguing your beliefs because I'm not trying to convert you to my side or anything. And I don't care that you criticized me. I have thick skin. I can take it. Half of my content is dedicated to criticizing things, so I expect it back. The point I'm making is your entire history on YouTube has been actively shooting the idea of meat substitutes in the foot to people that aren't in the know. You say a lot of it's geared towards education, but if you look at the video you made about me, only a chunk in the middle seems educational where you talk about the alternatives and, well, here's what you could have done. That's educational. The entire second half of the video is you call So Young a piece of shit, look in the mirror, you're a hypocrite, 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 you do this, you're a hypocrite, she does this, she's not a hypocrite, you're a hypocrite, big hypocrite. That's not educational and it doesn't do anything. You're not challenging my beliefs, you're not making me reevaluate the way I look at things, that's just you doing an attack. And it's a big leap as well, the way you go about it. But since you want to play this game, I'll hop in the swamp with you for a moment and fight you on some things. Your comparison to me eating a chicken tender being the same as So Young torturing animals on YouTube for entertainment, if not worse, that is just outright ridiculous and you're fucking delusional. It's hard to have, like, an actual cohesive argument to that because it is so outlandish. That's like me saying you support the abuse of women and children by buying tickets to a movie. Hollywood has abused child actors and actresses constantly. So by you having seen even a single movie in your life, you have supported that. It's a moral high ground anyone can take against anyone for anything. You wear a gaming headset during your streams. You realize those parts that compose that gaming headset, a lot of them are made in sweatshops. Very, very immoral means of getting those parts, and you're wearing it freely. So by wearing that, you're supporting that kind of terrible thing in the world. I'm of course not the only one to make this comparison, but you keep dodging it. On Twitter, a user proposed the exact same thing, and your response was, "Oh, you're just retarded. You're not nearly on the same level of intelligence that I am. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm holier than thou. You're wrong. Look at Foxconn." I don't know if you're joking or if you're actually dumb, but Foxconn actually does use minors at their factories in China. They're being investigated for it. It's pretty well documented. And Foxconn's an extremely terrible place to work that's well known for workers committing suicide. So I don't know why you'd use this as an example to somehow dismiss the argument, But even if you did cherry pick like the world's best factory, it doesn't dismiss the comparison. That'd be like me saying, hey, look at this incredible slaughterhouse that treats its animals extremely well. This is representative of all slaughterhouses, right? It just doesn't make any sense. You just come across real dumb here. You're also pathetically lying on Twitter. I've never blocked anyone on YouTube. I had to Google where I could even find that feature to see if anyone's blocked. There's nobody even listed there. This is just an outright lie. You also act like you're some huge war hero that came out triumphant over this incredible internet battle where you slap me around on my arguments. But I didn't make any arguments. You said yourself I didn't make any arguments, so I don't know what you're going on about here puffing out your chest for. You also act like I'm afraid to talk to you, as if I'm hiding in some underground bunker in a shelter, avoiding the boogeyman of veganism, which clearly isn't the case. You decided to turn this into a video war back and forth instead of waiting for me to respond or see if I even wanted to respond. I only had a window for a couple of hours in between your live stream and then your pathetic speedrun attempt on YouTube drama by posting a follow-up video to farm controversy, and I was streaming during this window in the first place, so it's not like I've had all of these opportunities to touch base with you. You've made it clear your intention isn't a conversation. It's to just keep milking drama, getting as many videos out of it as you can. And if you want to go in the hypocrite route, you're a massive fucking hypocrite. You have a Teespring where you sell Vegan Gains cotton t-shirts. Cotton is not only one of the worst things for the environment, we'll go ahead and set that aside because I don't think you give a fuck about that. We're going to talk about its direct impact on animals. The production of cotton accounts for 24% of the global insecticide market. Insecticide in the cotton production often leaks into the water supply of the nearby areas and threatens biodiversity and directly poisons the animals. So by you selling cotton t-shirts, you are directly killing animals. And not just that, you're profiting from it, which is even worse. In fact, it goes beyond that. You're paying someone else to make these cotton t-shirts for you, which are killing animals, and you're making money off of it. It's pretty extreme, man. That's a lot worse than what meat eaters do, people that eat KFC. I actually don't even eat KFC, by the way. That was the first time I've eaten KFC since I was 6 years old. And I really don't eat red meat. That was the first time I've taken a nibble of red meat in about a decade. But what you do is so much worse than those things, because people that do eat meat like that, the animal's already dead, with or without them buying it. But for you, that shirt didn't exist until you put it in production, so you actually just brought it out there and have some blood on your hands, whereas meat eaters, they're a little bit cleaner than you in that regard. I double and triple checked to make sure this was actually your merch store because I couldn't believe that you wouldn't know about the impact cotton has on animals. I'm sure you know about the impact on the environment, that's pretty well known, but animals specifically. Because that seems like something you'd be very well aware of and want to avoid, but it is yours. I found it through your YouTube video announcement with it, and I get the video itself as a joke, but the shirts are real. I can order one right now, and people have ordered them, and I have to wonder if they know just what kind of impact that has on animals, and if they're okay with that. I know cotton is deemed vegan-friendly, but I don't get why. Animals aren't directly killed to make cotton, but the production of cotton directly leads to animal deaths and getting rid of a lot of homes for animals. Now, I'm pretty sure you're probably finding a way to tap dance around that fact or dispute it. You're very tenacious, but there is a point that you can't fight on when it comes to cotton. We'll use the Aral Sea as an example. The Aral Sea was the fourth largest lake in the world for a time, but during the 1960s, local government diverted the waterways that fed the Aral Sea into cotton production because cotton production is so water intensive. Over time, this drained the Aral Sea, and it's now the Aralcombe Desert. It's just completely empty. There's no lake there anymore. All the fish that lived there are dead. The animals that inhabited it and used it as a watering hole are no more. They've either moved somewhere else or died as a result of the poisoning. Now, I know you and a lot of members in your community feel that you are 100% in the right and anyone who eats meat can never be right and is in the wrong, but I'd argue what you're doing is a lot worse than someone that's eating a chicken tender or people that eat meat to survive or just as part of their diet since it's financially cheaper than a lot of the alternatives at the moment. You are profiting off of directly hurting animals through the production of your merchandise. I really can only imagine how many times you've stopped this video on stream by now. I imagine it's well over 100. It's probably about a 3-hour stream by now dissecting each part of this. But I have to say, in your words, what's your excuse? There's plenty of alternatives to cotton that don't damage the environment or hurt animals. Why didn't you use those options? Why'd you choose cotton? I even decided to check all around Teespring and people talking about Teespring because I thought, well, there's no way Vegan Gains would let this fly. There's no way he wouldn't know about this. Maybe Teespring's doing something totally different, getting their cotton in a different way. Like fucking Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood alchemy, just bringing it out of existence or something where nothing's getting damaged. But I couldn't find anything like that. All of their stuff is sourced outside of the US, and I couldn't find too much information on how or where exactly the procedure. So there is an option for 100% organic cotton, which is a little bit better than normal cotton, but you didn't choose that option. You chose 100% cotton. So there really is no excuse. I want to make it clear, I actually don't believe these things. I don't think this way. I'm just going by your line of thinking by comparing me eating a chicken tender to me being worse than torturing live animals on a YouTube video aimed at children. It's a very silly way of interpreting things, and you can see just how silly it is when you apply it in different areas like this. It's silly to ignore the fact that living in this day and age comes at a cost, and unfortunately that cost is animal lives. Vegan Gains, you may not eat animals directly or use products that are directly derived from animals, but a lot of the products you use every day have had animals die for that production. For example, you made a video talking about toilet paper being out in your area because of coronavirus. Well, as I'm sure you're well aware, toilet paper comes from trees that animals once called home. But as deforestation continues, deforestation leaves so many animals dead and homeless just to provide that toilet paper for you, Vegan Gains. So that toilet paper you're wiping your precious asshole with has blood on it because those animals have died because of that production of that toilet paper. So you yourself are a hypocrite just for existing in this world because everything that surrounds you at some point down the pipeline had an animal die because of it. So there's no reason to draw this distinction between eating animals is so much worse than using products animals have died for. These are the same thing. Animals die on both sides. It's just a matter of which one you have morally deemed worse than the other. You march around like you're this morally superior celestial being, but you're really not. I don't find you to be like this moral authority of YouTube. Throughout your entire history on YouTube, it's been a controversial one. One thing you've done pretty often is make fun of people with cancer, which I think is very low. Even recently, it's not like you've progressed past an edgy stage. Recently, you made fun of a bodybuilder who took a picture with a child with cancer.
Cancer is an almighty killer, and I wish there was a cure for it. I, for one, will be supporting Team Lewis in the future and hope you guys will too. One day, cancer will be a thing of the past and the memory of Lewis will live on in the cure when it's found.
Well, Eddie, since we're still waiting for that cure for cancer to be found, how about in the meantime we try and prevent ourselves from developing cancer in the first place?
Vegan Gains defends this clip vehemently by saying he's clearly not mocking this child with cancer, but I don't know how he can possibly not see how it seems like he is by the way he's talking. If I talk to you that way, Vegan Gains, you'd think that I'm mocking you, right? Like, my name's Richard and I'm so mad at meat. That sounds like I'm making fun of you, doesn't it? That's exactly what you did to this kid in this very tough situation. He goes on to talk about how red meat is, very correlated with cancer. And I don't know what Vegan Gains degree is in, but I actually did go to college for human sciences. Concentration was exercise physiology. I've taken numerous nutritional courses. Richard talks about carcinogens. One of the first things you'll learn throughout nutrition in university, at least in my university, is that's the most obsolete way of looking at cancer-causing agents in food. Every single food out there is a known carcinogen. Even the safe stuff that your mom tucks you in at night saying is safe will watch over you at night, like broccoli. Broccoli is a very well-known carcinogen. Almonds too. Everything is a known carcinogen, and the way Richard presents this is extremely misleading. He presents the research in a way that makes it sound to his audience that if you eat red or processed meat, you're gonna get cancer. And while yes, red and processed meat is significantly worse than a lot of other options out there, it's extremely fucked up, and he always makes it sound like it's the person's fault they got cancer because they ate red meat. It's disgusting. I really think it's pretty fucked up, and I don't know why you think you have this moral high ground just because you're a vegan. It's a belief that you've instilled in your community as well, where everyone that supports you or supports veganism as a whole thinks that they can never be wrong, and anyone that eats meat is automatically wrong, so they don't even want to hear their opinion. They get locked in this bubble, which I think is terrible, because hearing different opinions leads to growth. It helps you discover things about yourself, learn new perspectives. As cliche as all that is, it's the truth. When you're locked in an echo chamber, nothing really gets done. I don't know you personally, Vegan Gains. From your videos, you seem well composed. Your live stream was a different story, but again, I understand with everything that went on. But the way you come across, I would have to guess you don't have a single friend that is a meat eater. I get the impression that you couldn't stand to be around someone that is a meat eater because you find it disgusting, and you couldn't see yourself associating with someone that has a different belief than you on that, in that field specifically. I feel like you'd constantly be trying to prove them wrong or prove why they're a bad person in relation to you. It just seems like you need to be around sycophants that constantly echo your beliefs. I could be wrong, I don't know, but that's the impression I get, because that's the way you're perceived on YouTube, by the way you're attacking everyone that's having meat on their plate. You're not really educating, as I pointed out earlier. You are still just going for an attack route that doesn't challenge beliefs, it just seems hateful. Another thing you have asked me and many other people, what's your excuse for not going for meat substitutes when you admit that they're better than real meat? Well, not everyone is as financially secure as you are. Meat patties from Beyond are much more expensive than traditional beef patties. It is $12 per pound of meat from Beyond versus the $4 per pound of just regular beef. It is a significant price difference that not every family can afford to make the switch to. In addition to that, in my area, personally, the grocers around here have a very limited selection of vegan options. In fact, there's a single rack that has Beyond, Impossible, and other meat substitutes as well as vegan options. It's extremely rare to come across. Now, yes, it could be ordered online, but then it's even more expensive from certain retailers. It is a more expensive lifestyle choice that not everybody can make. And to vilify people for either not being able to afford it or find it or know about it, I think is very wrong. Even during your own live stream during this, someone donated to you thanking you for the good work that you've done. They believed that you were doing a good thing, and you were helping them stay on the vegan path. He said he was 90% vegan, he still eats cheese occasionally, and the first thing you said to him was, you're not vegan. There's no such thing as 90% vegan, you're either vegan or you're not, you're a vegetarian. And you talked down to him. He was a fan of yours and you belittled him in front of the entire stream when he was very happy to support you financially, and you still talked down to him because he wasn't vegan enough for you, which is something I've noticed in your comments as well. When I talk about veganism in your comments, I'm really not talking about as a whole. I'm talking about certain bad actors in it. A lot of people in your comments attack each other. You know, a competition to be the biggest vegan. I feel like the content you make isn't geared towards getting people over to your side and seeing these great things veganism has to offer. It's more geared towards just getting high fives of approval, like, yes, you fucking owned that meat eater. And I just don't see why you wouldn't try and take the route of, here's what good things veganism has and you might be interested in. Hey, I see you were talking about animal abuse, you clearly care. Here's some interesting things, which you did kind of touch on, but then still wanted to get those little, ass pats from your community in the comment section of, yeah, you fucking owned him. And I really do get the impression that it's just for the sake of milking a controversy because you made so much money during that live stream off it. And I think that's the worst part of it. Like I said, I had full intentions of having a conversation with you. You really didn't give me a chance because you had already posted a video by the time I even saw it. Before I even had a chance to reach out to you. You had clearly made up your mind that, yeah, I want to continue this. And now I just don't see why I would go on to debate you or bring you on the podcast to talk about it when it does seem your intention is just to grow from the controversy. You're getting a lot more views from this controversy, and like I said, you made a lot of money during that live stream. Again, I will never condone anyone going out of their way to harass anyone or anything like that. I have always vilified that kind of behavior and put it in a bad light, but unfortunately it's the internet, and there are bad actors that do that, and for that I am totally sorry. But I don't really have an interest in continuing a conversation with you past this video because I don't get the impression anymore that it's even genuine. I feel like I'm just playing into your hands to keep a toxic, one-sided debate going when we're really both in agreement on a lot of things. I just don't like you as a person, the way that you're conducting yourself on YouTube, the way that you're driving people away who are interested and would want to learn more. And even people in your own community, like, hey, I've been inspired by you and I feel like I'm doing a good job going vegan, you telling them, no, you're not vegan. So I am sure you will respond to this either during a live stream or the video, probably both like you did last time. But I don't think I'm going to continue this one-sided dialogue we're having here. And again, I want to reiterate, I have nothing but respect for veganism as a whole. I truthfully just don't like how Vegan Gains is portraying its appearance online. I don't like the reputation he's giving it, and that's the really only point that I was ever trying to make. That's about it. See ya.